The story begins in Shanghai City. In a quiet room, a woman with blue-green hair, Jiang Wangxin, is breastfeeding her newborn son. She tells her baby Chunxin how lucky he is to just eat and sleep, smiling that while she's losing sleep over him, it's worth it if he grows up healthy. Unknown to her, the baby is not ordinary. He is reincarnated and has the consciousness of his former life. As he feeds, he notes his brain isn't fully developed, yet he is aware. A blue game-like status screen appears, identifying him as Lin Zicher, 33 days old with a biological level of ordinary Tier 1. He realizes he has a special cheat ability. At 3 months old, Lin Xixian is in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wenhong and Lin Yinshen, watch him. His father remarks on how physically gifted the baby seems, predicting he will become a mighty gene fuser, or at least a cyborg. As they speak, Lin Xixian is kicking. The system notification announces he has kicked 10,000 times, granting him the biological attribute use in advance. This skill allows any part of his body he trains to grow infinitely stronger within carbon-based limits. He feels his strength grow and wonders what his father meant by gene fusers and cyborgs, imagining superheroes. By 4 months old, Lin Zikin has learned to sit up and crawl, to avoid frightening his parents. With his unnaturally fast development, he trains only at night. Each time he crawls, his system rewards him with points. A month later, at 5 months old, he has mastered walking. At 6 months, he can finally sit up and crawl in front of his parents, without it seeming too strange. While watching television, a news report on aberrant beasts shows gene fusers and cyborgs joining forces to fight them. For the first time, Linxian understands this world is vastly different from his old one. He learns this Earth has mutated, giving rise to terrifying creatures called aberrant beasts. To fight them, humanity developed 2 paths. The first is mechanical ascension, where humans modify their bodies with technology to become powerful cyborgs. The second is gene modification, where humans fuse their genes with aberrant beasts, becoming gene fusers, to fight monsters with their own power. Realizing the dangers, the reincarnated Lin Zikian resolves to use his system to grow up safely, evolve his abilities while laying low, and survive in this perilous world. One day, the doorbell rings. Zhang Wangxin opens it to a woman in a blue dress, Su Ming, their new next-door neighbor. Su Ming introduces her family, her husband Sheng Jianya and their young daughter, Sheng Qinghan, who clutches a doll. Lin Zichen looks at the little girl with purple hair. He acknowledges Sheng Han as his first friend in this new world, sensing their destinies will one day be tightly bound. Time passes, and Lin Zicheng dedicates himself to training. At 7 months, thanks to his use and advanced skill, he has mastered running, jumping in basic language by talking to himself, earning stat points for each activity. By 8 months, his training has progressed to doing sit UPS and push UPS in his crib. He is careful to practice, only when his parents are not around. But one day, his mother, Zhang Wangxin, walks onto the balcony and is shocked to see her 8-month-old son doing sit UPS. She rubs her eyes in disbelief. However, being a web novel author, she dismisses it as a stress-induced hallucination. Lin Zikin immediately pretends to be asleep, breathing a sigh of relief and making a mental note to be more cautious. A few days later, while giving him a bath, Zhang Wangxin makes another shocking discovery. She screams for her husband Lin Yinshen. When he rushes in, she points out that their 8-month-old son has defined ABS. Lin Yinshen is stunned. He excitedly suggests their son might be a 1 in a million prodigy, with a bright future as a powerful gene fuser or cyborg. Hearing this genius narrative, Lin Zicheng is relieved his secret is safe, realizing how lucky he is to have 2 web novel authors. For parents, Lin Zichen reflects that on this mutated Earth, he is not the only genius. He and his mother watch a news report about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family who can lift a 20 kilos dumbbell with one hand. Zhang Wangxin pulls her son close, proudly stating that her tension is just as amazing. Lin Zikin is touched by his mother's confidence and wonders if he'll also be able to lift 20 kilos when he turns 2. By the time Lin Zikin turns 2, his training has paid off. He has kept a low profile while secretly developing his strength, easily lifting a 20 kilos weight with one hand. In the storage room, his session is interrupted when his mother calls that Han. Shen Qinghan's nickname is here to play. Startled, he puts the weight down and goes out. He opens the door to find Shen Qinghan, now also 2, offering him a tart. Lin Zixian internally remarks that, due to their different mental ages, they don't play conventionally. While Han is a typical toddler, he uses every moment to train. He has found a unique way to spend time with her. Since she likes to stick close, she serves as a perfect, custom-sized weighted vest for his exercises. There is, however, one recurring problem, which he is reminded of when he feels a warm wetness and cries out that Han has peed on him. Again, another year passes. At age 3, Ling Xichen's strength has grown exponentially, and he can lift a 40 kilograms weight with one hand. While watching TV, he sees a report about a 4-year-old prodigy lifting a 30 kilograms dumbbell, and notes with satisfaction that he is already stronger. Despite his progress, his system still shows his biological level as ordinary Tier 1. He wonders what it would take to reach Tier 2. With these questions in mind, he steps out of his house for the first time. The world outside is a stunning futuristic cityscape with beastmen and cyborgs, which he assumes are the gene fusers, and cyborgs he's heard about, accompanied by his mother and their neighbors. Su Ming and Shun Qingyan, he heads to the library. Since his parents don't let him use electronic devices, books are his best source of information. At the library, his mother points him toward the children's section, but Lin Zikin heads for advanced encyclopedias, with a worried Sheng Qinghan following. The mothers watch in confusion. Shumang asks why he likes these books, and Zhang Wangxin guesses it's his genius genes, while Sheng Qinghan offers him cookies. Lin Zichen is absorbed in his reading. Through the books, he learns that all life is categorized into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, each divided into 9 tiers. He realizes normal humans, like his parents, are at the bottom, ordinary Tier 1, as insignificant as ants compared to higher-level beings. This knowledge lights a fire under Lin Zichen. He must accelerate his training while maintaining his cover. His system alerts him to a new read, 100 million characters, to be rewarded with the celestial root of wisdom. Excited to train both mind and body, he accepts. For the next year, Lin Zikin splits his time between physical training and voracious reading. At age 4, he and Shun Qinghan begin kindergarten, holding hands with the IR teacher, Ms. Jiangmei. His hard work pays off. Soon after starting school, he breaks through to ordinary Tier 2. His physical prowess is immense. He can lift an 80 kilograms weight with one hand, high jump 12 meters, and sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Outstanding stats for an adult, let alone a kindergartner. One day, he finds children surrounding a crying Shun. Sheng Han calling her a bedwetter. Seeing his friend bullied, he knows he must act. He leaps dramatically into the center of the bullies. He glares and unleashes a terrifying threat. If anyone bullies Han again, he will pee on their bed every day. The childish but menacing threat works. The bullies burst into tears, vowing never to return to kindergarten. Sheng Qinghan looks at her protector with admiration. This act unlocks a new achievement, the title of Kindergarten Kid King, and a new series of quests. He is delighted he can work on multiple quests at once. Half a year later, he completes his reading quest, having read 100 million characters. He has awarded the celestial root of wisdom, granting him a perfect eitic memory and peak human learning ability. Time flies, and soon he and Sheng Qinghan are almost 7, posing for their kindergarten graduation photo. Even during vacation, Lin Zikin does not rest. Now strong enough to train with a massive 200-kilo barbell. During the vacation, his abilities reached new heights. He could leap over 2 meters high, and had broken the 8-second barrier in the 100-meter dash with a time of 798 seconds. His mind was just as sharp, boosted by his new attribute. He had already finished most of the elementary school curriculum. His new life began at Sunshine Elementary School because he was already self-studying advanced subjects. Academic competitions were easy. He effortlessly took first place at the National Elementary School academic competition just to unlock his title as quickly as possible. Whenever he had free time, he would give Shun Chang-han private tutoring. Though not an exceptional talent, she was diligent. With his help, her grades improved dramatically, and after one semester, she was ranked second in the class, with Lin Zicheng holding first place. To speed up his quest, he also participated in school sports meets, breaking every record, just when he thought his school life would continue. In this predictable routine, a special new transfer student appeared. The teacher introduced the newcomer, a girl with long silvery blue hair named by Shui. Lin Zicheng immediately knew she was different as she stood in the doorway. He could sense a faint, unusual aura that did not belong to a normal human. As the new transfer student, Bai Shui, walks to find a seat, the other students watch her curiously. Chun Shirhan leans over to Lin Zicheng, whom she calls Xiao Chun, and whispers about how pretty Bai Shui's hair is, like winter snowflakes. However, Lin Zicheng is not in the mood to discuss aesthetics. As Baser sits near him, his mind is on the strange, non-human aura he senses from her. He wonders if she could be a gene fuser, or the descendant of one. In the following days, Baser proves to be an enigma. She doesn't speak to anyone, and lays her head on her desk the moment class ends, remaining motionless. She barely even gets up for the restroom. At first, students are curious, even taking photos with her while she sleeps. But as her behavior doesn't change, they lose interest, and the classroom returns to its routine. This peace is shattered. Over a month later, a bizarre phenomenon begins. Bai Shui starts to secrete a viscous white liquid. The substance has a foul odor and drips down her clothes and legs. The other students react with disgust, complaining about the terrible smell. A mean-spirited boy sneers a crude comment about the liquid and then pours his water bottle over her head, claiming he's washing her out. Humiliated and soaked, Bai Shui clenches her fist on the desk, and tears stream down her face as she begins to cry, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The bullies erupt in cruel laughter at her distress. Watching from their desks, Shun Qinghan turns to Lin Zicheng with a worried expression, asking if they can help poor Bai Shui. Lin Zicheng is confused. He had sensed Bai Shui was dangerous, so he can't understand why she is crying. He agrees to help. As he walks towards the bullies, he re-evaluates his assessment. While he still doesn't understand her, he realizes that for now, she isn't a threat. She's just a weak girl being bullied, and he has to step in. Lin Zicheng walks up to the main bully and grabs him by the collar, calling out his name, Guan Chun, with a menacing smile. He orders the boy to wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk. Guan Chun is terrified and stammers that he'll wipe it up right away. The other bullies know they are in trouble. Lingxikin is notorious at school for being skilled at both academics and fighting. Not even sixth graders dare to mess with him, knowing it's better to comply. They quickly grab tissues and clean up the mess. Once the desk is clean, Lingxikin's gaze sweeps over the group. He commands everyone involved to apologize to her immediately. The bullies, sweating and terrified, quickly comply. They line up before her desk and bow their heads, offering apologies and promising never to bully her again. With the bullies gone, Bai Shui looks up, her eyes still tearful. She gratefully thanks both Lin Zicheng and Shun Qinghan. Shun Qinghan puts a comforting hand on Bai Shui's shoulder, telling her that classmates are supposed to help each other from that day on. Sheng Qinghan makes it her mission to befriend the quiet, white-haired girl, always dragging Lin Zicheng along. The three begin spending their free time together. Sheng Qinghan is especially kind, always sharing her tastiest snacks with Bai Shui first. During one of these moments, as Shun Qinghan offers her a treat, Bai Shui hesitates. She looks at them and asks if they aren't disgusted by her, because she smells so bad. She explains she's sorry for not trusting them, but since she was little, she has always been ostracized by everyone. Having someone be nice to her feels so unreal that she thinks she must be dreaming. Bai Shui looks up in surprise when Sheng Qing Han tells her firmly that this is not a dream. Sheng Qing Han smiles gently and says she knows what it's like, so she would never be disgusted by her. She declares that as long as Bai Shui is willing, they will be friends forever, pulling a slightly exasperated Lin Zikan into the promise. Overcome with emotion, Bai Shui tightly hugs Sheng Qing Han. Tears of gratitude stream down her face as she thanks them for their kindness. After composing herself, she tells them she wants to give them a gift in return. She holds out a necklace with a pair of beast fangs, explaining it was a birthday present from her mother. She gives it to them, hoping it can be a symbol of their friendship. Feng Xinghananghu siesticali augris, and the three children stand together in the schoolyard as the sun sets, joyfully declaring they will be friends forever. However, just as their newfound friendship was solidified, the unexpected happened. One day, Sheng Xinghan is stunned to learn that Bai Shui has transferred out of the school. Lin Zichuan confirms it, revealing that he saw her filling out the withdrawal papers. He flashes back to watching for the principal's office doorway. He saw Bai Shui with the principal and a large, intimidating man with cybernetic arms. The principal assured the man that Baijia's paperwork was complete and her information would be kept confidential. The encounter confirmed Lin Zicheng's suspicions that Baijia's identity was not simple. From that day on, he never saw Baiji again, left to wonder about her. But he notes that the events that followed were what truly captured his attention. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is at home giving his mother, Zhang Wangxin, a shoulder massage. She sighs in relief, telling him the massage is perfect after a long day of typing. Lin Zichen, internally, notes that he learned professional massage techniques thanks to his celestial root of wisdom and is surprised by its usefulness. Their quiet evening is interrupted by a major news report. It features another incredible achievement by the Kyoto prodigy. At just 10 years old, the boy has successfully fused with aberrant beast genes and can now lift a 500 kilograms boulder with one hand. Lin Zichun recognizes the boy and realizes with a jolt that his rival has already begun gene fusion. His father, Lin Yincheng, complains that the Kyoto prodigy is always on TV, questioning if they are trying to turn him into an influencer. The parents discuss it. Lin Yincheng explains the boy is from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family, so they likely have advanced gene fusion technology. Zhang Wangshen argues it's wrong to use a child as a guinea pig. Her husband counters that for such a family interests come first, earning a sarcastic you know everything from his wife. While his parents bicker, Lin Zichen is deep in thought. He recalls that before the fusion, the prodigy could lift 100 kilograms. Now he can lift 500 kilograms, a five-fold increase. In comparison, Lin Zichen, at only 8, can already lift a 300 kilograms weight with one hand, without any gene fusion. He concludes with a confident fist pump that his own potential is far greater. His confidence was soaring, but that feeling was short-lived. The next news report taught him the true meaning of fear. Breaking news shows a city in a neighboring country completely devastated by a massive explosion. The report states that based on footage, the attack was carried out by giant aberrant rats. The screen shows horrifying images of monstrous rats swarming the ruins, capturing a screaming woman in their massive jaws, and then brutally devouring her. The news report continues, confirming heretics were responsible for the aberrant rat attack, fanning the flames from the shadows. At a press conference, an official from the devastated Sakura country pleads for international aid, explaining the heretics are a shadowy cult, manipulating the beasts. Watching the news, Ling Xichin learns the cult is an anti-human organization of traitors who serve the aberrant beast for their own gain. He feels relieved to be born in a powerful, stable country, giving him a safe place to grow stronger. While laying low, his thoughts are shattered by sonic booms outside. He rushes to the window and pulls back the curtain to see a squadron of heavily armed cyborgs flying through the night sky. He wonders why so many are being deployed, hoping nothing bad is happening. The next morning, everything seems normal. Lindsay Chin waits for Shun Qinghan, who runs up apologizing for being late. As she approaches, he notices something strange. The Beast Fong necklace by Shuai gave them, now worn by Shin Qinghan, emits a bright blue glow. He realizes the Fong is from an aberrant beast and the source of the faint, non-human aura he'd sensed from her. The glow fades as quickly as it appeared, and the two don't think much of it. However, between the cyborgs and the Fang's reaction, Lin Zichen feels that something bad is about to happen. On their way to school, a striking woman with long, red hair and a black dress leans against a lamppost. Watching them, she comments on what adorable kids they are, and steps in front of them, asking if they are brother and sister. Sheng Qinjin proudly corrects her, explaining they are childhood best friends. The woman smiles wistfully, remarking how she wishes she had a childhood friend too. Then her expression turns sinister. She leans in eyes glinting and asks why they're going to school alone and where their parents are. As Sheng Chenghan begins to answer, Lindsay Keen quickly grabs her hand, cutting her off. He pulls her along, stating they're going to be late, leaving the mysterious woman behind. Once a safe distance away, he gently scolds Shun Qinghan, reminding her not to talk to strangers. She nods after school. Lin Zicheng leads them through a deserted alleyway. Shun Qinghan nervously comments on how creepy it is. Lin Zichen explains, the area is scheduled for demolition, and everyone has already moved out. Their walk is interrupted by a familiar voice. The red-haired woman from the morning appears, commenting on how they are finally out of school. She's not alone. A large muscular man named Shang is with her. The woman tells Shang she's got the kids over here. Lindsay Chin is alarmed. He had deliberately chosen a different route, but she had somehow followed them. The woman tries to lure them closer with a sweet voice, offering them treats. Her accomplice, Chung, grows impatient. He tells her to stop talking and just knock the kids out so they can get over with. Without another word, Shung rushes toward them with a cloth, shouting he's in a hurry to sell them for cash. As he closes in, Lin Zichen shoves Shun Chenghan out of the way and squares up to face him. He clenches his fist and throws a powerful punch with all his might. The blow connects squarely with Shang's face, stopping the larger man in his tracks. The immense force sends Shang flying backward, down the alley. With a pained cry, the red-haired woman watches in utter disbelief, shocked that an elementary schooler could send a grown man flying on the ground. Shang coughs up blood. Stunned with Shang down, Lindsay Chun turns to the red-haired woman. Before she can react, he lands a solid punch to her midsection, followed by a powerful uppercut that knocks her unconscious, standing over the defeated kidnappers. His expression hardens. He picks up a nearby brick, his intentions grim. He reasons that with no cameras in the deserted alley, he must finish them off. If they live, his superhuman powers will be exposed, ruining his plan to lay low and grow stronger. Just as he is about to deliver the final blow, the ground trembles violently. A powerful earthquake shakes the alley, catching him off guard. A moment later, a massive clawed hand smashes through a nearby building wall. A monstrous giant, aberrant rat emerges from the dust and rubble, towering over them. The beast ignores the children and looms over the unconscious woman. But instead of devouring her, it decapitates her with a swift swipe of its claws. The rat then picks up her severed head. As Sheng Qinghan screams in terror, recognizing the danger, Lin Zichuan scoops the horrified Sheng Qinghan into his arms. He tells her it's a giant, aberrant rat, and they have to get to safety. He turns and sprints away, carrying her as they flee. As they escape, a flash of red and gold streaks through the sky. A female cyborg with blonde hair and rabbiteer attachments on her helmet. Dives into the alley. She moves with incredible speed. A blur of motion as she zips past the rat. Shang Kim-han, looking over Lin Ziakin's shoulder, exclaims how unbelievably fast the cyborg is. The cyborg lands gracefully behind the monster. Facing the rat, the female cyborg prepares her attack. Her gauntlet glows as she charges her weapon and announces, "Anesthetic smoke." She fires projectiles at the monster, causing massive explosions that rock the alley. Lin Zicheng shields Shun Qinghan from a blast. The aberrant rat is caught in the fiery explosions, roaring in pain, and is left dazed by the anesthetic smoke. Seeing her opening, the cyborg surges forward and finishes off the weakened beast in a flurry of strikes. Later, Lin Zikin watches a news report about the incident. At home, he analyzes the fight, concluding, the cyborg's power level probably isn't very high. He reasons she had to weaken the rat first, and it still took her 7 minutes to kill it. He reflects on the danger of giant aberrant rats, knowing they are tough creatures that can grow over 10 meters long and reach ordinary 5th tier. Fortunate that they escaped unharmed. The incident reminds him of the world's dangers. He resolves to increase his training to protect himself and those he cares about. He is later seen in his training space, doing weighted squats with a heavy barbell, his system rewarding him with points. Although the threat of aberrant rats looms, life continues. Soon, he and Shun Chenghan celebrate their 9th birthday, with both families around a large cake. After making wishes, they exchange gifts. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zikahin had taught himself to carve in one night and crafted an intricate wooden hairpin for Shang Qinghan. She is overjoyed, placing it in her hair and exclaiming how much she loves it. Time passes quickly, and soon Lin Zikahin and Shang Qinghan graduate from elementary school and start middle school. As they leave, his system notifies him that he has completed the Dominate 9 years of compulsory education, unlocking the kindergarten Kid King and elementary school Top Dog titles. He becomes excited to unlock the middle school Overlord title next, which will grant him the survival of the fittest attribute during the break. He sticks to a high-intensity training regimen. His training includes 1,000 push UPS with a massive boulder on his back, granting him huge stat boosts. His hard work pays off. Just before school begins, after a 10 kilometers run, his system announces his biological level has broken through to ordinary 3rd tier. His physical attributes increase dramatically. He can now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, has a vertical jump of 4 meters, and can run the 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. As his power grows, he wonders what level the Kyoto prodigy has reached. Coincidentally, a news story airs on TV the night before school starts. The report reveals the now 14-year-old prodigy has fused with giant ant genes and can lift a 2,000 kilograms alloy block with one hand. Lindsay Kahn calculates that since giant ant genes increase strength by a factor of 4 to 8, the prodigy's true lift without the gene enhancement is only around 500 kilograms. This means Lin Zicheng is still fundamentally stronger. He smiles, imagining how powerful he will become with future gene fusion. The next day, middle school begins. Because he was the city's top student, all the best middle schools tried to recruit him. He accepted the invitation from Shanghai Middle School, but only if Shun Changhan could be in his class. During registration, they are welcomed by the principal and their new homeroom teacher, who express how much they are counting on him. After a few pleasantries, he makes an excuse and leaves with Shun Qinghan. The real reason he chose Shanghai Middle School was for its excellent athletic facilities. They had planned to play badminton on the school's court before classes officially started. On the court, an excited Shun Shanghan tells Lin Zicheng, "Shout, Chun, they should start." She serves with a flourish, calling out her fairy's curveball. Lin Zicheng easily catches the shuttlecock mid-air, but their game is interrupted. A group of upperclassmen approaches, and their leader in a backward cap snatches the shuttlecock, informing them the court is reserved. His friends mockingly offer to let Shun Qinghan stay and spar with them. Shun Qinghan stands her ground, telling them they have to follow the rules. And they were there first. Lin Ziqian, seeing them get too close to Shun Qinghan, steps in with a cold expression. He tells them to get away from her and reminds them of the first come, first serve rule. The leader scoffs, arrogantly declaring he is taking the court. The leader holds the shuttlecock and tosses it up, but before he can serve, Lin Ziqian moves. He declares that from now on, his rules are the only ones that matter. With a surge of power, he leaps and smashes the shuttlecock with incredible force. The shuttlecock rockets across the court, a white blur. It moves so fast the leader barely has time to react. The force of the impact shatters his racket and sends his cap flying. The upperclassmen are left in shock, sweating and trembling. They wonder if Lin Ziqian is even human, questioning if he's a gene fuser. One notes with terror that, if the shot had been off by a little, their boss's head would have been taken off. Thoroughly intimidated, the upperclassmen bow deeply in apology. They tell Lin Ziqian they understand the rules now and will be leaving immediately. They then beat a hasty retreat, perhaps because word of the incident spread. No one ever dared to bully Lin Ziqian or Shun Qinghan again. Aside from being bigger with better facilities, their new school life felt much the same. Academically, Lin Ziqian was far ahead, having finished the middle school curriculum long ago. During class, he would read interesting books to pass the time. At night, after workouts, he would use his celestial route of wisdom to learn new skills online, quickly dabbling in cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and various sports. To unlock the middle school overlord title, he didn't just rank first in every subject, he also represented the school in national competitions. He stood amidst a mountain of trophies. To keep a low profile, he was careful not to win first place. In every competition, a semester went by and the title still hadn't unlocked. However, his performances earned him many fangirls, who left stacks of love letters on his desk. He ignored them. Aside from tutoring Shun Qinghan, he focused on the upcoming school sports festival. He believed that if he completely dominated it, he should finally unlock the title. For the festival, he entered only 3. Shot put, high jump, and sprinting, representing strength, jumping, and speed. He achieved an astonishing 201-meter throw in the shot put. Although he held back to avoid seeming too superhuman, he still easily took first place in all his events. Just as he was sitting with Shun Qinghan, admiring his gold medal, he felt a new power surge through his body. A system notification appeared, announcing that because his achievements far surpassed every other student, he had unlocked the middle school overlord title, with all 3 school-age titles unlocked that dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Achievement was complete, and he had obtained the new biological survival of the fittest. As the power flowed through him, he realized with satisfaction that the title had finally unlocked. As Lin Ziqian and Shun Qinghan leave school, he considers his new survival of the fittest attribute. The ability lets a predator devour the life essence of other creatures to evolve. He wonders what life essence is, lost in thought, until Shun Qinghan calls for him to wait. Snapping back to reality, he gets an idea. He asks Shun Qinghan if he can borrow her beast fong necklace. She agrees and hands it to him. The moment his fingers touch the fong, a system notification appears. It informs him he has devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence, unlocking a new guidebook with 1% progress. A spectral image of a massive, dark butterfly with eyes on its wings appears around him. He is stunned to realize the fong is a butterfly's tooth. That night, hoping to learn more, he searches for abyssal giant butterfly online. To his surprise, the search returns no results. Realizing he'll have to study this exotic beast on his own, he remembers Bei Shu had given him a pair of fangs. He rummages through his bag and finds the second tooth, holding the second fong. He once again absorbs its power. Another system notification confirms He has devoured a second trace of life essence. But the guidebook progress only increases to 2%. He looks at the Fong with disappointment. Realizing there isn't much life essence left in it, he concludes he must find another way to unlock the abyssal giant butterfly's full power the next day after school, to boost his training and ensure a quick escape route from any aberrant beast. Lin Zichen starts biking Shangqing Han to and from school every day. As they leave the school ground, a man calls out to him. Zichen, a man in a tracksuit, stops them and introduces himself as Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. He praises Lin Zichen's performance at the sports meet as the best in school history. With great enthusiasm, Coach Guo formally invites him to join the team, insisting his athletic talent surpasses his academic abilities. He urges Lin Zichen to say yes, but also offers him time to learn about the team before deciding. Coach Guo speaks so quickly and passionately that Lin Zichen doesn't get a chance to say no. Waving goodbye as they ride off, the coach tells them the martial arts team is in room C of the gym and that he'll be waiting for him if he's free to visit. The next day, as the sun sets, Lin Zichen is back in his room, ready to test his new ability. He claps his hands, squashing a cockroach and a mosquito he found. He opens his hands to examine the dead insects, but feels no power surge. He realizes killing such small, ordinary creatures didn't trigger the skill. He deduces that only powerful or exotic beasts carry enough life essence to be devoured for his evolution. To verify his new theory, Lin Zichen decides to visit a supermarket that sells beast meat, with Shun Sheng Han on the back. He bakes them into the city. They soon arrive at a large multi-story supermarket. Inside, they walk through the aisles, and Lin Zichen notes that, while there's plenty of beast meat, it's all prepackaged. He knows he can't test his theory without touching the meat. Just as he's feeling frustrated, he hears a butcher advertising fresh-cut beast meat. He spots a counter with a sign reading fresh beast meat, not prepackaged, safe to eat ware. A butcher is cutting up large sides of meat, telling a confused Sheng Jin to wait. He says he's going to check out the meat. He doesn't explain further, eager to confirm his suspicions, and rushes to the counter. He reaches out and places his hand on a slice of freshly cut beast meat. The moment he makes contact, a powerful surge of purple energy flows into him, just as he thought. The beast meat contains a strong surge of life essence. He clenches his fist in excitement, a wide grin on his face. Shun Sheng Han watches bewildered, wondering why he is so excited just from touching meat. She approaches him with a look of confused concern, asking how the meat feels. Trying to play it cool, Lin Zichen casually tells a bewildered Shun Sheng Han that the meat just feels fresher than normal, and asks if she wants to touch it too. She frantically waves her hands and refuses, saying he has touched it enough for both of them. Having confirmed his theory, Lin Zichen decides to buy some of the beast meat to try at home, surprising Shun Sheng Han. He isn't surprised by her reaction, knowing beast meat is incredibly expensive. Even the cheapest option, the ghost shadow squid, costs nearly 1,000 yuan per GYN. Deciding to go with the squid, he picks up a package. Shun Shenzhen panics at the price, telling him it's too expensive and that he should ask his mother first. Lin Zichen simply smiles and pats her head reassuringly. He tells her not to worry, making up a lie that his mom had already told him to buy plenty for both of their families. A flashback shows his mother, Zhan Wangxin, happily agreeing to cook a feast. Internally lean, Zichen admits that while sharing is part of his plan, his other more important reason is to test if he can absorb life essence through consumption, as he worries direct absorption might spoil the meat. At the checkout, he buys 3 packages of the ghost shadow squid for a hefty 29.94 yen. The female cashier thanks him. As they leave, Lin Zichen thinks about how expensive the meat was, wondering when they'll be able to afford it again. By the time they finish shopping, it is after 9:00 p.m. Knowing the city has been chaotic lately, they decide to head straight home for safety. On the ride home, Elizabethan can't stop thinking about his experiment, unable to wait. He discreetly places his hand on the package of meat. In the basket, he immediately feels a familiar surge of purple energy. His system confirms. He has devoured a trace of the ghost. Shadow Squid's life essence. A new guidebook for the creature is unlocked, but his progress is only 0.1% of spectral. Image of the menacing, multi-eyed squid appears in his mind. As they bike through the quiet streets, he does some mental math. He realizes devouring a small amount of meat only unlocked a fraction of its power. He estimates he'd need to devour 100 jins to reach 100% on the guidebook, costing a staggering 100,000 yen. He considers the squid's special ability to dissolve into water and vanish, and decides the powerful skill is worth the price. His course is clear. He needs to make a huge sum of money, as he can't ask his family for that much. He then remembers his second reason for buying the meat, a test. If absorbing its life essence would cause it to spoil. He glances at the package. It's been a while, but the meat looks perfectly fresh. He grins delighted that absorbing the essence doesn't ruin the meat, as he continues to absorb its power. His progress bar for the squid climbs to 3%. His concentration is broken when Chung Han shouts a warning. He slams on the brakes, screeching to a halt, just inches from a couple in the bike lane, and apologizes. He scolds himself for not watching where he was going, then wonders why the lane is so crowded. Chung Han points ahead. They see a tense standoff. A muscular, red-haired man is holding a woman hostage. At knife point, Chung Han recognizes the hostage in terror as their teacher. Chow May the man shouts threats at the crowd. The area is surrounded by police officers who try to escalate the situation. Through a megaphone, the police captain holds back an officer of Bing, telling him not to shoot recklessly. The captain explains, the target is too close to the hostage, and using her as a shield, making a clean shot impossible. The officer suggests sleeping gas, but the captain rejects it, fearing it would provoke the suspect before it could take effect. While the police hesitate, Lin Ziakin decides to act. He discreetly picks up a small rock from the pavement and flicks it with incredible speed and precision. The rock strikes Officer Bing's gun, causing it to misfire. The stray bullet hits the hostage-taker's hand, forcing him to cry out and drop his knife, releasing Teacher Calmay. Seizing the opportunity, the police captain yells for his team to move in. The officers rush forward and swiftly arrest the disarmed suspect, while a female officer comforts the terrified but unharmed teacher. Calmay, as the situation is controlled. Lin Ziakin quietly gets back on his bike. Shun Sheng. Han looks at him with wide, questioning eyes and asks if he threw the rock. He quickly shushes her, saying they should leave and talk later, and they pedal away. Just as they are about to get away, a voice commands them to stop. The police captain calls out, asking if Lin Ziakin was the one who threw the rock. Panicked at being caught, Lin Ziakin quickly denies everything. With a nervous smile, the captain watches them pedal away, finding it strange that someone wouldn't want to admit to a good deed. He muses aloud that there's a reward for bravery. The word reward instantly catches Lindsay Chen's attention. Needing money, he slams on his brakes, skids to a halt, and rushes back to the captain. He sheepishly retracts his denial, admitting he threw the rock, and explaining that the money is really important to him. The captain tells him to come to the station to make a report, promising to help him apply for the reward. After informing their families, Lindsay Chin and Shun Han prepare to head to the police station. He assumes everything will go smoothly, but as the police lead the cuffed suspect away, something goes horribly wrong. The suspect's face begins to twist grotesquely. The police realize with horror that he's a heretic and is mutating into a giant, aberrant rat right before their eyes. The monster breaks its cuffs and goes on a rampage, swiping its massive claws at the officers. The police captain gets on his radio, ordering all forces to open fire, but to protect the civilians. The officers unload their weapons, but the bullets have no effect. A frantic report comes in. identifying the heretic as having fused with Rat King genes and calling for immediate backup. Realizing the danger, Lin Zarin apologizes, grabs both of them, and pulls them away, urging them to run. He is relieved the monster isn't chasing them, but knows they need to get away fast. As they flee, a new figure streaks down from the sky in a purple aura. It's a female cyborg in sleek, futuristic armor. She lands a powerful blow on the giant rat, sending it staggering backward. Hovering in the air, the cyborg, a woman with short, dark purple hair, begins to charge a laser cannon in her chest. With a command to fire, she unleashes a massive, devastating beam of purple energy that engulfs the mutant rat. The creature roars in agony as it is completely disintegrated, leaving nothing but scorched remains. Lin Zichen watches, stunned by the cyborg's incredible power. With the threat gone, Teacher Chao Mei and Shen Qinghan breathe sighs of relief. Lin Zichen, however, is more concerned about his bike, noting with relief that the blast didn't hit it, which would have been a huge financial loss. Just as the tension subsides, he has a sudden realization. He looks into the bike's basket and sees the expensive ghost shadow. Squid meat has spoiled, giving off a foul smell. He now understands his initial theory was correct. Absorbing the life essence causes the meat to spoil, but there's a delay. Holding up a limp tentacle, he realizes he needs an excuse and decides to blame the fight and the now deceased heretic. Putting on a dramatic show, he throws the spoiled tentacle down, loudly blaming the heretic and the cyborgs attack for roasting the meat. Teacher Cal Mei comforts him, saying what matters is that they're all safe. Although they plan to go home at the captain's request, they end up riding with the security team to the station. They didn't expect to be transported in the same van as the heretic's remains. After the laser blast, all that was left was a pile of scorched flesh on a gurney, and the smell was intense. As he sits in the foul-smelling van, another thought strikes Lin Zichen. He remembers that the beast fangs from Bai Shui still contained life essence. Long after the creature was dead, a new possibility dawns on him. Could there be life essence left in this corpse as well? And if so, could he devour the corpse's Rat King gene for himself? Sitting in the police van, El Upsilon en Zeichen Vondas. How much of the Rat King gene he can devour from the heretic? Scorched corpse. Deciding to find out, he discreetly reaches his hand towards the remains. The moment he makes contact, he feels a powerful surge of red energy. His system confirms he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, unlocking its guidebook with an impressive 5% progress. He is shocked by how much he absorbed and realizes the freshness of the source is directly proportional to the amount of life essence he can obtain. The escorting officer of Bing notices his movement and tells him to sit still. Lin Zichen quickly claims he just needed to stretch. Later, at the public security office, he knows that while Bing was easy to fool, the security captain is sharper. The captain informs Lin Zichen that he has applied for his bravery reward, but then questions him more seriously. He asks how a middle schooler at such a distance, and in poor lighting, managed to so precisely hit the heretic's knife hand with a rock. Lin Zichen gives a vague answer, claiming it's because he often trains his right hand. The odd response leaves the captain speechless. Their conversation is interrupted when Shen Xinghan calls out that her auntie is here. Lin Zichen is surprised to see his parents rush into the station. His mother runs towards him in a panic, calling his name with a terrified expression. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug, asking if he's all right, and telling him he's scared her half to death. He tries to calm her, reassuring her that he's fine, and even got a bravery reward. Holding him close, his mother makes him promise that, next time there's danger, he will hide somewhere safe. First, she tells him with tears in her eyes that all she wants is to see him grow up safe. Lin Zichen is visibly moved by his mother's heartfelt concern. As they leave, Lin Zichen reassures his mother he will always protect himself first. The police captain watches them go, still pondering the boy's strange abilities. On their way out, Lin Zichen passes two female police officers discussing the case. One remarks that perverts are getting more brazen, and her colleague reveals the heretic was a liberal arts student from Guangyuan University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. The first officer curses the cult, but the second points out they need to eliminate the root cause, the self-proclaimed Rat King. The name instantly catches Lin Zikin's attention. In the car home, he immediately starts researching the rat god cult. On his phone, surprised to find a ton of information. He learns the cult's main base is in Shanghai City, and most of its members are societal outcasts. He uncovers a shocking piece of information, suggesting the Rat King wants to evolve into a higher life form and is forcing its followers to gather evolution materials. This leads him to a chilling. Has the Rat King, an aberrant beast, already developed sentience? His thoughts are interrupted when he glances out the window and sees a giant rat, nearly the size of a cat, on the sidewalk. For a moment, he wonders if it's related to the Rat King, but quickly dismisses the idea, telling himself that in the South, cat-sized rats aren't that unusual. Shaking off the thought, he realizes how quiet Xinjian Han has been. He looks over and sees her squirming uncomfortably, her knees pressed tightly together. He immediately understands. He recalls that ever since she was a child, whenever she gets nervous or startled, she can't control her bladder. While embarrassing for her, Lin Zicheng has always felt this peculiar reaction might be linked to some hidden potential within her. When they get home, Lin Zicheng's mother Zhang Wangxin is shocked that the nearly 3,000 yuan worth of beast meat is gone. Lin Zicheng quickly thinks of an excuse sheepishly, claiming that during the emergency, he must have dropped it while running away. His mother immediately puts his safety first, telling him to forget the meat, and that all that matters is he is unharmed. Elizabethan breathes an internal sigh of relief, glad he fooled his mother. However, his father Lin Yinsheng is more stubborn. He announces he's going back to look for the expensive meat, boasting that a fated wage slave like him is tough. Lin Zichan tries to stop him, arguing it's too dangerous and the meat is already spoiled. His father becomes suspicious, asking how he could know it had gone bad. Sweating nervously, Lin Zichan quickly claims it was an obvious guess. Meanwhile, back at the now empty public security office, the police captain is still pondering the night's strange events. As he smokes a cigarette, he can't shake the question of how an ordinary middle schooler could have thrown a rock with such incredible power and precision. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise from the corner. His eyes widen in shock as he sees a massive rat, far larger than any normal rodent, perched on top of the filing cabinets. Before he can react, the giant rat leaps down. The captain instantly draws his pistol and opens fire. The confrontation is swift and violent, ending in a bloody blur. The next day, in class, Lin Zichen sighs at his desk, reflecting on the previous night. He concludes he is still too weak compared to the powerful heretic and the female cyborg. He needs to make money fast to buy more beast meat, like the ghost shadow squid, to fill his guidebook's progress bar. He considers becoming an influencer or selling study materials, but dismisses the idea as too flashy. And against his goal of keeping a low profile, suddenly an idea strikes him. He remembers that in this world, martial arts and gene fusion are more important than academics. He decides it's time to act. Later, he heads to the gym, where the martial arts team practices. In Building C, he finds Coach Gu drinking from a thermos and greets him. A surprised coach Gu asks if he's there to join, or just to learn more about the team. Instead of answering, Lin Zichen leans in and discreetly asks if joining the team offers a chance to compete in city tournaments, and if the prize money is high. The coach smiles, confirming he would have a chance, and that prizes are worth tens of thousands. With his main concern addressed, Lin Zicheng shakes the coach's hand and announces he is joining the martial arts team today. Coach Gio happily welcomes him. The coach gathers the team to announce their new member. He introduces Lin Zicheng, reminding them of his performance as the sports meet champion. The other team members, Zhang, Kai Huang, Tianxing, Orisheng, Li Shatong, and Han Igua introduce themselves. Finally, Lingsicon introduces himself. Since Lingsicon has no formal martial arts training, Coach Gay demonstrates basic fist and leg techniques. The coach explains the moves look simple, but are difficult to master, noting that the team's fastest learner, Li Sutong, took a week to perfect them. He then encourages Lingsicon to try. Lin Zichun assumes a ready stance, thanks to his celestial root of wisdom attribute, which grants him heaven-sent martial insight. He has already memorized and understood every detail of the demonstration just by watching as he practices the fist techniques. A system notification awards him points in vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency. He executes the hand and fist movements with flawless precision and speed. He transitions seamlessly into the leg techniques, performing powerful fluid kicks. Another system notification grants him points for his leg muscles, dexterity, and proficiency. The coach and the team watch in stunned silence. The coach's jaw drops, and he almost fumbles his thermos, unable to believe it. He wonders how someone could learn the complex forms perfectly after one look, staring at the flawless performance. A single thought forms in his mind. He must be a once-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. That evening in Shanghai, Lin Zicheng's mother, Zhang Wangxin, calls him for dinner. He rushes out eagerly, spoon in hand, asking what she made. She proudly presents a large platter of the ghost shadow squid. He wanted the aroma is incredible, and he tells his mother how amazing it smells. She urges him to eat while it's hot. He takes a bite and praises her cooking as the best in the world. Please, she tells him to eat a lot, as she bought 3 full gins for him. As he eats, the system notification appears. He has devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence by consuming it, bringing his guidebook progress to 301%. He realizes with frustration that eating the meat works just as well. If he had known, he wouldn't have spoiled the first batch by touching it. While they eat, a news report catches their attention. It's about a 14-year-old genius girl, the youngest cyborg in history, after fusing with an energy core. Her energy system grants her superhuman abilities, lifting a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jumping 8 meters vertically. Watching this, Lin Zichun ponders the debate in his between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion and this girl's cybernetics. Which path is stronger? His thoughts are interrupted by another breaking news story. It announces that the security captain they met, He Chunshan, was killed in his office. Surveillance footage showed he was attacked and devoured by a giant mutant rat that infiltrated the station. Medics are shown wheeling his body into an ambulance. Lin Zichun is horrified. He recalls the large rat he saw the night before and wonders if it was connected. He imagines a giant rat rampaging through the city. The captain's death is a grim reminder of the escalating danger. Staring intently, Lingsicon decides he must intensify his training. Immediately following the police captain's death, Lingsicon dedicates himself to a grueling training regimen. After intense practice, he can now sprint 100 meters in a blistering 461 seconds. His physical power has skyrocketed. His vertical jump is 53 meters, and he can lift an astounding 1,200 kilograms with one hand. In addition to his personal training, he continues his martial arts practice with the school team, hoping to boost his strength quickly for the upcoming tournament. The next morning at school, he heads to the gym to practice, with a curious Shun Qinghan tagging along. On their way, a girl with pink hair warmly greets Lin Zichun and offers him a bottle of fresh milk. He politely declines, thanking her, and walks past with Shun Qinghan, leaving the girl disappointed. Watching from a distance is his teammate John Kai. He clenches his fist in anger, resentful that the person who beat him at the sports meet is rejecting a gift from the girl he admires. Unable to contain his frustration, John Kai rushes forward and blocks their path. He confronts Lin Zichun, scolding him for his poor manners and for hurting the girl's feelings. When Lin Zicheng calmly explains he is allergic to milk, John Kai refuses to believe him and calls him a liar. Enraged John Kai points at Lin Zicheng and challenges him to a spar. He sets the if he loses, he will never bother Lin Zicheng again. But if Lin Zicheng loses, he must drink the whole bottle of milk. Just as the challenge is issued, a new system notification appears. A new achievement mission has been triggered. Defeat 1,000 different opponents. Informal competition for the survival of the fittest. Biological trait. A sly grin spreads across Lin Zichen's face. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for, surrounded by a menacing purple aura. He accepts the challenge, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he agrees to the spar. Word of the duel spreads quickly through the school. Two students excitedly decide to go watch the fight between the popular junior, Lin Zicheng, and a senior. By the time they are ready, the gym is packed with onlookers in a large circle around the sparring area. The crowd is clearly on Lin Zichen's side. Many of his female fans cheer him on, telling him to teach his opponent a lesson, including the pink-haired girl from earlier, who gets her phone ready. Yan Kistos, annoyed that everyone assumes he will lose, he internally admits Lin Zichen's talent has grown incredibly over the past month. He sees this duel as his last chance to put the rising genius in his place and show off his own strength. In contrast to his opponent's intensity, Lin Zichen seems unfazed. He casually states that he needs to go home for dinner and asks if they can make the fight quick. Taking this as an insult, John Kai smirks and agrees to grant his wish. Coach Goff steps between them to officiate. He raises his hand to start reminding them of the rules. However, before the fight begins, John Kai shouts for them to wait. With a condescending grin, he offers Elizabethan a handicap. He points out that he has trained for nearly 2 years, while Elizabethan is a novice of only a month. To be fair, he declares, he will let Elizabethan have the first 3 moves. Lin Zicheng simply agrees. The moment he agrees, Lin Zicheng explodes into motion. He closes the distance in a blur, catching Zhang Kai by surprise. Before his opponent can raise his guard, Lin Zichen unleashes a single devastating punch. The blow connects with brutal force, sending blood flying from John Kai's nose. He is knocked out instantly, collapsing unconscious on the gym floor. The entire gym is stunned into silence. Coach Goff's jaw drops as he stares in disbelief, shouting that the fight was over in 1 punch. The rest of the martial arts team and the crowd are equally shocked, calling the outcome ridiculous, unable to process that the duel was over in a single second. The silence is broken by a roar of celebration. Shen Xinghan throws her fist in the air, ecstatically cheering for Lin Zicheng's victory. The other girls, including the one with pink hair, join in shouting about how amazing he was, standing over his defeated opponent. Lin Zichen receives a system notification. It informs him that by defeating a rival and winning the affection of the opposite sex, he has obtained priority mating rights. More importantly, his new mission progress is now 1,000. He reflects that he has a long way to go to unlock the natural selection attribute. To speed up his progress, he turns to the remaining terrified members of the martial arts team. With a friendly but unsettling smile, he suggests they should all spar as well. The team members stare back, their faces pale with horror. Immediately, they all start making pathetic excuses. One is cram school, another's mother is waiting for dinner, while others pretend to feel sick. Before they can flee John, Kai struggles to his knees. He refuses to accept his loss, furiously accusing Lin Zicheng of a sneak attack and vowing to crush him in a rematch. Coach Goff steps in, telling John Kai to accept his loss like a man. The coach then wonders aloud if the punch was just a lucky shot, deciding to test the theory on another team member named Xiao Lizzie. Hearing his name, a spiky-haired boy freezes in terror, though he assumes a fighting stance. He is clearly terrified, begging Lin Zichen for mercy and not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, the results are clear. Several martial arts team members are lying unconscious on the gym floor. Lin Zichen stands over them, noting he made sure not to go too hard on them and just exchange a few blows. However, when he checks his system, again he is disappointed. Aside from the initial victory, none of the other spars counted toward his achievement. The rival count remains at 1,000. He realizes friendly sparring isn't enough. He has to defeat rivals in an official competition. As he thinks about this, a hand claps his shoulder. Coach Gyo grins manically, declaring that Lin Zichen is a true genius. He exclaims that in just over a month, the newcomer has become the team's ace. Filled with new confidence, the coach proclaims that with Lin Zichen leading, their school will crush all others and take first place at this year's regional martial arts tournament. As Coach Goff celebrates, Lin Zichen has a moment of clarity. He realizes the coach is right. The upcoming tournament is the perfect opportunity to face many official opponents. At once he becomes determined, understanding that as long as he defeats them in an official competition, each victory should count toward his progress. His thoughts are interrupted when a defeated Chang Kai calls his name. Having regained consciousness, Tian Qistans points at Lin Zichen and formally accepts his loss with a bizarre and overly graphic declaration of submission. His strange words leave everyone, including Shun Qinghan, Coach Gay, and Lin Zichen, completely shocked and disturbed. With the duel over, the spectators and coach quickly flee, leaving a bewildered John Kai alone, complaining he hadn't finished his speech. In this world, high schoolers must choose between martial arts or academics given the world's dangers. The martial arts class is considered the superior choice. Determined not to be left behind, Shin Qinghan decides to join the martial arts class and begins training rigorously with Lin Zichen. Their daily routine is intense. They start with a 3,000-meter run, followed by an hour of hand-to-hand combat practice. After that, they do sit UPS and push UPS to build strength. To conclude each session, Lin Zichen gives Shun Qinghan a massage to relieve her muscle tension. Of course, Lin Zichen doesn't slack on his own training. He pushes himself to the limit daily, driven by the goal of winning the tournament and unlocking the natural selection attribute as quickly as possible. 1 month later, all their hard work is about to be tested. The day of the regional martial arts tournament has arrived, and a determined Lin Zichen is ready to compete. The tournament is at the massive city gymnasium, with a huge crowd around a central fighting ring. In the waiting area, the mood is tense. Coach Gao nervously reviews the roster, complaining that their school, Shanghai High, drew a match against the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 High. Another team member adds to the anxiety, mentioning their opponents have a fighter who can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds, leaving them feeling outmatched. Sensing the team's low morale, Lin Zichen calmly raises his hand and volunteers to fight first. Though still worried, Coach Goff agrees to let his ace take the stage. As Lin Zichen walks into the arena, Shin Qinghan cheers him on from the sidelines, while Coach Goff shouts encouragement through a megaphone. Lin Zichen prepares himself for the fight. His opponent, a much larger and more muscular student from Shanghai No. 1 High, steps forward. He acknowledges Lin Zichen's talent for making it to the tournament as a first year. However, his tone quickly turns mocking. He sneers that the stage isn't meant for a shorty who hasn't even hit 17 meters. Flexing his bicep, he promises to show Lin Zichen what a true gap in size and power feels like. The referee signals for the duel to begin. The large opponent rushes forward, unleashing a powerful punch. To his shock, Lin Zichen doesn't retreat. He effortlessly sidesteps the blow and counters with a swift punch to his opponent's chest. The impact is devastating. The force sends the massive student flying backward across the arena, knocking him out cold. The announcer stares in stunned silence before stammering a victory for Lin Zichen. On the sidelines, Shun Qinghan jumps to her feet, cheering that her Shun was amazing. The rest of the Shanghai High team erupts in celebration, mobbing their coach and shouting that Lin Zichen is insane, dismissing his opponent's strength as dead muscle. Meanwhile, on the other side, The coach for Shanghai number 1 High is furious. He berates his defeated student for charging in blindly, without using his footwork. Back in the ring, Lin Zichen receives a system notification, confirming he has defeated another tournament rival, improving his ranking, and bringing his elimination count to 2-100. He clenches his fist, satisfied that these matches are what he needs to advance. The opposing coach, determined to stop this, calls his next fighter forward, a boy named Chen Feng, and orders him to crush the first year as quickly as possible. Chen Feng calmly agrees. He steps onto the stage and assumes a ready stance, looking far more composed than the last fighter. The announcer signals for the second duel to begin. Chen Feng immediately showcases his superior technique, moving with incredible speed and launching a flurry of attacks. Lin Zichen calmly meets the assault, blocking a powerful kick with one hand. However, the force of his block sends Chen Feng spinning wildly through the air before he crashes hard onto the arena floor unconscious. Medics rush in with a stretcher and carry Chen Feng away, stating he needs a head scan. The crowd is left bewildered. They murmur among themselves, questioning what just happened, and speculating that the student from Shanghai High must be insanely lucky. Some angry spectators shout that the tournament must be rigged, demanding a refund. However, the coach of Shanghai number 1 High knows better, clutching his head in despair. He realizes with dawning horror that this isn't luck. The first year from Shanghai High is the real deal. Back in the waiting area, the coach has a new strategy. He calls his next fighter, a spiky-haired boy named Gao Fei, and gives him strict orders to focus entirely on defense, warning him that he cannot afford to lose. Gao Fei, however, is brimming with confidence. He calmly tells his coach not to worry, assuring him he will win. As he walks to the ring, Gao Fei internally dismisses Lin Zichen's victories. He believes his opponent isn't strong and has only won through tricks. With his superior speed, running the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds, and greater experience, he is certain he can't lose. The crowd is buzzing. Spectators discuss Gao Fei's reputation, marveling at his speed. One person mentions his father is a gene fusion user, explaining his enhanced abilities. The consensus is that Lin Zixian's impressive run is about to end, though they acknowledge his great potential. The announcer signals for the duel to begin, ignoring his coach's instructions. Gao Fei immediately goes on the offensive, lunging at Lin Zixian with a powerful kick. He follows up with rapid strikes, unleashing his special technique, the flowing water shattering rock fist. His coach watches in fury, shouting at his disobedient student for attacking. Gao Fei scoffs at defense, believing a genius like him doesn't need it. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen, easily evading the blows, finds the technique interesting and decides to learn it on the spot. Gao Fei grows frustrated as he can't land a single hit. He stops out of breath and demands to know how Lin Zichen is dodging his attacks. Unfazed, Lin Zichen calmly asks if he has any other moves, taunting him enraged. Gof unleashes another desperate barrage of punches, seeing the same predictable moves. Lin Zichen decides the time for observation is over. He thinks, all right, then let's end this. He effortlessly dodges the final punch and counters with a single powerful kick to Gao Fei's midsection, ending the match instantly. The crowd is once again left in stunned, speechless silence. The silence is shattered by thunderous cheers from the Shanghai High supporters. Coach Gao and Shun Qinghan are ecstatic, shouting that their Xiao Chun is a beast and celebrating his 3rd consecutive victory. The rest of the tournament proceeds just as easily. The next few opponents are even weaker. He effortlessly defeats each one, and soon he has single-handedly wiped out all 5 fighters from the opposing team. Over the next 2 days, the story is much the same. He continues his dominant performance, taking down 2 more schools by himself. Thanks to his incredible display, he successfully leads Shanghai High to win the championship. He and his team proudly pose with their medals and trophy. However, as he checks his system, his rival count is only 16-100. He realizes with disappointment that at this rate, it will take years to unlock the natural selection attribute. Despite his slow quest progress, there is a silver lining. He didn't expect Coach Go to be so generous, but he gets the bulk of the tournament prize money, a full 20 million. Combining this with prize money from academic competitions, he now has around 30,000 yuan. That money doesn't last long. He immediately spends it all at the supermarket on a massive supply of ghost shadow squid meat for the next several weeks. He devours the expensive meat at every meal. After consuming 30 jin, his codex unlock. Progress for the ghost shadow squid reaches 33%. His intensive training and consumption of beast meat pay off by his second year of middle school. He breaks through to the next level, advancing from ordinary Tier 3 to Tier 4. His physical abilities reach new heights. He can now effortlessly lift 1890 kilograms with one hand, jump 565 meters vertically, and sprint 100 meters in just 449 seconds. Time flies. And soon he and Shun Chenghan graduate from Shanghai's middle school division. However, when the high school entrance exam results are released, their paths seem destined to diverge. A heartbroken Shang Qinghan sits in her room crying. She asks Lin Zaishan why, after all her hard work, they can't go to the same high school anymore. He explains that while he ranked first in both liberal arts and martial arts, and her academic scores were excellent, her martial arts score wasn't high enough for the elite class at Shanghai High. As he comforts the crying Shang Chenghan, she asks what will happen now. He tells her the principal of Shanghai High is coming to his house, likely to recruit him, and asks if she will come. Feeling hopeless, she tearfully replies that it has nothing to do with her, as the principal is obviously only coming for him. Taking her hand, Lin Zichuan pulls her up and leads her out of the room. He tells her not to worry, he has a plan. He reveals his one condition for staying at Shanghai High. Shen Qinghan has to be his desk mate. As promised, the principal of Shanghai High visits Lin Zicheng's home. She is mother, and Shen Qinghan discuss his future for several hours, with the principal expressing how much she wants him to stay at her school. As the meeting concludes, the principal stands to leave. As a final offer, she tells Lin Ziqian that if he agrees to stay, she will grant any request he has. Taking the opportunity, Lin Ziqian states his one condition. Shang Qinghan must be allowed to continue in the same class with him. The principal looks at the nervous Shang Qinghan and confirms her name. Without hesitation, she agrees. With a smile, she tells them both to report to Shanghai High together for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Zichen and Shun Chenghan thank her. With their high school future secured, Lin Zichen participates in his final junior high martial arts tournament. As expected, his overwhelming power easily leads his team to another championship. He decides to use the prize money to finally unlock the ghost Shadow Squid Codex. He was only 20% away, and the new prize money was enough to max out the progress bar. Unsure what might happen, he travels to a secluded forest outside Shanghai, for safety deciding not to waste time. He begins devouring the life essence from the last of the squid meat. A powerful blue energy surrounds him. As a system notification confirms, he is absorbing a large amount of essence. His eyes widen as he feels a final surge of power, and the Codex progress bar hits 100%. A new notification announces he has unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and obtained a new biological attribute, Blessing of Liquid Affinity. The ability enhances his affinity with water, allowing him to move freely and even vanish in aquatic environments. However, as the power settles, he stands in the quiet forest, holding the limp squid tentacles, and feels his new ability is kinda underwhelming. Still feeling underwhelmed, Lin Zaichan tests his new ability in a nearby pond. He finds his Blessing of Liquid Affinity has some benefits. He can soak for long periods without his skin wrinkling, and swimming is much easier with reduced water resistance. However, there are no other noticeable effects. He sits in the water and rationalizes that Since the ghost shadow squid is a low-tier beast, it's fair the ability isn't very powerful. He resolves that to get better attributes, he will either have to save up for higher-grade beast, meet, or become strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutant beasts himself. The memory of the terrifying giant mutant rats strengthens his resolve, and he clenches his fist, determined to grow stronger. With less than a week before school begins, Lin Zichen's mother and Sheng Chenghan's family decide to go on a trip to better study his new liquid affinity. Lin Zicheng suggests they go to the beach. As they stand in the ocean, Sheng Chenghan shivers and complains. The seawater is cold. Lin Zicheng, however, feels perfectly at home. He tells her to ease into it, and then dives into the water, swimming with incredible speed. As he moves, his system rewards him with stat points for swimming and diving. From ashore, a nervous Shen Qinghan calls out, asking him to teach her how to swim. Lin Zichuan pops his head out of the water. Suddenly, remembering his childhood friend doesn't know how yet, he begins patiently teaching her the basics. Given her average athletic talent, he assumes she will struggle. However, Shen Qingyan proves him wrong. She excitedly exclaims that swimming is surprisingly easy and that she learned it right away. Diving effortlessly, she swims gracefully and surfaces with a look of shock. Surprised she can dive without any instruction, Lixican watches in shock as a strange blue aura of water seems to emanate from her. After she surfaces, she excitedly tells him how amazing it feels. She notes that, while opening one's eyes underwater usually stings, she feels no discomfort in fact. She finds it cool and pleasant. Her words leave Lindsay chin deep in thought. He watches her swim away, finding the situation unusual. He reasons that even with a natural talent for water, there's no way she could have mastered all the skills. So instantly her rapid learning is simply not normal. Suddenly a realization dawns on him. He recalls her lifelong problem with bedwetting. When nervous, he wonders if this weakness is actually a sign of a powerful, innate water affinity she was born with. The idea excites him. He becomes convinced she might possess some kind of special cultivation body, like a character from his parents' Sanyashia novels. To test his theory, they continue diving. Her performance shocks him even more. As they explore the underwater world, he notes they have been holding their breath for over 10 minutes, an incredible feat for a beginner like Sheng Qinghan. As they swim, Sheng Qinghan's expression suddenly changes. A strange, swirling sound begins to vibrate through the water. Around her, both look up, trying to find the source. They surface abruptly, and Sheng Qinghan cries out as the glowing blue water swirls around her. Later that night, as they walk along the beach, Lindsay Khan asks what happened. Shivering, she explains that underwater, she kept hearing strange and creepy sounds right by her ear. He comforts her and asks what kind of sounds. She tells him she couldn't understand the language, but it was a female voice that echoed non-stop until she surfaced. To help a frightened Sheng Xianhan calm down, Lin Xiaochuan brings her back to their hotel room. Later, he searches online for information about the strange female voice, but finds no results. Unsettled and unable to sleep, he uses his restless energy to train. As he performs 1,000 weighted sit UPS, he feels a sudden surge of power. A system notification announces his hard work has paid off. He has advanced to ordinary tier 5. Surprised but pleased, he considers his new strength. He realizes that at tier 5, he is powerful enough to rival a fully grown giant mutant rat. A determined glint appears in his eyes as he clenches his fist, confident that tearing the beasts apart with his bare hands is no longer impossible. Eager to test his new limits, he goes to the empty beach at night. The stat boost is immense. His 100-meter dash time has dropped to a mere 364 seconds, and his vertical jump has increased to an incredible 698 meters. To test his strength, he finds a nearby car and discovers he can now lift the 1,600-kilogram vehicle with one hand. With this new progress, his life moves forward. The vacation ends, and he and Sheng Qinghan begin high school. At Shanghai High, on their first day, they arrive early for class duty. Two new female classmates immediately recognize him, whispering excitedly about how handsome he is and how lucky they are to be on duty with him. While he is surprised his classmates know him, something even more unexpected happens. Simply performing class duty triggers a new system. Quest the achievement requires completing 1,000 cooperative tasks for a new biological attribute, social animal. As he cleans the classroom with Shun Qinghan, he wonders what this new attribute will do. Since the school year has just begun, he takes the opportunity to visit the Mammoth supermarket after school. Now that he has unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex, he knows it's time to choose a new target for his ability. As he browses the expensive beast meat section, his eyes lock onto a new item. In one of the refrigerated cases is the packaged head of a savage giant eagle, priced at 1,998 yuan per gene. An eager grin spreads across his face as he picks up the package, making this will be his next target. The savage giant eagle is a higher tier, aberrant beast than the ghost shadow squid. It has incredibly powerful vision, 30 times stronger than a normal human's, making it a formidable hunter that can precisely capture even the fastest prey. Back in his room, Linksican examines the eagle meat. He concludes that unlocking its guidebook is a worthy goal, as its enhanced vision would provide a massive combat advantage. He also notes its price of 1998 yuan per juan makes it one of the more affordable options. He places his hand on the meat, and a blue energy surrounds him. As his system confirms, he has devoured a trace of the savage giant eagle's life essence, unlocking 1% of its guidebook. After some calculations, he realizes that since one jin of meat provides only 1% progress, he will need to spend over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the guidebook. He understands that high school tournament prize money is much higher than in middle school. With renewed determination, he decides he must work harder in competitions to earn the money to unlock the savage giant eagle's codex before his second year. With the end of summer vacation, Lindsay Shin's high school life at Shanghai High begins. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves: the martial arts and homeroom teacher, the mechanical modification teacher, the gene fusion teacher, and the wilderness survival teacher. After their introductions, they ask the students to introduce themselves. Several students go first. A girl with long purple hair, Chu Yutong, says her specialty is in the arts. She is followed by an energetic pink-haired girl, Zhong Yijia, who shares her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Next, a boy named Manhwa. Guan says he likes to play video games at home. Soon it is Shun Chenghan's turn. Being the center of attention makes her extremely nervous. With a blushing face, she manages to say her name is Sheng Qinghan, that she enjoys drawing, and asks everyone for their future guidance. Finally, it is Lin Zikin's turn. His introduction is the shortest and most direct. He simply stands and states his name, asking for everyone's support. After introductions, time passes quickly. A new female classmate with brown hair approaches, Xinjian Han, who looks surprised. The girl asks Xinjian Han for her entrance exam score. Shun Xinghan nervously replies that she scored 709 points, and then asks the new girl, Chu Rui, for her score. Chu Rui is impressed, exclaiming that Shun Xinghan's score is more than 10 points higher than her own 698. Chu Rui then asks about the physical fitness portion, admitting she only scored 95 out of 100. This question makes Shun Qinghan extremely uncomfortable. She stammers that her score wasn't as good, internally panicking because her score of 79 was so low. She almost didn't make it into the elite class, and feels too embarrassed to say it out loud. Not getting the hint, the persistent Shirwei continues to guess if Shun Qingguan scored 94 or 93. Shun Qingguan, looking down in shame, quietly tells her it was even lower. Cho-ri continues guessing scores in the low 90s, making Shin-ching and even more flustered. Suddenly, a hand slams down on the desk between them, startling Cho-rui. It's Lin Zicheng. He smoothly leans in and asks the flustered girl if he can add her on WeChat, surprised and thrilled that a handsome boy is giving her attention. She eagerly agrees. From her seat, Shun Chenjin breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that Linziken saved her from the awkward conversation. Linziken then turns to another male classmate, AU, and also asks to exchange contact information. After adding them, he creates a 4-person group chat. A system notification immediately confirms he has successfully created a group, completing another cooperative task. His progress for the social animal achievement is now at 2 out of 1,000. He reflects that this quest is surprisingly easy. After creating the group chat, the 4 new friends start to get to know each other. He reveals he is from the neighboring Nanyuan city and comes from a prestigious martial arts family that runs a dojo. He even proudly mentions placing 8th in the Nanyuan City Youth Martial Arts Competition. Churue shares that her family owns a chain of clothing stores, making her wealthy. After Lin, Zicheng and Shun Qinghan also share their backgrounds. The 4 quickly become a close-knit group. Just as they are getting comfortable, Yu asks the others to guess who the strongest student in their class is. Chu Ru immediately points to Lin Zicheng, guessing it must be him, since he was the top scorer on the entrance exam for their entire district. This shocks Hiyu, who had no idea his new friend was so accomplished. However, Lin Zichern humbly suggests that being the top scorer doesn't necessarily make someone the strongest. He reveals a surprising. The principal had spent a lot of money to recruit 2 exceptionally powerful students from Nanyang City for their class. Yu then points out the 2 students. The first is a boy with blonde hair, Wang Shoujia, the 3rd-ranked student in Nanyuan City, who can run the 100-meter dash in 798 seconds. The second is a large muscular boy, Lu Gong, who has immense natural strength and can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Xin Senghan and Shu Rui are both visibly impressed and intimidated. Lin Zichuan, on the other hand, remains completely calm. Internally, he scoffs at their achievements, knowing he had surpassed those numbers. Back in elementary school, soon the bell rings again, and the next class is for distributing textbooks. There are 4 main subjects for the martial arts: gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Since Lindsay Shin had already self-studied all the material, he decides to use the free time to find a secluded spot to train. As he trains, his thoughts turn to the larger threats. He remembers the dangerous rat god cult is still active. The police have only captured some lower-level heretics, but the powerful Rat King, their leader, remains at large. This grim reality fuels his determination. He clenches his fist, resolving to increase his power as quickly as possible and reach at least Tier 6, a level he believes will be strong enough to confront even the Rat King. The first practical class is wilderness survival. The teacher, Su Chungbei, gathers the students in a wooded area and asks if any know how to make a fire by drilling wood. Yu mutters it's a useless skill. To everyone's surprise, both Wang Shoujia and Lu Gang step forward and successfully start fires using the primitive method. The teacher is impressed and asks how they learned. Lu Gong explains he learned at a summer camp, while Wang Shoujia says he taught himself by watching videos online. After they are done, Lin Zicheng easily teaches the same technique to his own small group, and they quickly master it. Later in martial arts class, the teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, announces he will teach them a special breathing and cultivation technique. Once again, Wang Shoujia and Lu Gang loudly declare they have already learned it, showing off for the class. Though their demonstration is a bit clumsy, they manage. Lin Zichen, who already knows these skills, decides to maintain his low profile in this way. Over a month passes uneventfully. One day, in mechanical modification class, the teacher, Ci Yuan Fei, announces a test to check their progress. To motivate them, he reveals cash prizes for the top: 888 yuan for first, 666 for second, and 333 for third. Lin Zichen's eyes light up when he hears about the prize money, realizing the first place reward is almost enough to buy half a jin of the expensive savage giant eagle meat. With everyone motivated, the class begins the exam. Coincidentally, the gene fusion teacher, Lu Darren, has the same idea, and also springs a surprise exam with the same prize structure. After the two difficult exams, the students are drained. Hayu collapses onto his desk groaning. The other students complain about how difficult the questions were. One girl laments that she was hoping for a 90, but will be lucky to get a passing grade of 60, while everyone else complains. Wang Shuji and Lu Gong begin to casually brag. Lu Gong asks Wang Shuji how he did. Wang Shuji confidently replies that he should score a 95, as he only struggled with the last part of the final question. Lu Gong nonchalantly agrees, stating he is in the same boat and also expects a 95. Listening to their arrogant exchange, Hiyu glares at them, clenching his fists in fury, and thinking about how badly he wants to punch them. The teacher announces the results of the mechanical augmentation test. He reads the scores, revealing that Gui Yuanling received 52 points, while Sheng Qinghan passed with 61. Sheng Qinghan excitedly tells Lin Zicheng she passed, and he congratulates her on her hard work. The teacher continues announcing Hiyu scored an impressive 88 points. His friends praise him, and he humbly replies he was just lucky, promising to treat them to a meal with his third-place prize of 333 yuan. Next, the teacher confirms Lu Gang and Wang Shoujia both scored 95, just as they predicted, complimenting them for being only one question away from a perfect score. Wang Shuji confidently claims that with 10 more minutes, he could have solved the final problem, and Lu Gang agrees. Listening to them brag, Hiyu is frustrated, but comforts himself with the thought that third place is still his. However, the teacher then reveals a shocking result. Despite the test's difficulty, one student achieved a perfect score: Lin Zicheng with 100 points. Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong are stunned, shouting the result is absurd. The rest of the class erupts in cheers. Even a defeated Hiyu joins in, recognizing Lin Zicheng is on another level. Shen Qinghan and Chu Ruwei celebrate his victory as the glory of Shanghai. Ignoring the praise, Lin Zicheng's focus is on the prize. He raises his hand and asks Teacher Kai when the 888 UN prize for first place will be distributed. The teacher promises to send it later. Internally, finding Lin Zichen's intense focus on money strange. An hour later, the gene fusion exam results are announced. The teacher Kai Yuan Fei reads the scores. This time the non-Yuan duo did not perform as well. Lu Gang scored 81 and Wang Shoujia 83. Though still good scores, they are clearly disappointed. In contrast, Sheng Chenghan achieves an excellent 78, placing her in the top 5. She celebrates with Chu Rue, to the shock of his classmates. Lin Zicheng once again secures a perfect score, effortlessly winning another prize. This second crushing victory deals a huge blow to the confidence of Hiyu, Wang Shoujia, and Lu Gong, who are left demoralized, unable to accept their defeat. Wang Shuji and Lu Gong question how anyone could get full marks on such a difficult test, openly suggesting Lin Zicheng must have known the answers in advance. The teacher Kai Yuan Fei immediately shuts down their accusation, stating firmly that it is impossible. He explains that he personally designed every question, and the answers are not available online, making cheating impossible. The two are left speechless. Their classmates are not so kind. Hiyu and Chu Rui laugh, mocking Wang Shuji and Lu Gang for being sore losers. Hiyu calls them a disgrace to Nan Yuan City, and Chu Rui adds that uncultured, ugly people always cause the most trouble. After lunch, the practical exam for wilderness survival begins. The teacher, Su Chungbei, explains the rewards are the same, with cash prizes for the top 3. The exam has 3: climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction, having been beaten in the academic tests. Wang Shoujia tells Lu Gang. They must redeem themselves in the practical exams. Lu Gong agrees, and both glare at Lixican, vowing to crush him and wash away their shame. The exam begins with climbing, where speed determines the winner. As expected, Lixican's superior physical abilities allow him to easily dominate. He scales the rock wall with incredible speed, leaving the Nanwan duo far behind. To secure first place, the tree climbing event ends the same. Lin Ziqing again takes first, while a defeated Wang Shoujia complains he couldn't even see his shadow. While Lin Ziqing excels, he notes his real concern is for Sheng Qinghan. As he expected, she struggles with the climbing and finishes last. However, he isn't worried, knowing her true talent is in the water, and confident she will regain her confidence during the swimming. Segment next is the fire-starting segment. With his eyes on the prize money, Lin Ziqing knows he must continue to crush the Nan Yuan duo. He starts the task with intense focus and speed, successfully creating a fire in just 58 seconds. Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong watch in utter disbelief, wondering how he can be so fast at everything, bewildered by his insane hand speed. The final part of the wilderness survival exam was swimming. This time, it was Shun Changhan's turn to shine. Tapping into her natural affinity for water, she swam with incredible speed, easily crushing the Nan Yuan duo and delivering another heavy blow to their shattered confidence. Wang Shoujia was left in disbelief, unable to understand how Shun Qinghan could suddenly exhibit such explosive power in the water, concluding he must be hallucinating. After the exam, a defeated Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong were completely silent for a long time. However, their silence only lasted through lunch. In the afternoon, the final exam for martial arts began. The teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, announced it was time to test their progress. With a sparring competition, the top 3 would receive prizes motivating the class. For Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong, this reignited their hope. Filled with determination, they resolved to reclaim their pride. They reasoned this was martial arts class, where physical fitness and combat technique truly mattered. They believed if Lin Ziqing was weak in martial arts, his other scores were meaningless. Before sparring, the teacher had everyone do a physical test. As a warm-up measuring their 100-meter sprint, one-hand barbell lift and vertical jump, Lin Ziqing, holding back to avoid being too flashy, still gave an incredible performance. He ran the 100-meter dash in 778 seconds and lifted a 330-kilogram barbell with one hand. His vertical jump was 218 meters, and he easily took first in all 3 events, making sure to only slightly beat the Nan Yuan duo. They were once again left in utter shock. Wang Shoujia couldn't understand how Lin Ziqing could be faster, while Lu Gong was baffled by how someone who didn't look muscular could be so strong. Trying to rally, Wang Shoujia reminded Lu Gong that failing the physical test didn't mean they would lose in sparring, as real combat also required technique. They convinced themselves their superior technique gave them a chance. After the test, everyone moved to the dueling area for the sparring matches. Eager to complete his survival of the fittest achievement, Lin Ziqing stepped into the ring first. However, after his overwhelming display, no one dared to challenge him. Even Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong held back to observe. First, seeing the stalemate, the teacher intervened. He called out a student named Lu Wei and ordered him to spar with Lin Ziqing. The two faced off, but the match was over before it began. To save time, Lin Ziqing ended it instantly with a single devastating punch that sent Lu Wei flying. He then speed ran through the rest of his opponents, taking down every student in the class with the same brutal efficiency. Watching this, Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong are left in utter despair. Wang Shoujia realizes with horror that Lin Ziqing is far stronger than they imagined and probably wasn't going all out. During the physical test, he wonders how anyone could compete with such a monster. Just as their spirits are crushed, He suddenly leaps into the ring, shouting Lu Gang's name. He points at Lu Gang, declaring he's warmed up and at his peak, and challenges him to a fight. Eager to vent his frustration, Liu Gang readily accepts. He reasons that, while he may not be confident against Elizabethan, he can certainly defeat Hiyu, and vows to flatten him in 30 seconds. With a battle cry, Hiyu rushes forward, and the two clash in a fast exchange of blows. However, the fight is decided by the clear gap in their power. Liu Gang easily catches Hiyu's kick, uses his superior strength to swing him around, and then hurls him out of the ring. Hiyu crashes hard, defeated and vomiting, standing victoriously. Liu Gang looks down at his defeated classmate. He offers a backhanded compliment, acknowledging he used physical technique, is the best in their class, but smugly concluding that he is still better. After his victory, Liu Gang turns to see Lin Xian approaching. Lin Xian calmly issues a challenge for them to spar. Internally, he sees this as a perfect chance to make progress on his achievement quest. Fresh off his win and brimming with confidence, Liu Gang smirks and accepts, declaring he is not afraid. Liu Gang immediately goes on the offensive with a powerful punch. However, the gap in their abilities is apparent. Lin Xixin moves with blinding speed, effortlessly dodging the attack and leaving afterimages. Before Liu Gang can register what happened, Lin Xixin counters with a swift kick. The powerful blow connects squarely with Liu Gang's back, and he is sent flying out of the ring, defeated in a single blow. With both Nanyuan duo members utterly defeated, the other students begin to taunt, the last one standing. They shout at Wang Shuji, asking if he's going to avenge his fallen bro, and telling him the pride of Nanyuan now rests entirely on his shoulders. They jeer, telling him not to chicken out. Annoyed, Wang Shuji snaps at the crowd to shut up, claiming he was already planning to fight. He rushes into the ring to face Lin Zicheng. As he stands before his overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he steels his resolve, telling himself that what is meant to come will come, and he must find a way to defeat him. Determined to win, Wang Shuji shouts that he's going all out and rushes at Lin Zicheng with a furious attack. However, his effort is futile. Lin Zicheng effortlessly stops the punch with one hand and counters with a single, devastating blow that sends Wang Shuji flying upside down. He crashes hard onto the gym floor, knocked out and foaming at the mouth, defeated as easily as everyone else. With the Nan Yuan duo taken care of, Lin Zicheng proceeds to systematically take down the rest of the boys in the class, one after another, with the same effortless efficiency. After defeating all the male students, he checks his system. He notes that, according to the survival of the fittest achievement rules, defeating the same person multiple times only counts once. This means his only remaining opponents in the class are the girls. He wonders if any of them will even be willing to spar with him. To his complete surprise, the girls are more than willing. A crowd of his female classmates gathers, blushing and eagerly making heart gestures, all wanting a chance to fight him. The first to volunteer is Chu Yutang, who excitedly raises her hand and challenges him. She leaps into the ring and attacks with surprising speed and agility. However, Lin Zicheng is still on another level. He easily dodges her attack, leaving her to comment on his incredible speed. She gracefully lands, disappointed that she came so close, but couldn't even grab him. Unexpectedly, after Chu Yutang's defeat, the other girls also volunteer to challenge him, one by one of course. Lin Zicheng holds back considerably when facing the girls. His main goal isn't to hurt them, but simply to win the official matches and complete his achievement as quickly as possible. Soon Lin Zicheng finishes, sparring with all the girls in his class. While he has successfully defeated every student, he is still far from completing his achievement task. He is a bit disappointed, but his mood quickly changes when his teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, suddenly announces some good news. The teacher praises the class and tells them that, as elite students, they must learn to challenge those above them. He then announces that in 1 month, their class will challenge the strongest regular class in the second year, and he expects them to be ready. Linsikin, who is just feeling frustrated about the lack of opponents to speed up his survival of the fittest achievement, is overjoyed A new match has been delivered right to his door. A true blessing. After the teacher dismisses the class, a newly humbled Lu Guang approaches Linsikin. He admits he had underestimated the school and declares that from now on, he will consider Lindsay Shun his rival for the next 3 years. Lin Zichen realizes that, with the teacher's plan, to constantly challenge other classes, completing his achievement within a year might not be impossible. Wang Shoujia also confronts him, vowing to wash away the humiliation of his defeat before they graduate. Lin Zichen, however, is more focused on the practical benefits. He calculates that he has earned over 3,000 UN from the exam prizes alone. This excites him, as he can now use this money to buy more beast meat. He clenches his fist, completely ignoring the non-yuan duo, who are left fuming at his arrogant dismissal. That night, back in his room, he considers his financial situation. Although he earns some money from the rewards, it is still far from enough to buy all the beast meat. He needs to earn more money. He decides to follow in his parents' footsteps and registers as a web novel author, beginning his writing journey. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his writing is exceptional. The next morning, he finds a contract invitation from the UN platform in his messages after signing the contract. A piece of news from that very day catches his eye. The report is about a terrifying incident. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutant rat had attacked a frozen meat cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city. The news report details the horrific attack. The mutant rat was over 5 meters long and so powerful that it bit a responding cyborg in half. In a final desperate act, the captured cyborg activated its hidden backup energy core to self-destruct, taking the enemy with it. The resulting explosion was massive, blowing the giant mutant rat to pieces on the spot. Reading the news, Lingxi Chun is horrified. He stares at an image of a monstrous rat, wondering with growing dread how many more of these giant mutant rats are hidden in Shanghai City. He also questions where such enormous creatures could possibly be hiding. The day of the sparring session against the strongest regular class of the second year arrives, and the students gather at the Shanghai High Gymnasium. Before the match, the teacher, Yao Yuan Fei, holds a strategy meeting with his top fighters. He warns them that while their top fighters are strong, the opposing class is stronger overall and will likely use defensive tactics to wear them down. He orders them to finish their fights as quickly as possible. The moment the meeting is over, Lin Zicheng rushes towards the ring, eager to defeat as many new opponents as possible to complete his survival of the fittest achievement. He volunteers to go first. His opponent, a tall girl with long blonde hair from the second-year class, steps into the ring. Seeing who she's up against, she immediately complains to her teacher, pointing out that the elite class has sent their strongest fighter out first. She claims she is the weakest student in her own class and questions how she is supposed to fight him. Hearing this, teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, storms over to the opposing teacher, an older man he calls Brother Feng. He angrily accuses him of breaking the unspoken rules of class sparring, which dictate that the weakest students should fight first. He demands to know why the other teacher sent his strongest student to fight in the first match. To settle the dispute, teacher Yao orders Lin Zicheng down from the stage, telling him he can go later and to let the weaker students go first. Lin Zicheng reluctantly agrees and steps down. The teacher then points to Zhong Yijia and tells her to go first, but she's caught off guard and protests that she isn't ready. Seeing an opportunity, Sheng Qinghan steps forward. She volunteers to fight, telling teacher Yao that since she is the weakest, she should be the one to go first. Sheng Qinghan nervously enters the ring to face the tall, blonde girl, clearly intimidated. From the sidelines, her classmates, including Chu Ruoi and Heyu, begin to cheer loudly, shouting encouragement for their friend Han Han. However, the sudden pressure only makes Shen Qinghan even more nervous. The match begins, and the blonde girl immediately attacks with a powerful punch, which Shen Qinghan manages to block. Despite being outmatched, Shin Han is determined. She knows she can't win, but resolves to hold on for as long as possible, adopting a purely defensive strategy to drain her opponent's stamina. Her plan proves surprisingly effective. 3 minutes later, the blonde girl is breathing heavily. Surprised by Shang Qinghan's endurance, she realizes that if the fight continues, she will run out of stamina, and decides she must finish the match quickly. She rushes forward with a final decisive punch. The blow lands, and Shang Qinghan is knocked to the ground defeated. As she gets back on her feet, she is visibly embarrassed. The teacher Yao Yuan Feng praises her performance. He gives her a thumbs up, telling her she did great, and that her defensive strategy was very smart. Lindsay Chin also comforts her, patting her head gently. He tells her she did well, lasting over 3 minutes against a senior, with an extra year of training, and that she has made big progress. Reassured, Shang Qinghan looks up at him with a happy smile. Following Shang Qinghan's defeat, another female classmate with brown hair from the elite class steps into the ring, seeing that her senior opponent is running out of stamina. After the previous match, she sees an opportunity and rushes in to attack. She throws a powerful kick, but the more experienced senior easily dodges the blow and counters with a swift punch to the face. The brown-haired girl is quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground, where she cries out in pain and is forced to surrender, standing over her defeated opponent. The senior mockingly asks if she was looking down on the regular class by charging in so recklessly. She continues to taunt the girl, telling her that while she may not have her talent, she has trained for a whole year longer. She dismisses her, telling her to come back and fight again after she's trained for another year. Just then, Chu Rui steps forward, filled with determination. She declares that she will avenge Shang Qinghan and crush the senior. Cho Rui proves to be a formidable fighter. She easily defeats her senior opponent with a single, powerful punch from the sidelines. Shang Shenghan Tiege Anghu Siestikali, calling out how amazing Cho Rui was. Lin Zichuan tells Shang Shenghan that she was amazing, too, explaining that Xu Rui's victory was easy, only because Shang Xinghan had drained the senior's stamina first. Shang Xinghan smiles happily. 2 hours later, the sparring session continues, and the elite class has evened the score. Teacher Yao Yuan Feng approaches the second-year teacher, Brother Feng, and taunts him, pointing out that his class only has 4 fighters left, and that he is confident his class will win the bet. However, he then turns to his students and warns them not to get complacent. He declares that the true strength of their class lies with their 4 top, Lin Zicheng, Wang, Shoujia Lu Gong, and Hiyu. The real showdown is just beginning. Following his teacher's declaration, Heiyo is ordered to go up next. He cracks his knuckles with a determined look and enters the ring with a dramatic ground-pounding pose. He strikes a fighting stance and theatrically asks his senior opponent if he is prepared to face his fists, which he claims are thirsty for battle. The senior boy with brown hair smirks and tells Hiyu not to be so childish and overly dramatic. Annoyed, Hiyu immediately attacks with a swift kick, sending the senior crashing to the ground in defeat. Standing over his fallen opponent, Hiyu mocks him, questioning where he got the confidence to act so tough with such a low skill level, and calling him trash. Just as Hiyu celebrates his victory, another more formidable senior with purple-tinged hair stomps into the ring. He glares at Hiyu, calling him arrogant for his taunts. The senior immediately lunges with a powerful punch, vowing to teach his junior opponent some intensity. To the senior's shock, Hiyu moves with incredible speed effortlessly, dodging the attack. Hiyu then counters with a powerful kick that sends the senior flying, knocking him out. Seeing his impressive victory, Chu Rue and Shang Qinghan erupt in cheers, shouting encouragement for Hiyu. Fueled by his success, Hiyu goes on an incredible winning streak, defeating several more opponents in quick succession. After taking down 5 consecutive fighters, Hiyu stands exhausted, breathing heavily. Despite his fatigue, he puts on a brave face and defiantly shouts for the next opponent, boasting he can still take on 10 more. However, it's clear he is running out of stamina. His impressive run ends when he is defeated by his sixth opponent, with HEIU eliminated. The situation looks dire for the elite class. They are now down to their last 3 fighters, while the second-year class still has 13 members remaining. With Hiyu defeated, Wang Shuji is next. He unleashes his full power, going on an incredible winning streak, and single-handedly defeating 10 opponents in a flurry of furious kicks and punches. However, the long series of battles takes its toll. During his 11th match, Wang Shoja finally runs out of stamina and is defeated. Following him is Liu Gang, who quickly dispatches 2 more of the opposing team's top fighters in less than 10 minutes. With their opponents now down to their last fighter, Teacher Yao, Yuan Feng smugly suggests that the second-year teacher, Brother Fong, should just surrender. Brother Fong, however, remains unfazed. He smirks and calls forth his final student, Wang Jinghai, telling him it is his turn. A new challenger steps forward, an enormous overweight student who towers over Liu Gang. Despite his opponent's intimidating size, Liu Gang is not impressed. Dismissing him as just a slightly larger fatty, he rushes into attack confident he can beat him. He lands a powerful punch on Wang Jin. He's massive belly, but to his shock the blow has no effect. He feels as if he just punched solid rubber. He tries again, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches, but all his attacks are harmlessly absorbed by his opponent's thick layer of fat. Soon, Liu Gang is left panting and exhausted. Realizing his attacks are useless, his opponent, who has not moved an inch, looks down at him with a calm expression. He asks if Liu Gang is finished, because now it is his turn. Before Liu Gang can react, Wang Jinghai grabs him by the neck. With incredible strength, with a single effortless motion, he throws Liu Gang out of the ring, securing the victory and leaving the elite class with only 1 fighter remaining. Stunned by such a powerful fighter, Teacher Yao Yuanfei exclaims that he doesn't remember the second-year class having such a strong student. The opposing teacher, Brother Feng, smirks and explains that Wang Jinhei is a new transfer student who just arrived this semester. He then smugly reminds Teacher Yao about their bet, telling him it looks like he is going to lose and will have to buy dinner for the entire opposing class. Realizing he has been tricked by his rival's secret weapon, Teacher Yao clenches his fist in frustration, worried that not even Ling Chun can defeat this monster. Despite his doubts, he puts on a brave face for his last student. He places a hand on Lin Chun's shoulder and tells him it's his turn, encouraging him to just do his best and not worry too much about winning, as the experience will be valuable. Lin Chun simply smiles and reassures his teacher that he will win, leaving the man speechless. As Lin Chun steps into the ring, Wang Jinghai looks down at him unimpressed. He dismisses his opponent as looking rather weak to be his class final ace. From the sidelines, Shun Qinghan, Chu Ruwei, and the other girls from the elite class shout insults at Wang Jinghai, calling him an arrogant fatty, and cheering for Lin Ziqing to teach the dead pig a lesson. Annoyed by the taunts, Wang Jinghai decides to offer a handicap. He tells Lin Ziqing he will stand still and allow him 10 free hits. He explains that he doesn't want Lin Ziqian and his little fangirls to complain later that he was just bullying a smaller opponent. Lin Ziqian happily accepts the offer. Wang Jinghai tells him to come at him with his full power. Without hesitation, Lin Ziqian unleashes a single, devastating punch to his opponent's massive stomach. The force of the blow is so immense that it sends the enormous Wang Jinghai spinning through the air before he crashes hard onto the floor, knocked out cold. Both classes are left in stunned silence, which is quickly broken by a massive, tearful cheer from the elite class as they celebrate Lin Ziqian's incredible victory. A few moments later, Wang Jinhai slowly begins to regain consciousness, completely disoriented. He groggily wonders where he is and what just happened, muttering that the outcome was completely illogical and unscientific. After Lin Ziqing's victory, the second-year teacher approaches Yao Yuan Fei, the elite class's teacher. He remarks on how powerful Lin Ziqing was, comparing his one-punch victory over Wang Jinghai to a former prodigy named Wu Tianqing. Yao Yuan Fei replies that while Lin Ziqing is strong, he isn't at Wu Tianqing's level yet, explaining that Wu Tianqing was a monster who terrified the principal as a first year. Overhearing the name, Lin Ziqing walks over and asks his teachers who Wu Tianqing is. Yao Yuan Fei excitedly explains that Wu Tianqing was a legendary student from a few years ago. As a first year, he single-handedly defeated the entire third year elite class, shocking the school leaders. The teacher continues by listing Wu Tianqing's incredible stats as a first year: a 100-meter dash in 612 seconds, a 396-meter vertical jump, and a 650-kilogram one-handed barbell lift. He asks Lin Ziqing if he is impressed. Lin Ziqing smiles nervously and admits he is a little impressed. However, he internally thinks Wu Tianqing's feats were only on par with the strength he possessed during his 6th grade summer vacation. That night, the class celebrates their victory at a restaurant. Teacher Yao Yuan Feng holds up a soda for a toast. He joyfully announces that because Lin Ziqing secured their win, the second-year teacher had to honor their bet and pay for everyone's feast. The entire class raises their glasses, cheering for Lin Ziqing's performance. During dinner, Lin Ziqing is surrounded by his classmates, including He Yu and Xu Ruwei, now famous in school. They're all eager to know his training secrets and add him on WeChat. Lin Ziqing finds this new attention a bit strange. Amidst the chaos, he observes that Shang Chenghan hasn't changed. Worried he won't be able to eat, she quietly puts food on his plate. During this celebration, Shang Chenghan suddenly gets a shocked expression, looking flustered. She quickly tells Lin Ziqing she needs to go to the restroom and rushes away. As she leaves, Lin Ziqing notes that while some things change, her urge to pee when nervous or excited has remained the same. In the restroom, 2 of their female classmates are gossiping. One complains about how Shang Chenghan fawns over Lin Sei, Shang like a maid, always pouring his drinks and peeling his shrimp. The other agrees, questioning how someone with Shang Chenghan's lack of strength could have gotten into the elite class, if not for being his sycophant. She cruelly adds that their relationship won't last, as the difference in their abilities is destined to drive them apart. Unseen, Shang Chenghan overhears their entire conversation and is visibly hurt. However, instead of hiding, she confronts them with newfound determination. She firmly tells the startled girls that she is not a sycophant. She is his childhood friend. Later that evening, as they walk home, Lin Ziqing notices she seems dejected and asks if something is wrong. Looking down, sadly, Shang Chenghan confides in him. She explains her mother always said she would grow out of wetting her pants. However, she reveals with frustration that even now, she still has to wear diapers to bed every night. Looking up at him, she says she feels disabled, like she can't even control her own bladder. Lin Ziqing looks at a distraught Shang Chenghan and firmly tells her she is not disabled. He gently places his hands on her shoulders to comfort her, explaining that her inability to control her bladder is actually a superpower that hasn't fully developed yet. Shang Chenghan looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, questioning if it's really a superpower. Lin Ziqing confirms it, telling her that her natural talent in the water is a manifestation of this power. Intrigued, Shang Chenghan asks if his own amazing abilities are also because he has a superpower. Lin Ziqing confidently replies that yes, just like her, he also has a superpower. Excited by the idea, Shang Han wonders what kind of power she might have. Lin Ziqing reassures her it will definitely be a very powerful one. However, their path is blocked. A special team in protective gear is cordoned off a building, and an officer with a megaphone instructs the public to stay back while they exterminate rats. Their attention is drawn to the chaos inside. A man in an apron frantically swings a broom at a swarm of large rats, trying to fend off the exterminators. He screams at the officers to stop, pleading with them not to kill his brothers. His face twists in agony and rage as he continues to scream, consumed by fury. The man charges at the officers, yelling that he will fight them to the death. Watching the scene, Shang Shihan asks Lin Zixian if the man has gone crazy. Lin Zixian agrees, suggesting he might be mentally ill, though he finds the situation pitiful. He tells her that's just how some people are, and that they should go home. Later that night, at Lin Zixian's house, he and his parents are watching a troubling news report. The anchor announces that a young female teacher went missing last week and is still not found. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, expresses her alarm, noting, "This is the fourth young woman to disappear this month." His father, Lin Yinshen, corrects her, stating it is the fifth. The report continues, showing photos of the missing women, all young and attractive. It issues a public warning for young women to avoid going out alone at night. Worried, Zhang Wangxin tells her son he must not let Shun Qinghan go anywhere by herself. Lin Zicheng smiles and promises to look after her. Meanwhile, at a public security office in Shanghai City, the man from a market has been taken into custody. A doctor in a lab coat is speaking with a police officer. The officer asks for the doctor's opinion, wondering if the man is mentally ill. The doctor replies he isn't certain, explaining that he has tried to communicate with the suspect, but the man has remained completely silent. The officer finds this strange, saying, "The man was screaming nonstop at the market earlier." Suddenly, the officer's eyes widen with a terrifying realization. Both he and the doctor whip their heads around to look at the man, who is now hunched over, surrounded by a dark, menacing aura. Before their horrified eyes, the man begins to transform, mutating into a monstrous, giant, aberrant rat. As the creature grows, the terrified officer screams into his radio, frantically calling for backup and requesting a cyborg team, yelling that the person in the interrogation room is turning into a giant, aberrant beast. The giant, aberrant rat rampages. A police squad opens fire, but the bullets barely slow it down. As the officers retreat, a female officer reports that headquarters confirmed all cyborgs are deployed. On other missions, the director adds grimly that support won't arrive for 10 minutes, and their ammunition won't last that long. Realizing they can't fight it head-on, the director orders his team to their car. Their new plan is to lure the monster into the suburbs. To buy time, the female officer jumps into a police van and starts the engine, while another officer braces himself inside. They speed through the city, with the giant rat in hot pursuit, leaping between buildings. The female officer urges them to go faster, to give the cyborgs more time. The van races up a mountain road and into a tunnel, but the beast is relentless. It closes the distance with a terrifying roar, its massive tooth-filled maw open. The monster slams into the back of the van, causing it to lose control, flip violently through the air, and crash. Inside the overturned van, the female officer hangs upside down, injured, with a look of despair. She thinks that in the end, they still couldn't make it, just as the giant, aberrant rat roars in triumph over the wrecked van. A massive explosion engulfs it. Help has arrived. A female cyborg with short purple hair and sleek armor, hovering in the air. She locks on and unleashes a barrage of powerful purple missiles. The projectiles slam into the monster, creating a series of fiery explosions as she gives the command to kill. After the smoke clears, the cyborg lands on the crater-filled road. She finds a large tunnel and realizes the rat escaped by digging its way out, noting the beast seemed to be getting smarter. However, she sees shredded flesh and blood on the ground and concludes the creature is seriously injured and couldn't have gotten far. She decides she has a good chance to track it down. The scene shifts to the city skyline at 3 a.m. In his room, Lin Zicher is at his computer, not training but writing. He reflects on his progress as a web novel author. He has written daily for over half a month, and his novel is now nearly 200,000 words. More importantly, his paid income has already surpassed 10,000 yuan. He thinks about the novel's future potential, noting it is still in the new book period. He eagerly wonders how much money he will make once it is officially launched. Too excited about his novel's income to sleep, Lin Zichen decides to train. He finds a deserted, unsurveilled alley to test his recent efforts. As he practices, he is pleased with his progress. His 100-meter sprint time has dropped to an incredible 343 seconds, and his vertical jump has reached 722 meters. He feels that if he continues improving at this rate, he will eventually achieve a saintly body. His training is interrupted by an unsettling, gnawing sound. He turns and sees a shadowy figure, hunched in a dark corner. The figure is a grotesque rat-like creature, a mouse man. It is chewing on a human arm. Noticing Lin Zichen, the creature begs for its life, pleading for forgiveness, and explaining it was just too hungry. It strangely promises that once full, it will come and pay its respects every year. Lin Zichen stares in horror, recognizing the creature as a mouse man. He immediately connects this sight to the news report about the giant, mutant rat that escaped. He wonders with dawning dread if this creature is that same beast, now in a more humanoid, but no less monstrous form. Realizing the extreme danger, Lin Zichen decides he must inform the police. However, as he turns to leave, the mouse man panics, thinking he is its next meal. It stammers that it doesn't have to eat him, and can go find others to devour instead. Before Lin Zichen can react, the creature springs into action. It leaps off the alley walls with blinding speed, ricocheting from side to side. In a series of lightning-fast jumps, the mouse man lunges at him, screaming it wants to eat human meat. As hunger overrides its fear, the attack is so fast that Lin Zichen realizes there is no time to dodge. With no other option, he faces the monster head-on. As the creature closes in, Lin Zichen meets its charge with a single, devastating kick to its jaw. The impact sends a mouse man spinning through the air before it crashes hard to the ground. The beast struggles to its feet, clutching its bleeding chest. It stares at Lin Zichen in disbelief, wondering how a weak-looking student could possess such overwhelming strength. Stunned and injured, the mouse man stares back at Lin Zichen, shocked by his unexpected power. Before it can recover, a rock suddenly flies through the air and slams into its head, seizing the advantage. Lin Zichen gives the monster no chance to retaliate. He unleashes a furious storm of rocks, throwing them with incredible speed and precision. The mouse man is completely overwhelmed by the relentless assault, unable to defend itself as the rocks pummel its body. After a few moments, the onslaught stops. Lin Zichen stands at the end of the alley, breathing heavily. He watches the spot where the creature fell, noticing it is no longer moving. He approaches cautiously and finds his attack was more devastating than he imagined. The mouse man is obliterated, reduced to a steaming pile of skeletal remains. Wondering if the creature was truly dead, Lin Zichen touches the pile of bones. A surge of blue energy flows into him, and a system notification confirms he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life source, increasing his codex progress to 7%. He is disappointed to only absorb 2% this time, compared to the 5% from the scorched corpse. He theorizes the difference is due to the varying amount of rat king gene each heretic had consumed. Realizing it was nearly morning and unsafe to stay, he heads home. Moments after he leaves, the purple-haired female cyborg lands in the empty alley. She stands over the steaming bones, wondering who could have killed the rat man. The scene shifts to a dark building, where a sinister ritual is happening. A hooded cultist carries an unconscious woman to a large, glowing red summoning circle. He places her in the center and kneels, offering her to his Lord Rat God to enjoy. From the darkness, menacing multi-lensed red eyes glare back. A deep, angry voice questions why there is only one woman. accusing the cultist of trying to starve it. The voice complains the offering isn't even a mouthful and threatens to make the cultist part of the sacrifice. The cultist prostrates himself in terror, desperately begging to explain. Still on the floor, the terrified cultist explains that young women have become cautious lately, rarely going out at night, and always traveling in groups, making them hard to capture. The massive shadowy rat god looms over him, its deep voice commanding that, if women are too difficult, you should catch young men instead. The cultist immediately agrees. Suddenly a large, bloody chunk of raw meat is thrown onto the floor. The cultist greedily grabs it and begins to devour it raw, thanking his Lord Rat God for the blessing. As he eats, the ritual reaches its gruesome climax. Massive red tentacles emerge from the summoning circle, wrapping around the unconscious woman and lifting her into the air. The monstrous, multi-eyed maw of the rat god opens wide and devours her whole. Sounds of chewing and crunching echo through the building. After its meal, the Lord Rat God gives one final chilling order. It tells the cultist not to capture ordinary people. Next time complaining their meat is too bitter, the entity declares it wants to eat nobles who live in luxury, believing their meat will be more tender. To help Shun Chenghan improve her martial arts grades, Lin Zicheng holds special training sessions with her at her house. During one session, he acts as her personal coach, correcting her form. He adjusts her arm, stance, and shoulders, explaining how to generate more power and maintain better balance. Once her posture is corrected, he tells her to attack him with her full strength. She lunges at him with a determined punch. Lin Zichen easily catches her fist, praising her for the precise angle and improved power. He also catches her follow-up kick, pointing out a flaw in her form and demonstrating the correct technique. By physically moving her leg into the proper position, after the intense session, an exhausted and sweaty Shinjenon collapses onto the floor. She catches her breath, telling him that even though she is exhausted, she can feel. Her martial arts strength has genuinely improved. Still kneeling on the floor, a motivated Shinjin Han tells Lin Zicheng that training 3 times a week isn't enough and asks if they can do it every day. Lin Zicheng tells her that isn't necessary, explaining her body couldn't handle a daily, high-intensity regimen. Sheng Xinhua agrees and decides to stick with their current schedule. Just then Lin Zicheng's phone buzzes. As he takes it out, Sheng Xinhua leans in curiously, asking if it's a special news report. He looks at the screen and sees 2 major headlines. The first announces that the Jason Corporation will provide free treatment for former mechanical prodigy girls left disabled by early mechanical modifications. The second, more shocking report reveals a genius from Beijing University has successfully fused with 1,000 threaded spider beast gene, breaking the record for the youngest person to undergo a dual gene fusion. Lindsay Khan's eyes widen as he reads the second story, immediately realizing this genius must be the same prodigy from the capital he has been competing with for years. Most people cannot undergo gene fusion until adulthood. As a younger body can't withstand the backlash from beast genes and risks severe mutation. However, this prodigy has now successfully undergone a second gene fusion at the young age of 18. Lin Zicheng is left to ponder the prodigy's incredible physical talent and wonder if gene fusion is indeed the best path to power. At his house, Lin Zicheng is busy with his new career as a web novel author. Thanks to his incredible writing speed, his novel is an instant hit. The comment section is filled with readers, amazed by his output, with one calling him a tentacle monster for posting 50,000 words on the first day. Lindsay Chun reflects that, with his use in advance and celestial root of wisdom attributes, a month of practice allows him to type at 10,000 words per hour. This efficiency means writing takes only about an hour a day, leaving him plenty of time for training. His father, Lin Yinjing, enters and praises his success. He estimates that if Lin Zicheng maintains a stable plot and a 10,000-word daily pace, He could earn around 50,000 yuan in his first month. He adds that once the novel's word count grows, making 100,000 won a month would not be a problem. Lixikin is thrilled. With an income of 50 to 100,000 won a month, he will no longer have to worry about funding his quest to unlock the exotic beast codex. He sets a firm. He will use his first 2 months' fees to finally unlock the savage giant eagle codex. The scene shifts to his martial arts class, where the teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, announces a sparring session to assess progress. Lin Zichen's overwhelming power is on full display. He completely crushes the field, effortlessly defeating every opponent with powerful kicks and punches. No one lands a single hit on him. After the session, his teacher presents him with his prize money. Lin Zichen reflects on the successful day, pleased that he not only earned another 888 yuan, but also gained crucial experience points toward his survival of the fittest achievement, while Lin Zicheng dominated. Shen Qinghan's results were not as stellar as usual. She ranked last. Her friend, Chu Ruwei, tries to comfort the dejected girl. However, her training with Lin Zicheng has clearly paid off. She now has the ability to fight back. A flashback shows her previous match against Wen Yintong, the second worst student in the class, where she was defeated in under 3 seconds. This time, Shen Qinghan held her ground for nearly 3 minutes. More impressively, she actively traded blows, landing several punches and kicks. Her martial arts teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, was very impressed by her progress. He praised her hard work and encouraged her to keep it up. With the sparring session concluded, the teacher gathered the class and made a new announcement. He declared that in 1 month, their class would challenge the elite class of the second years, setting an ambitious goal for them to take down every student, except for their top 3 fighters. The class roared back in confident agreement. The teacher was pleased with their fighting spirit. A month passes quickly. Lindsay Chin's web novel has been a massive success, and he checks his bank account to see a balance of 89,000 won. With his new funds, he immediately heads to the supermarket to finally buy the beast meat he needs. He tells the female employee at the counter he would like to purchase some savage giant eagle meat. The employee informs him of a special promotion. If he buys 100 jin all at once, he will receive a 5% discount. After a moment of thought, Lin Zichen decides to hold off on the purchase. For now, he concludes it would be more strategic to wait until he has saved up enough to buy all 100 jin at once to take advantage of a discount, figuring he will likely have enough by the following month. The next day at school, Shen Qinghan excitedly tells Lin Zicheng the cafeteria has a new stir-fry counter, and she has heard the chef's dishes are delicious. He agrees to go with her. They arrive at the counter where several chefs are busy, and both are impressed by the amazing aroma. After getting their food, they sit down at a table. Lin Zicheng comments that it was a good thing they arrived early, as a long line has already formed. Their meal is interrupted by a loud argument. In a line, one student accuses another of cutting, but the second claims his desk mate was saving his spot. The argument escalates, with the first student insisting saving a spot is still cutting, and the second becoming defiant. Jin Jinghan recognizes one of the voices and points out to Lin Zicheng that their friend, Yu, is the one arguing. She asks if they should check on him. Lin Zicheng glances over and calmly tells her it probably isn't necessary, observing that Yu has an aggressive presence and seems to have already scared the other guy off. Lin Zichen's assumption is incorrect. The student Yu is arguing with stands his ground, looking down at Yu with a condescending expression and calling him a punk. Yu finds himself surrounded, as the student is joined by his friends. The leader of the group asks Yu what his deal is. One of the other bullies smugly states they have no deal. They're simply cutting in line. Enraged, Yu yells at them to get to the back of the line. He is shocked by their audacity and realizes he is outnumbered. Despite this, Yu tries to hold them back, spreading his arms to block them. He wonders why no one in the crowded cafeteria is stepping in from their table. Shun Shenghan watches with concern, pointing out to Lin Zicheng that their friend, Heyu, is being bullied. Just as the bullies are about to push past Heyu, a hand clamps down on the leader's shoulder. It is Lin Zicheng, his face shadowed and intimidating. He calmly tells the student to please line up properly. The bully turns around and confronts Lin Zicheng with a smirk, defiantly asking what he can possibly do about it if he refuses. Instead of escalating the fight physically, Lin Zicheng responds with a sly grin. He pulls out his phone and coolly informs the bully that he will report him. The bully leader scoffs at the threat, calling reporting shameful. With Heyu smirking beside him, Lin Zicheng coolly retorts that he finds cutting in line even more shameful, unwilling to be reported. The group of bullies gives up and walks away in frustration. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa in a wealthy district of Shanghai City, where the rat god cult is holding a secret meeting. Their leader, a man in a black hooded robe, sits on a throne-like chair and addresses his followers. He announces that one of their members, Xiao Chong, is dead, explaining that he went crazy at the market and was killed after provoking the security squad. Another cultist mutters that it is good riddance. The leader then introduces a new young man who will be taking Xiao Chang's place. He relays a new chilling order from their Lord Rat God. From now on, they must only capture and sacrifice noble elites, as their god finds ordinary people to be too bitter. This new directive causes concern. Two members speak up, arguing that capturing nobles is too risky. They reason that while a missing ordinary person might be overlooked, a missing noble would cause serious trouble. The cult leader suggests they target the sons of rich but powerless merchants to lower the risk. He then turns his attention back to the newcomer. He instructs him that as he is new, he should not go after nobles yet. Instead, he is to practice by capturing a handsome young man as a sacrifice to one of the rat god's subordinates. The newcomer, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood, confidently accepts the mission, promising he will not just find any handsome man, but will offer the most handsome man in the entire city to the divine child. In a classroom, Heyu is still fuming about the cafeteria. He tells Linxikin he investigated the students who cut in line and discovered they are from class 3 of the second year, the same top honors class. They are scheduled to challenge. Heyu can't believe students from an elite class could be so rude. Leaning against the lockers, Linxikin looks at his phone and remarks that good grades don't mean a person has good manners. His expression shifts as a news alert catches his eye. He reads that another wealthy heir has gone missing, the 5th recently. Knowing the kidnappers haven't asked for ransom, and remembering the rat god cults order to capture nobles, Linxikin grimly concludes the cult is behind these disappearances. The day of the competition arrives, and students gather in a large gym with 2 fighting rings. Tension between the classes is high, as the students who bullied Heyu glare at him, and Heyu makes a defiant gesture in return. After both classes warm up, the sparring matches begin, just as she did last time. Sheng Xinghan takes the first fight. Her opponent, a senior from the honors class, immediately attacks with a fierce kick. Sheng Xinghan blocks the strike, but the senior's power is too great. Her defense is broken, and she is knocked to the ground, defeated. The senior is formidable as other first-year girls, including Chu Rui, are also swiftly defeated, one by one without landing a single hit. The first year's losing streak is broken when a muscular, short-haired girl defeats the senior with a powerful kick. However, this victory is short-lived. The next senior, a girl with long red hair, immediately seizes control. She is an overwhelming opponent, defeating 9 first-year students in a row in less than 10 minutes, including 3 boys. The first-year class is now down to its last 4. Lin Zicheng, Wang, Shoujia Lu Gong, and Heyu. The situation is bleak, as the second year honors class has only lost 5 students, all girls. A staggering 36 of their students, none of them boys, have yet to fight. Their teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, clenches his fist, feeling the gap in strength is hopeless. With limited options, Yao Yuan phone tells Hiyu it is his turn, asking if he can take out the 6 remaining girls on the opposing team. Hiyu confidently agrees, declaring it will be easy, particularly motivated by fighting more attractive female seniors. True to his word, Hiyu handles the matches with ease and successfully knocks all 6 remaining girls out of the ring, with the female fighters defeated. The second-year class's first male student enters the ring with a threatening stomp. He strikes a menacing pose and asks Hiyu if he's ready to die. Hiyu retorts that his opponent has no manners. Recognizing the student as a bully from the cafeteria, Hiyu believes he's a pushover and sees a perfect chance for revenge. Hiyu's confidence is misplaced, as the bully rushes him with surprising speed. Before Hiyu can react, the senior lands a powerful punch to his stomach. Hiyu collapses to his knees. Stunned, the bully taunts him for being weak and tells him to admit defeat. Enraged, Hiyu struggles to his feet and throws a punch, but his opponent easily dodges and counters with a swift kick that sends Hiyu flying out of the ring. Defeated, lying on the ground, Hiyu realizes with pain that his opponent's strength is far from the lowest among the boys, and curses himself for letting his guard down. Having defeated Hiyu, the senior bully turns to Lixican, who is standing by the ring. He mockingly asks if Lixican still wants a medal and challenges him to a fight. Lixican gracefully leaps into the ring, internally noting that he was hoping for this chance. His classmates erupt in cheers, shouting for their brother Chun to crush his opponent and avenge Hiyu for his shameful behavior. The match begins, and the bully Chiwi rushes at Lin Zichin with a high kick. Lin Zichin, however, is unfazed. He effortlessly blocks the kick with one hand, then grabs Chi Hui's leg and slams him headfirst into the ring floor with incredible force. The impact knocks Chi Hui out cold. Lindsay Chun stands over him for a moment before casually kicking his unconscious body out of the ring. The second-year students are in stunned disbelief. One points out that Chi Yu is one of the top 5 strongest fighters in their class, yet he was taken out instantly. They can't comprehend how a junior could be so powerful. Watching from the sidelines, their teacher Yao Yuan Fei concludes that Lindsay Chun must be hiding a great deal of his true power. Lu Gong and Wang Shoujia are equally horrified, wondering if he is even human. Lindsay Chun turns to the remaining second-year male students and calmly asks, "Who's next?" Their faces contort in fear, terrified by the display. 30 minutes later, the outcome is decided. All 29 remaining students from the second-year class lie defeated, standing over the last opponent. Lin Zichin wonders about his progress toward his survival of the fittest achievement. A system notification informs him his total count of opponents eliminated is now 119 out of 1,000. He looks at the number with disappointment, realizing the progress is far too slow. He reflects that in every class sparring session, he is always the last to fight, and he decides this slow pace cannot continue. Concluding, his strength has far surpassed the high school level. He sees no reason to follow their rules anymore, and resolves to make the rules himself. The following Monday, a shocked shout is heard from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High stares at Lin Zicheng in disbelief, asking if he truly wants to hold a personal challenge match with rewards. Lindsay Chun confirms his request, boldly, stating that he wants to challenge the entire school. In her office, the principal of Shanghai High presses her hand to her forehead. Bewildered, she asks Lin Zichin if he is serious about challenging the entire student body. As a first year, he confirms his intentions and asks her to come to the gym, promising to prove he has the necessary strength. Later, they arrive at the empty gym. The principal crosses her arms and asks why he brought her there so late. As he removes his school jacket, revealing his muscular build, he confidently tells her he is there to show his true power. The principal, flustered momentarily, misinterprets his intentions and tries to stop him. However, Lin Zicken walks over to a heavy barbell and grips it. To her astonishment, he lifts the massive 700-kilogram barbell into the air with one hand, holding it effortlessly. The principal stands frozen in shock. It dawns on her what he meant by showing his power. She realizes his strength already surpasses that of the school's most legendary student, Wu Tiancheng, during his first year. Completely convinced, the principal gives Lin Zichen a thumbs up. She agrees to his request, promising to arrange an event for him, to challenge the entire school. With a sheepish grin, he reminds her they must set up rewards, explaining that without prize money, no one would be motivated to challenge him. He then lays out his clever plan for the prizes. He suggests two types of: a participation prize to encourage everyone, and a larger, cumulative prize pool that grows with each challenger. Whoever defeats him wins the entire pool. If no one can beat him within the time limit, all the money will be his. The principal, intrigued, smiles and agrees. Lindsay Chun makes one final: keep his true strength a secret for now. Otherwise, students might be too intimidated. She playfully pats his shoulder and agrees. Later, in her office, she shows Lin Zicheng the finalized plan. He confirms it is perfect, thanking her for her hard work. As they speak, two teachers, Yao Yuanfeng and Lu Darren, walk by. They are shocked to see the principal's unusually cheerful demeanor towards Lin Zicheng, wondering what is going on. Yao and Feng is bewildered, remarking internally how the principal, usually a stern-faced she-devil, is now smiling so pleasantly, completely misinterpreting the situation. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the student body gathers in the gym, surrounding two large fighting rings, where Lin Zicheng and the principal stand. The principal takes the microphone and begins the announcement. She introduces Lin Zicheng, details his recent victories, and explains the rules and prizes for his personal challenge against the entire school. The announcement causes an uproar. The crowd erupts in disbelief and mockery, with many shouting that the principal must have gone crazy. They are insulted by a first year's arrogance, questioning his confidence. One student angrily points out that defeating the second year's strongest class doesn't mean he can take on the third year's, while another calls him arrogant. Facing the hostile crowd, Lin Zickerman calmly announces that, starting the next day, he will be in the gym for 2 hours every afternoon, welcoming challengers. Internally, he is pleased by their anger, thinking that with so many eager to fight, he has a good chance of completing his survival of the fittest quest early. The scene shifts to a bustling city street at night. A young man with blonde hair walks alone, sipping a drink. His walk is interrupted when two attractive women step in front of him and invite him to a bar. The blonde man looks at them with a cold expression and bluntly tells them to get lost. As they walk away, they mutter that he has no charm. The young man watches them go, annoyed, wondering if Shanghai City is always this lame. The blonde young man is a new member of the rat god cult, struggling with his first mission. Looking down at the people, he complains that after searching for days, he still hasn't found a single man attractive enough to be a worthy sacrifice. He is consumed by anxiety, picturing his cult leader and worrying how he will be perceived if he fails. He fears failure will lead to being ostracized. He had considered kidnapping a male celebrity, but realized it was impossible, as are constantly surrounded by bodyguards, and he lacks the power to overcome them. As he walks, the pressure mounts. His deadline is fast approaching, and he is growing desperate, just as he is lost in thought. Lin Zichen, out for a run in a tank top and shorts, sprints past him. The blonde man turns and his eyes widen. He is immediately struck by Lixican's appearance, thinking he has finally found an incredibly handsome man. He has found his target. The blonde cultist watches Lixican run, feeling triumphant relief. After searching for so long, he has found the perfect target without even trying. A wide, sinister grin spreads across his face as he confirms his decision. Lin Zichen will be his sacrifice. He begins to follow his target, watching as Lin Zichen turns down a deserted industrial alleyway, seeing the secluded area. The cultist's face twists into a horrifying, black-eyed grin. He knows this is the perfect opportunity, deciding it is time to strike. He unleashes his power and undergoes a grotesque transformation, his body contorting into a monstrous beast with a massive, tooth-filled maw. However, just as the transformed cultist is about to attack, a brick comes flying out of nowhere and smashes directly into its head with a sickening, bloody impact. The transformed cultist stumbles, clutching its head in pain and confusion after being struck by the brick. From the shadows, Ling Xian emerges holding the brick he just threw. He calmly remarks to himself that he didn't expect to find a rat person while out for a run, seeing it as a fortunate chance to increase the unlock progress for his guidebook. The monster trembles in terror, thinking that this human is horrifying and is speaking words it cannot comprehend. It feels incredibly unlucky to have run into him before it can react further. The monster collapses to the ground dead. Linzikin looks on in surprise, finding it hard to believe that he killed the creature just by picking up and throwing a single brick. He wonders how a follower of the rat god cult could possibly be so weak. Deciding not to dwell on it, he quickly kneels beside the dead monster to absorb its life essence. Before anyone else arrives, a system notification appears, confirming he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, and that his guidebook progress has increased to 8%. He looks at the result with disappointment, noting that it only went up by 1%. He concludes that the pathetically low amount of essence is why this particular rat person was so weak. Thinking about his safety, Lindsay Chun decides that he won't be coming out for night runs, for while he knows that not all of the cult's followers are this weak, some of the more powerful members have incredibly strong bodies. After transforming, durable enough to even withstand firearms. The next morning, Lin Zichen is at home when he sees a shocking news report on television. He learns that at 3:00 that morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in cooperation with a chemical tutor from Shanghai University, successfully wiped out the rat god cult. The report explains that the tutor is a high-level gene fuser who single-handedly defeated the monstrous Rat King. The broadcast shows footage of the incredible battle, where the massive, multi-ayid beast unleashes a terrifying barrage of sharp spikes at the winged, red-haired gene fuser. The tutor endures the powerful attack, but ultimately emerges victorious. The entire fight lasted only 30 seconds, ending with the colossal Rat King collapsing in defeat as the gene fuser lands, securing a swift and decisive victory. Watching the display, Lin Zichen is left in deep thought, his expression grim. He contemplates the immense power he just witnessed, wondering if this is the true strength of a high-level being, and acknowledging how truly formidable it is. In a modern, well-lit room, two men in tactical gear are having a conversation. A blue-haired man sipping from a cup asks his companion, a man with spiky orange hair named Tian Cheng, if he has been able to contact their teacher yet. Tian Cheng confirms that their teacher is still out of contact. He adds that the entire group of powerful individuals who went to suppress a riot at a place called Source Site 36 remain missing. The blue-haired man then asks about the current situation at the site. Tianqing replies that it is relatively stable, explaining that if it weren't, he wouldn't have been free to come and clean up the little shrimp that escaped during the initial chaos. The blue-haired man seems to question his dismissive term. The blue-haired man reflects on the immense power of the Rat King, a monster that the entire Public Security Bureau was helpless against. He then internally acknowledges that, in the face of a genius, high-level being like Tian Cheng, the monstrous Rat King was indeed just a little shrimp. Changing the subject, the blue-haired man playfully puts his arm around Tian Cheng's shoulders, suggesting that since he is already there, he should visit their old school to give a lecture. Tian Cheng resists, stating that he isn't an idle person and has a real job to do. The blue-haired man playfully insists, telling him that, providing some ideological guidance to their cute, junior students, is also a form of work. Deep within a dark cavern, under the light of the full moon, it is revealed that the Rat King survived its battle with Wu Tiancheng. The creature explains its recent actions, stating that at first it only ate beggars. Then it moved on to eating young people. Now it kneels in submission, admitting that it eventually developed a taste for the pampered elite. The Rat King is not alone. It prostrates itself before a new, far more terrifying monster, a colossal green-skinned being with glowing red eyes and immense power. This new monster scolds the Rat King angrily, telling it that it went to great trouble to bring the Rat King there, to have its clan dig tunnels. Instead, the Rat King went around eating people and caused a huge commotion that drew unwanted attention. The giant monster glares down and menacingly asks the Rat King if it believes it deserves to die for its failure. Terrified, the Rat King begs its master for another chance. The giant monster considers the plea and agrees that it can give the Rat King another chance, but it clarifies that there will be a price to pay. Without another word, the monster's clawed hand strikes the Rat King, and a spray of blood fills the air. Deep in the cavern, the giant green monster continues punishing the Rat King, having ripped out one of its eyes. The monster holds the bloody orb and remarks that while the sewer rat's eyes smell foul, they taste delicious. The monster then grabs the cowering Rat King, acknowledging its cleverness for hiding, and sending a subordinate to pose as the Rat King, to be defeated by the authorities. This reveals the creature Wu Tiancheng fought was merely a decoy. However, the monster delivers a final chilling. If the Rat King fails to dig tunnels as commanded, it will still die. Meanwhile, back at Shanghai High, the day of Lin Zicheng's personal challenge has arrived as he walks toward the gym. He is the subject of intense gossip. Students point him out as the arrogant first year who dared to challenge the entire school, with many eager to watch. Lingxian, however, is focused on his phone, where he is looking at a wanted notice for the 9 fugitive members of the Rat God cult, noting the 500,000 won reward for their capture. He thinks of them as a walking fortune, but his practical nature takes over, and he reminds himself that if he ever encounters one, his first priority is to stay safe. Before thinking about the bounty, he arrives at the gym to find it packed with students surrounding the fighting rings, just as he had hoped. Looking at the sea of potential opponents, he knows the large turnout is not just due to his challenge, but also because of the final part of his plan, the participation prize. To motivate the crowd, Shen Xinghan stands on the sidelines with a megaphone, announcing that every participant will receive a lottery ticket for a chance to win generous prizes. The announcement works perfectly, and the male students erupt in excitement. They shout about the amazing prizes, including the latest game consoles and smartphones. Though one boy is more interested in the possibility of touching Shen Xinghan's hand during the lottery, this same boy eagerly reaches forward to be the first volunteer. However, before he can finish speaking, a female student leaps over him, stepping on his head as she declares she will go first. This opens the floodgates, and a massive, chaotic crowd of female students rushes forward, trampling the boys, as they all clamor for a chance to fight Lingxian. Soon the fighting ring is filled with a large group of girls who have surrounded Lingxian, eagerly declaring they want to challenge him. The challenge, however, quickly becomes his female classmates fawning over him. One girl touches his arm, excitedly exclaiming how strong he feels, while another caresses his face, admiring how handsome he is. Completely surrounded, Lin Zicheng thinks the situation has taken a strange turn. He feels reluctant to fight girls, but steels his resolve, knowing that to complete his achievement, he has no other choice. He begins to concentrate his power. With a series of gentle but firm pushes, he sends the girls flying out of the ring one by one. Finally, he unleashes a wave of energy that repels them all, at once apologizing as they are cleared from the ring. After the chaos has settled, Lin Zicheng checks his system. A notification shows his progress. for the survival of the fittest achievement has now reached 309 out of 1,000. Despite being defeated, the female students are undeterred. One girl with pinkish hair eagerly raises her hand, shouting she wants to challenge him again. However, Lin Zikin stands firm and coldly announces that, according to the rules, defeated challengers may not re-challenge. The girls are crestfallen, with one complaining about the unfair rule. A large muscular student and his friend step forward, and their leader cracks his knuckles, angrily declaring, "It is now his turn to teach the arrogant junior a lesson." This proves to be an empty threat. Lixican effortlessly defeats opponent after opponent with single punches, and his system shows his survival of the fittest. Progress has climbed to 419 out of 1,000. Soon he stands triumphantly atop a massive pile of unconscious students and calmly asks, "Who is next?" Just then a new, more formidable challenger steps forward, declaring he is still there to fight. He leaps into the ring, and the other students immediately recognize him as Yin Shaoxian, the overlord of the second year's top honors class. They begin to murmur, wondering who will win. The consensus is that Yin Shaoquan has the advantage, recalling his legendary reputation for once defeating an entire class single-handedly, though he was eventually put his place by a third-year instructor. Jan Shaoxian lands in the ring and addresses Lindsay, Shin telling him he was once arrogant just like him, but was taught a valuable lesson. He explains that he learned there is always someone stronger. He then launches into a condescending monologue, offering to teach Lindsay Chun a life lesson, completely ignoring the speech. Lindsay Keen turns to the teacher and simply asks if he can begin. The flustered teacher quickly declares the start of the match. Before Yin Shaoxian can finish his advice, Lin Zicheng interrupts him with a single, devastating kick that sends him flying across the ring. As Yin Shaoxian crashes into the far wall, Lin Zicheng casually puts a finger in his ear, remarking with relief that it is finally quiet. The students are left in stunned silence. They shout in disbelief, questioning how their school's formidable overlord could have been defeated so instantly, and wondering just how powerful Lin Zixian truly is. The stunned silence is broken by slow, deliberate clapping. A new challenger, a muscular student with spiky red hair, makes his way through the crowd. The students immediately recognize him as Chun Wuxing, the #1 student in the entire school, and they erupt in excitement. Assuming the real show is about to begin, Lin Zixian watches the newcomer approach, thinking this is a classic case of beating. The young one brings out the old one. Chun Wuxing lands in the ring with a confident smirk, remarking that he never expected Yin Shaoquan to lose to a junior. However, just as he is about to start his own speech, Lin Zixian again cuts him off, turning to the teacher and asking to begin. Over Chun Wukong's protests, the teacher starts the match, enraged at being ignored. Chun Wukong charges forward surrounded by a blue aura, declaring it seems he will have to beat his opponent. To make him listen, Lin Zichun meets the charge, his own fist glowing with a yellow aura. Their powerful blows collide in a massive shockwave. Chun Wuxing apologizes, but Lin Zicheng simply states that he is in a hurry and unleashes a powerful punch. The blow is too much for Chun Wuxing. It sends him flying backward, his shirt torn, his face a mask of disbelief. As he questions how this is possible, the entire student body watches in absolute shock, their jaws hanging open, as they witness the instantaneous defeat of their school's strongest fighter. With the school's strongest fighters defeated, Lixican turns to the still stunned crowd. He points to a random student and tells him to get in the ring to fight. The student points to himself in disbelief, and Lixican confirms it, stating they haven't fought yet. The student nervously asks him to be gentle, but Elizabethan smiles and reminds him that if he participates, he will get a lottery ticket. Motivated, the student rushes into the ring and Elizabethan promises to go easy. His promise is short-lived, as he immediately knocks the student out with a single punch. A system notification confirms that his achievement, progress for survival of the fittest, has increased by 1. Seeing this, the rest of the student body realizes there is no shame in losing to someone so overwhelmingly powerful, and they still have a chance to win the lottery prizes. Renewed enthusiasm sweeps through the crowd as they all surge forward, motivated by the prospect of winning a new smartphone. What follows is a systematic and effortless series of victories. For Lindsay Chun, he stands his ground, easily dispatching every student who challenges him with his systems counter, ticking up by one with each defeated opponent. After the final student is defeated, a large system notification appears, announcing that, by eliminating 1,000 different competitors, he has successfully completed the achievement. Another notification immediately follows, confirming he has finally acquired the new biological survival of the fittest. Lin Xian clenches his fist, a look of pure triumph on his face, ecstatic that his long and arduous challenge has finally paid off, with his quest complete. A system notification details Lin Xichen's new reward. He has acquired the biological attribute, survival of the fittest, which increases the damage he inflicts on other living beings. Strokes his chin thoughtfully, concluding that, while it is a simple and practical damage-boosting ability, he is slightly annoyed. The system doesn't specify the exact value of the increase. His objective achieved. Lin Zichen leaps down from the ring and announces, the challenge is over. The female students are disappointed, complaining it ended too quickly, and they wanted to watch him more. Wasting no time, Lin Zichen grabs Sheng Xianhan's hand, leads her through the party crowd, and they quickly leave the emptying gym. Later, a hearty laugh is heard from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High sits on her desk, congratulating Lin Zichen for officially earning the title of the school's no. One fighter leaning in close, she playfully questions him, suggesting that since he defeated even Chun, whooshing in an instant, he must surely be hiding his true strength. Sitting on the couch with Shun Chenghan, Lin Zichen sips his drink and modestly replies that he only hid a little of his power. The principal gives him a knowing look, clearly not believing him. She brings up Chun Wuxing's recent special entrance exam for Kyoto University, where he lifted a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. Based on that, she confidently estimates that Lindsay Kin's own one-handed lift must be at least 800 kilograms. Internally, Lin Zichen knows he cannot let her find out his true, much higher strength. He plays along, telling her that her guess is nearly perfect, and his official data shows a lift of 795 kilograms. The principal laughs, triumphantly pleased she was right. As she celebrates, Lin Zichen tries to get her attention. Having established himself as the school's strongest, Lin Zichen immediately turns to his true priority. With an eager expression, he raises his hand and asks the principal when he can expect the 8,810 yuan prize money. Amused by his focus on money, the principal playfully calls him a little rascal, but agrees and immediately transfers the funds. Just as the principal begins to discuss his new responsibilities, Lin Zichen interrupts, asking if there is anything else he can do for her. He then makes a special request. Since both he and Shun Qinghan enjoy swimming, he asks for use of the gym's swimming pool. He clarifies that he wants exclusive access, meaning the pool should be closed to everyone else whenever they use it. The principal smiles and readily agrees, internally surprised at how easily she consented. Lin Zichen adds one more condition. He explains that he dislikes being watched in his swim trunks, so he will be covering the security cameras during their private sessions. This statement causes Shun Chenghan to blush furiously. The principal's mind immediately jumps to a suggestive conclusion, thinking about the implications of a boy and girl being alone in a pool with the cameras covered. Her imagination runs wild, picturing a romantic and steamy encounter between the two of them, playing along with her own misunderstanding. The principal retrieves a key from her desk, telling Lin Zichen that she will, of course, satisfy all of his requests. She hands him the key, officially designating the pool as their exclusive private swimming area. As he takes it, she leans in close and whispers a final, teasing warning, telling him to just be careful not to create a new life while they are in there. Her suggestive comment leaves Lin Zichen completely baffled, as he wonders what she could possibly mean by a new life. As they walk down the school hallway, Lin Zichen looks at the key to the swimming pool. He thinks to himself that with exclusive access, he can finally begin to properly explore the true nature of Shun Qinghan's mysterious abilities. His thoughts are interrupted when Shun Qinghan stops him, saying she has a favor to ask. With a nervous expression, she explains she signed up for a singing competition. While she has practiced her solo parts, she still needs someone to help her with the duet section. She shyly asks if he can practice with her that evening, and Lin Zichen readily agrees. Overjoyed, Shun Qinghan throws her fist in the air and happily skips away. Lin Zichen watches her go, thinking about how much this competition means to her. He smiles, hoping she will be able to find her confidence through it. Later that night, at Shun Qinghan's apartment, the two are in her room practicing. She sings into a microphone while Lin Zichen sits and listens, providing the other part of the duet from his phone. Meanwhile, in the living room, Shun Qinghan's parents, Sheng Jinya and Su Meng, are watching. Her father expresses concern, asking his wife if it is appropriate for them to be alone in a room together. Now that they are older, his wife quickly scolds him, retorting that they are childhood friends, and questioning what right he has to object. She angrily tells him not to meddle, causing him to quickly back down. After overhearing her parents' conversation, Lin Zichen decides it's a good time to wrap up. He tells Shun Qinghan they've been at it for half an hour, and it is time to focus on their studies. As he gets ready to leave, he reminds her about their plan for the next day, to go to the school's private pool, so she can get more comfortable with her water abilities. He tells her not to forget her swimsuit, and she happily agrees. They say their goodbyes, and Lin Zichen heads home. Once alone, Shun Qinghan's thoughts are consumed by the upcoming trip to the pool, and a deep blush spreads across her face. She nervously goes to her closet, wondering what swimsuit to wear. She lays out two options on her, a modest blue one-piece and a more revealing black bikini. She picks up the black bikini, her blush deepening, as she worries it might be too revealing. Her imagination runs wild for a moment, as she pictures a scene of her and Lin Zichen splashing each other playfully in the water. After a moment of hesitation, she makes up her mind, reasoning that since it will only be him at the pool, it should be fine. She resolutely shoves the bikini into her school bag. The next day after school, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan head to the empty gym swimming pool, already changed into his swim trunks. Lin Zichen waits by the poolside, his impressive physique on display. He looks up at a security camera, remembering his promise to the principal, and confidently thinking he will handle it. Just then, Sheng Jinhan's voice calls his name. He turns to see her standing in the doorway, wearing the revealing black bikini, with a bright smile and a slight blush. She walks toward him, apologizing for making him wait. Outwardly, Ling Xian appears calm, simply telling her to slow down and be careful. Internally, however, he is completely flustered, thinking how incredibly cute she looks. After regaining his composure, he tells her it is time to get in the water and begin their training, to which she happily agrees. The two enter the water and begin to swim gracefully. Underwater, Lin Zichen takes Shun Qinghan's hand, and they continue to swim together. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she feels something strange. She quickly gets Lin Zichen's attention. Looking startled, she frantically points towards the surface, indicating they need to go up immediately. Understanding, Lin Zichen grabs her and pulls her swiftly towards the air. They break the surface with a splash, and a concerned Lin Zichen holds her close, asking what happened. With a look of utter astonishment and excitement, Shun Qinghan exclaims that the water can pass directly through her body. To demonstrate, she holds out her hands just below the surface and tells him to watch. Just as she described, the water flows straight through her palms, as if they were intangible, before splashing back into the pool. At the school pool, Shen Chenghan looked at her hands in amazement as water flowed right through them. Confused, she asked Elizabethan why her body seemed to be leaking water. He observed her, realizing he was witnessing her latent superpower. He seriously asked to see her hand to examine it. Upon touching her palm, he noted that aside from the strange ability, there seemed to be nothing abnormal. To investigate further, he suggested they get out of the pool so he could check the rest of her body. Noticeably blushing and nervous, Shen Qinghan shyly agreed. Shortly after, Shen Qinghan was lying on a lounger by the pool, covered in water from Lin Zicheng's tests. As he poured water over her, she asked how much longer the examination would take. After checking her 3 times, Lin Zicheng thoughtfully concluded there were no other abnormalities. Helping her sit up, he told her that for now, it seemed only her hands had this ability, and she nodded in understanding. Sitting on the edge of the pool, Sheng Xinghan asked if her lifelong problem of bedwetting could be related to this power, speculating that perhaps another part of her body also let water pass through. Lin Zichen admitted it was a possibility and told her that the next time she felt the urge to pee, she should let him know. Visibly blushing, he added that she should try to feel if any other part of her body had the same sensation. As her palms, he immediately felt embarrassed, thinking he had almost sounded like a pervert. Suddenly Sheng Changhan's face lit up. She exclaimed with joy that this meant she wasn't a useless girl, but a superpower user with water-related abilities, with newfound determination. She thought that maybe, if she managed to fully develop her power, she could finally stand by Lin Zicheng side as a worthy partner. The story continues. In a bustling city at night with large holographic ads for cyborgs, Ling Shun enters a supermarket where a friendly female clerk welcomes him. He confidently walks to the counter, slides a card across it, and makes an astonishing request. 100 G of the expensive savage giant eagle meat. The clerk is shocked by the massive order. She nervously takes his payment card and a note with a delivery address, stammering her agreement. As Lindsay Sean leaves, the clerk watches him go, wondering which wealthy young master could be so extravagant. Despite her surprise, she professionally completes the order form, even asking for a good review with a smile. Later, in a secluded industrial area, Lingchen receives his delivery. He reflects on his finances, noting he had just received 120,000 yuan from his web novel, bringing his total funds to 210,000 yuan. He thinks this is more than enough to cover the cost. Looking at the large box of beast remains, he prepares to unlock its power, telling himself it's time to see what surprise the codex will give him. As he places his hand on the meat, immediately a powerful vortex of white energy erupts and surrounds him. A blue system notification confirms he is devouring the savage giant eagle's life source, and the codex unlock progress has reached 100%. He then receives a vision of the eagle's power, the magnificent white bird soaring high, diving into the water, and hunting a massive, purple squid-like creature with its powerful talons. As the vision fades, Linziken stands in a radiant blue light. A final system notification announces he has successfully unlocked the savage giant eagle codex and acquired a new biological attribute, Eye of the Sky. A system notification explains his new ability, Eye of the Sky. It informs him that his field of vision and ability to track moving objects are greatly enhanced as the power activates. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden light, the pupils becoming intricate and eagle-like, putting his new skill to the test. Lin Zichen's perspective expands dramatically, giving him a panoramic bird's-eye view of the city. The power is incredibly precise, allowing him to zoom in on a single man in a crowd, and even read the text on his phone. From immense distance, he marvels at how powerful an eagle's vision truly is. Afterward, Lin Zicheng returns home. He is surprised to find his parents, Lin Yinzhong and Zhang Wangshin, watching a grim news report about a high-level gene fuser who mutated in public, resulting in hundreds of casualties. The footage shows a horrific winged monster holding a truck above a scene of destruction. The broadcast then cuts to a heated debate. A man argues that gene fusion is a flawed path, claiming humans should be able to unlock their own latent potential and evolve. This is immediately challenged by another man, who calls the idea a fantasy, angrily questioning how they could fight aberrant beasts without gene fusers, pointing out that traditional martial artists can't even stop bullets. Watching the debate, Lin Zicher's parents discuss the issue. Lin Yin-chung remarks that gene fuses are like uncontrollable bombs. John Wang-shin dismisses his concerns, explaining that government regulations are very strict and the probability of such an incident is incredibly small. She adds that a more pressing issue is that gene fusers often lose their ability to have children. Lin Yin-chung agrees, suggesting it's best to save their genetic material or have a child before the fusion process. As they were talking, John Wang-shun suddenly noticed her son had returned. She became flustered, realizing they had been having a conversation not meant for his ears, and greeted him with an embarrassed blush. Seeing their awkwardness, Lin Zichen suggested they all have dinner. While the family ate, Lin Zichen announced that his school would hold a campus singing competition the next day, and Shun Xinghan had signed up. His parents were thrilled. Lin Yinjing declared the entire family had to go cheer her on, and Zhang Wenhong enthusiastically agreed, adding that Shun Xinghan was like a daughter to her. Lin Zicheng calmly agreed. The night of the competition was a massive event, with a large, brightly lit stage and an energetic crowd. True to their word, Lin Yinxing and Zhang Wangxin were in the audience, cheering wildly for Sheng Chenghan, with supportive headbands and a large glowing sign. Before the show, in an empty classroom, Lin Zichen was helping Shun Chenghan prepare. He gently applied makeup to her face. When she opened her eyes, she noticed he was staring intently at her, blushing. She shyly asked why he was looking at her like that. Lin Zichen simply smiled and told her she looked beautiful. His sincere compliment made Sheng Qinghan, dressed in an elegant black gown, blush even more deeply. Their intimate moment was interrupted by their friend, Chu Rue, who peeked in. She teasingly asked if they were finished with their affectionate display. Flüsteret Sinsen an Frantikeli explant. She had only asked for his help because of his excellent makeup skills. Chu Rue playfully dismissed her excuses, teasing them for acting like an old married couple. Lin Zichen is holding multiple makeup brushes, reinforcing his makeup master reputation. Shu Wai explained. She only came to remind them they were on stage after the next two performers with a final wave. She left after she was gone. Lin Zichen told Sheng Sunghan he would walk with her to prepare. However, Sheng Sunghan remained seated, looking extremely nervous and trembling, with a deeply flustered expression. She shyly tugged on his jacket, struggling for words. A moment later, she blurted out that she had lost control of her bladder again, revealing her nervousness had triggered her unusual condition, leaving a wet stain running down her elegant dress and onto the floor. Overwhelmed with despair, Shen Qinghan cries hysterically. She tells Lin Zicheng their performance is about to start and worries she has ruined everything. She fears everyone will hate her if they find out she wet her pants. Lin Zichen calmly approaches her, holds her face, and tells her to stop crying, or her makeup will be ruined. As they stand alone in the empty classroom, an idea strikes him. His gaze falls on the large white curtains. Wasting no time, he grabs scissors and rips a curtain from the wall. He spreads on a table and skillfully begins cutting the fabric. Sheng Qinghan watches in amazement, her tears stopping. In a moment, he transforms the curtain into an elegant, multi-layered white dress. Moved by his ingenuity, she whispers his name. Lindsay Chun presents his creation and tells her to hurry to the bathroom to change. Blushing Sheng Qinghan says that's not necessary and asks him to turn around so she can change right there. Lin Zichen is visibly flustered by her request, a deep blush spreading across his face. Despite his embarrassment, he agrees and turns his back so she can have some privacy. Behind him, Shen Han sensually removes her ruined black dress. Although he isn't looking, Lin's Qian can hear everything, and he remains flustered as she stretches playfully in her underwear behind him before putting on a new dress. Once changed, Shen Han tells Lin's Qian he can turn around. He sees her looking stunning in the impromptu gown. She thanks him, smiling brightly and explaining that after her cry, she's no longer nervous. Lin Ziqian wishes her luck affectionately, patting her head as she beams at him. Soon an announcer calls Li Chuxin and Shen Han to the stage. They deliver a vibrant, energetic performance, captivating the crowd. After the announcer builds suspense, before declaring them the winners, the two friends embrace joyfully as the audience cheers wildly. In the crowd, Lin Ziqian stands with his father, applauding proudly with a satisfied smile. The next day, a teacher enters the classroom and is shocked to see the window, angrily demanding to know who cut up the curtain. As punishment, Lin Ziqian and Shen Han must clean the entire classroom. While mopping, Lin Ziqian thinks it's a fitting atonement. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing he completed an achievement for cooperating 1,000 times. His reward is the gregarious animal attribute, which increases his combat power, based on nearby allies. A small satisfied smile crosses his face at this unexpected gain. Meanwhile, Sheng Han's life has improved. After her victory, she becomes much more popular. Other girls praise her singing and invite her to karaoke. Beaming with newfound confidence, she happily agrees. Her confidence also helps. Her martial arts skills improve steadily. Lin Ziqian also progresses, winning a major martial arts tournament, the first for Shanghai High in 5 years. He is celebrated by his parents, a joyful Shen Han, and his teammates. Soon his room is filled with trophies. His fame leads to an endorsement deal, making him the spokesperson for the He family's martial arts gym. All his hard work pays off. Between his endorsement deal and his web novel income, Lin Ziqian has amassed over 900,000 on. Looking at his bank balance, he concludes it's more than enough to unlock the next codex. Lingxi Shin goes to a secluded area to pick up his next order from the friendly supermarket clerk. Inside the large box are the remains of a hidden dragon, a large lizard-like creature known for stealth. Placing his hand on the meat, Lingxian begins the absorption process, and a powerful blue aura erupts around him. A system notification confirms he is devouring the hidden dragon's life source, and the codex unlock progress reaches 100%. A moment later, another notification announces he has unlocked the hidden dragon codex and acquired the new natural camouflage. The system explains his new power. The ability allows him to reduce his presence by lowering his internal life signs and lets him hide his true biological level. Lin Ziqian immediately understands the skill's dual applications. He can become stealthy for ambushes or hide his true strength to lull enemies into a false sense of security. With his main objective complete, he remembers he needs to buy a cake for his mother and walks through the city. His thoughts are interrupted by a shout. He turns to see a beautiful red-haired woman being forcefully escorted by 2 guards in tactical gear. Suddenly, a young man involved in the arrest calls his name. In surprise, Lin Ziqian recognizes him as John Kai, a senior from his school. His attention is drawn to John Kai's powerful, cybernetic legs. Yon Kai explains nonchalantly that after failing to get into high school, he became a biker and broke his legs so badly in an accident they had to be amputated. Yon Kai explains he was lucky enough to join a mechanical modification experiment run by the Mechanical God Group, which unexpectedly transformed him from a disabled person into a cyborg. Curious, Lingxian asks about the arrested woman. A guard explains she is a remnant of the Rat God cult, the only female among 9 fugitives. Just then, Zhang Kai's colleague calls for him to leave. As he hurries off, he waves goodbye, promising to talk later, and Lin Ziqian waves back. Watching them go, Lingxian becomes suspicious. The public security department searched for the rat god cult fugitives with all its resources and found nothing. Yet the mechanical god group captured one with ease. He concludes this group is not to be underestimated. His thoughts are interrupted by a call from his mother, Jiang Wenshin. She asks if he bought the cake and when he'll be home. He says he's on his way and will be back soon, and she reminds him to be careful. The scene shifts to a lively birthday celebration. Since their birthdays are a day apart, their families always celebrate together. Their parents are gathered singing happy birthday for their 18th birthday. They stand side by side and blow out the candle on their cake. After their mothers tell them to exchange presents as they happily give each other gifts, their happy moment is shattered. As the room begins to tremble violently, the families are thrown off balance. Someone shouting if it's an earthquake. Lin Zixian instinctively grabs Shun Qinghan to steady her. But Lin Zixian immediately senses this is no ordinary earthquake. Something feels terribly wrong. Deep beneath the city, the true cause is revealed. A massive cavern teeming with an endless swarm of rats, their red eyes glowing as they surge upwards. The next morning, a TV news report dismisses the previous night's event. An anchor explains that Shanghai City is not on a tectonic plate boundary, so a major earthquake is unlikely, and advises citizens not to panic. At breakfast, Lin Ziqing finishes his meal and tells his parents he is leaving for school. His father tells him to be careful. Outside, Sheng Xinghan is waiting and cheerfully asks to walk to school together, to which he agrees. As they walk, she happily remarks that since they have celebrated their 18th birthday, they are officially adults. Lin Ziqing adds that the college entrance exams are also approaching. Sheng Qinghan admits she gets nervous just thinking about it. Some time passes, and Lin Ziqing finally saves up enough money to unlock his next codex. He begins the absorption process, and a powerful purple energy swirls around him as he targets the void crocodile. System notification confirms he is devouring the creature's life source, and the codex unlock progress reaches 100%. He receives a vision of a large crocodilian beast with fish-like fins, swimming powerfully, trying to escape from the savage giant eagle. A final notification announces he has successfully unlocked the void crocodile codex and acquired a new biological danger perception. The system explains this ability allows him to sense hostility from other creatures within a certain range. It makes it easier to judge their biological level. Lin Ziqing thoughtfully concludes this will be a useful skill for preventing sneak attacks. To test his new power, he goes to a busy shopping mall. As he walks through the crowd, he uses his danger perception and can now see the power levels of everyone. He observes most people are ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2, confirming the vast majority are normal people. While browsing the supermarket, he decides on his next target for the codex. He sees packages of life and death toad meat, which he speculates could grant a self-healing ability. However, his enthusiasm fades when he sees the price, a staggering 100,000 won per gene. He realizes his monthly income from his web novel isn't enough to afford it. With a determined look, he concludes he must find a way to increase his income. After the exams, the story moves to the Nanjing Provincial Education Department. Inside the minister's office, a striking woman with light purple hair and antler-like horns, Mo Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University and minister of education for Nanjing Province, sits listening to a report. A male subordinate is finishing a presentation on the educational situation across the province. Mo Dongji calmly sips her drink and thanks him. She then asks about the status of Origin Site number 36. Her assistant replies, the situation has finally stabilized, expressing great relief. He explains that if it hadn't, the entire province would have been doomed, with nothing else to discuss. Mo Dongji tells him he can go. After he leaves, Mo Dongji is alone with her thoughts. She muses to herself that it has been many years since she last accepted a disciple. She walks to the large window, which looks out onto a beautiful tropical beach, and stares at her own reflection. The martial arts college entrance exam is an intense 9-day ordeal. The first day consists of a written exam in the morning and a physical fitness assessment in the afternoon. From the 2nd to the 8th day, students are sent into a forest for a week long. Practical combat and survival test. The final 9th day is dedicated to an aptitude test for gene fusion and mechanical modification. The story picks up on June, the first day of the exam. Elizabethan and Shang Qinghan walk together, but she is clearly on edge. She nervously tugs on his sleeve, confessing how tense she is. Her primary fear being that she might lose control of her bladder again. Elizabethan looks at her with a warm smile. He pulls her into a comforting hug, telling her not to be nervous, holding her close. He reminds her that her theoretical knowledge is solid, and she has already taken precautions by wearing a diaper, so she just needs to do her best. His closeness makes her blush, flustered but comforted. She promises she will do her best, and tells him he needs to do his best as well. He agrees during the written exam. Lin Zicheng sits with a confident expression, easily filling out the test paper. He finishes long before time is up. With nothing else to do, he rests his head on his hand and brainstorms new plot ideas for his web novel. After the exam, he notices Shun Qinghan walking with her head down, looking upset. He worries that she might not have done well. He approaches to comfort her, putting a hand on her shoulder and reminding her they only need to pass the written portion. However, Shang Qinghan quickly tells him she did very well and doesn't need his comfort. Confused, Lin Zicheng asks why she looks so unwell, blushing furiously. Shun Qinghan quietly confesses she had an accident and wet her pants again. She quickly tells him to wait. While she runs to the restroom, Lin Zicheng reminds her to be quick, as the physical fitness assessment is about to begin. Later, during the weightlifting portion, Lin Zicheng demonstrates his overwhelming power. An announcer declares his final score, as he effortlessly lifts a massive 950 kilograms barbell with one hand, leaving the other students speechless. His classmates erupt in shouts of disbelief, recalling his other incredible results: a 512-second 100-meter dash and a 491-meter vertical jump. After completing her own tests, a tired Shun Qinghan in her gym clothes approaches Lin Zicheng. He asks how she did. With a weary but proud smile, she reports her impressive: a 9.32-second 100-meter dash, a 1.62-meter vertical jump, and a 125-kilogram lift. She adds with a small sigh that her results are still nothing compared to his. Lin Zicheng praises her, telling her that with scores like that, she is a top-tier female student. He gives her an affectionate pat on the head, and she looks up at him with a happy expression. Sometime after, their classmate Heyu runs up excitedly, announcing their written exam scores are available. He tells them he heard Wang, Shuji, and Lu Gang scored in the high 80s, and he himself got an 80. As he asks about their scores, a nervous Shun Qinghan checks her phone. Her face lights up with joy as she exclaims, "She got an 82. Heyo is stunned. They both turn to Lin Zicheng. He calmly holds up his phone, showing a perfect score of 100. Shun Qinghan cheers for him, while a dumbfounded Heyo mutters that Lin Zicheng is as freakishly talented as ever. Later, as they walk home, Shun Qinghan expresses her nervousness about the next phase, the week-long practical test in the forest. Lin Zicheng takes her hand and reassures her, telling her not to worry, because he will stay by her side and protect her. Comforted, she agrees to stick close to him. Meanwhile, in a private room, two mysterious figures discuss the exam. One man in a formal suit and a sinister plague, Dr. Mask, hands a small wooden box to a younger man. The masked man instructs his subordinate to make good use of his position as a safety officer. The young man takes the box. Inside are 10 dark seed-like objects, which the masked man calls demon seeds. That will aid him in his mission. The masked man promises that if the young man succeeds, he will be recommended to become a full member of their organization. The young man seems more interested in a different reward, stating he would prefer a rare different fruit. Masked man scoffs, calling him short-sighted. He explains a single fruit could only help him evolve to a mid-tier rank, whereas joining their organization opens the door to evolving into a truly advanced being. After a moment, the young man is convinced, agreeing that becoming an official member is the more valuable prize. A convoy of buses travels through a dense, foggy forest. An announcement informs students they are about to arrive at the practical exam location. Inside a bus, Shin Han is sleeping on Lin Zicheng's shoulder. He gently wakes her, letting her know they have arrived. An automated voice directs students from entrance 9 to get off the bus and proceed to the assembly point. The students gather at a large staging area where the rules of the week-long exam are explained. Numerous score tokens are hidden throughout the forest, some in hard-to-reach places, and others carried by beasts. Safety officers are stationed near dangerous creatures, but calling for their help results in immediate disqualification. The most powerful beasts and the highest scores are located deep within the forest. A student's final grade is determined by the points from tokens in a performance review based on camera footage. With 100,000 students competing for 50,000 tokens, at least half will fail to score any points. The exam encourages both cooperation and competition. Students can team up to share tokens or steal them. An official announces they have 1 hour to prepare. Immediately, students begin trying to form alliances. One student loudly tries to recruit teammates by boasting about his father. Their attempt is quickly shut down by a strict female instructor who warns them against such open recruiting. Nearby, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan are snacking when a group of female students asks Lin Zichen to team up. He bluntly refuses. Just then, another student, a young man with brownish-red hair, walks up and asks if he could buy some of their food. Instead, Lin Zichen tosses him a package of toast as a gift. Impressed, the student suggests they team up, introducing himself as Hong Junping from a top high school. While eating his snack, Lin Zichen politely rejects the offer. A bit dejected, Hong Junping thanks him for the food and walks away. Watching him leave, Shin Chenghan comments on how strange the guy was. Lin Zichen gives her a knowing smile and explains that the man's true intention was not about the food, but about the great beauty. With him realizing he was trying to hit on her, Sheng Shenghan blushes. With her breakover, Lin Zichen takes Sheng Chenghan's hand, and they set off into the forest. As they enter the vast wilderness, Lin Zichen decides on a cautious strategy to help Sheng Qinghan acclimate. They begin by searching for score tokens in the safer outer regions. To aid their search, Lin Zicheng activates his Eye of the Sky ability, his eyes glowing with golden light. His enhanced vision lets him instantly spot a target. He tells Sheng Xinghan he has found a token at the top of a nearby tree and instructs her to get it. Eagerly, Shenghan leaps high into the air with incredible agility. A moment later, she triumphantly holds up a token with the number 1 on it, happily shouting to Lin Zicheng that she got it. With his Eye of the Sky active, Lin Zicheng systematically scans the area, directing Shenghan from one hidden token to the next. Soon, she has collected a small handful of 1-point tokens. Overjoyed, Qinghan throws her arms around Elizabethan in an excited hug, exclaiming how amazing he is. Their celebration is cut short, as they are surprised by an unexpected arrival. It is Hong Junping who greets them with a smile. He holds up a large score token, stating he has already gathered 28 points. He claims he wants to repay Lin Zicheng, but internally, his motive is to get to know the incredibly cute Shun Shenghan. He formally offers to team up, suggesting they split all points evenly. Among the 3 of them, Lin Zicheng flatly rejects the offer. He tells Hong Junping that if he is serious about repaying them, he can simply hand over all his score tokens. Hong Junping is visibly shocked and angered by this outrageous demand. His friendly demeanor vanishes, and surrounded by a surging aura, he charges forward, shouting that they have chosen the wrong path. As Hong Junping charges, yelling they have chosen the wrong path, Lin Zicheng calmly smirks agreeing that Hong Junping is the one who is chosen. Wrongly, the fight is over in an instant. Lin Zicheng lands a single, devastating punch to Hong Junping's stomach, causing him to double over in agony and spit up blood. With their opponent defeated, Lin Zicheng and Sheng Qinghan walk away arm in arm, with Lin Zicheng now casually holding Hong Jiangping's score token. Behind them, their attacker lies unconscious. A concerned Shen Chenghan asks if he will be all right, but Lin Shengyin nonchalantly reassures her that he didn't even use any real force. Over the next few days, Lin Shengyin continues to guide and train Shen Cheng. Hani helps her find more score tokens, pushes her to improve her strength by having her lift massive boulders, and teaches her practical survival skills, like hunting wild boars. Their time is not all work. They also enjoy simpler moments, like gathering fresh fruit. They work as a perfect team, easily fending off other students who try to ambush them. When tired, they rest together under a makeshift roof. As Shen Qinghan sleeps on his shoulder, Lin Zicheng looks at her fondly, wishing the peaceful moment could last longer. Finally, they arrive at the central area of the forest. Shen Qinghan points out a wooden sign that ominously reads, Danger aberrant beast zone. However, as they venture deeper, they find it eerily quiet. Shen Qinghan observes that they might have arrived too late, as there are no aberrant beasts in sight. The only evidence that anything was ever there are large, unsettling bloodstains splattered across the path as they walk through the forest. Shen Qinghan is disappointed, lamenting that if they'd arrived earlier, she could have earned the genius title by killing aberrant beasts. Lin Zicheng comforts her with a pat on the head, telling her the title doesn't mean much, and it's time to go back. He reflects that with cameras everywhere, hunting beasts is impossible, so it's more practical to focus on training Shen Qinghan's survival skills. After the combat assessment, the students are taken to the next phase, the gene fusion compatibility test. They are bused to a high-security facility on an island, the Island Gene Research Institute, where they are told to get in line for the test. Inside the lab, the students wait to have their blood drawn. Shen Qinghan asks Lin Zicheng if the reagents in the test tubes are for the test. He confirms they are flowing cloud jellyfish genetic reagents. This jellyfish's genes have a high affinity with the human body and easily cause a special chemical reaction with human blood, making them the ideal reagent. The procedure involves injecting the student's fresh blood into the jellyfish reagent to observe the chemical reaction, which determines if a student is suitable for gene fusion. While waiting, a nervous Hiyu expresses his hope to pass the gene fusion test, not wanting to go through the mechanical modification. Test Chu Rue adds that the mechanical test is rumored to be painful, like being burned, as it involves implanting special metal alloys into the body. This thought terrifies Hiyu, who begins praying. After their blood is drawn, the students wait about an hour for the results. As scores come in, a girl celebrates her 8% compatibility, which qualifies her to be a gene fuser, while another is dejected over a 4% score. Another classmate is relieved to have barely passed. With 6%, the students discuss the grading scale. 6% is passing, 8% is excellent, and 10% is required for top universities. They also mention the famous Kyoto prodigy has a compatibility of 16%. Hearing this, Linxican silently wonders what his own score will be, thinking that, since his physical attributes are superior, perhaps he could reach 20%. Sheng Senghan, growing anxious, grabs Linxican's arm for support. He calmly takes her hand, telling her it's normal to be nervous, while thinking she might not be able to continue with him if her compatibility is too low. Suddenly, their friend Chu Rui exclaims in joy that she scored 10% high enough for the top universities. Hiyu, however, seems slightly disappointed with his 11% score, feeling it should have been higher, seeing that others have results. Lin Zicheng turns to check his phone. Sheng Yinhan, too scared to look at her own score, asks him to check his first and then hers. He agrees and looks at his phone. The result is an impressive 15%. Ovid Sheng Yinhan immediately throws her arms around Lin Zixin in a celebratory hug, exclaiming that with a score like that, he is surely the top scholar in the province. Despite Sheng Chenghan's joy, Lin Zicheng is internally disappointed. His 15% compatibility is lower than the Kyoto prodigies, leading him to conclude that physical strength isn't the only factor determining aptitude for gene fusion. He then gently tells Shun Chenghan it's her turn to check her results, and she nervously agrees. He tries to reassure her, saying that if someone like him can get a good score, she certainly can too. However, as he brings up her results, his expression turns to shock. Shin Chenghan and Chu Rue, looking over his shoulder, mirror his astonishment. The phone screen displays an unbelievable result. Shin Chenghan has a gene fusion compatibility of 21%. The scene shifts to the Nanjing Provincial Ministry of Education headquarters, where Mo Dongji is in a meeting with other officials, including the principal of Shanghai High. Montauk Dongji announces the gene fusion compatibility results are in. First, they see Lin Zicheng's profile, noting his impressive 15% score, making him the provincial top scholar. The other officials congratulate the principal of Shanghai High, and while she acts modest, she is inwardly proud, just as everyone believes. The top student has been identified. Sheng Qinghan's results are displayed. Her 21% compatibility score sends a shockwave through the room. The officials exclaim in disbelief, questioning if such a high number is possible. The principal is just as surprised, recalling Shun Qinghan as Lin Zicheng's seemingly ordinary childhood friend. The extraordinary result piques Madongji's interest, who asked for more information on Shun Qinghan. The principal of Shanghai High nervously suggests to Mo Dongji that Sheng Qinghan's result must be a mistake, as her school performance has always been ordinary. With a sigh, Mo Dongji decides there's no other way, and that she must go see for herself. Back at the testing facility, students are in an uproar over the 21% result, questioning if the test was wrong. Shin Qinghan herself turns to Lin Zixin in disbelief, asking if there was a mistake. Lin Zixin calmly tells her he doesn't think it's an error. He leans in close, explaining she has a natural high affinity for water, and since the test used a reagent from a water attribute, beast like the flowing cloud jellyfish, her result makes sense. Sheng Qinghan's eyes light up with understanding. She excitedly realizes this means her body is highly compatible with water, attribute beast genes, making her a natural genius. With newfound confidence, she looks at Elizabethan, thinking she is finally worthy of standing by his side. Elizabethan smiles, warmly happy for her. Their moment is suddenly interrupted when someone shouts for everyone to look outside. As they turn, they witness a massive whirlpool of water rising from the ocean, and standing atop, it is Mo Dongji. The students watch in awe as she stands powerfully on the surging wave. The other students panic, wondering if she is a heretic, and fearing she is about to destroy the entire facility. Montauk Dongji lands gracefully, the water receding around her. The Research Institute staff immediately recognize her, bowing and calling her name. They identify her as Mo Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University, from a prestigious martial arts family with a 1,000-year history. Staff members whisper rumors that her family once tamed dragons and fused with their genes, which would explain her incredible ability to manipulate water. Ignoring the staff, Mo Dongji walks directly to Sheng Chenghan and asks if she is the one. To verify the extraordinary test result, she orders a scientist to draw Sheng Chenghan's blood and retest it 3 more times. Afterward, a drained Sheng Chenghan sits with her friends. He expresses his concern, and she admits her arm is a bit numb after the repeated blood draws. Soon, a scientist calls for Sheng Chenghan to follow him, and she complies. She is led to a private office where Mo Dongji is waiting. Madongji smiles, announcing the results are in. She leans close to the nervous girl, exclaiming that all 3 tests consistently showed 21% compatibility. Getting straight to the point, Madongji makes a life-changing offer. She wants to take Sheng Changhan as her disciple. Sheng Changhan is completely stunned, stammering at the sudden request. To demonstrate the power she could learn, Madongji effortlessly levitates water from a glass on her desk, swirling it in a control vortex. She tells Shun Chenghan that, as her student, she will easily be able to perform such feats. Overwhelmed, Shin Chenghan asks for time to think, wanting to consult Lin Zichen first. Odongji dismisses her hesitation, stating there is nothing to consider, as becoming her disciple offers only advantages. While continuing her impressive display of water manipulation, Odongji asserts her authority, stating that as provincial minister of education and vice principal of Shanghai University, she has decided Sheng Qinggan will attend her university. Now that they have a master-disciple relationship, she leans in close, asking the nervous Sheng Qinggan if she has anything to say. Overwhelmed and intimidated, Shun Qinghan meekly replies that she has nothing to add, feeling completely railroaded. She nervously adds Mo Dongji's contact info to her phone. Madongji then informs her that she has another disciple, who will be Sheng Chenghan's senior sister. She explains this student is of a similar age, but began her training over 10 years ago. Madongji sends a photo to her phone, saying she'll introduce them when the time is right. Shaking Hand is shocked when she sees the picture of a white-haired girl with a spear, surrounded by skeletal remains, and standing over a monstrous, carnivorous plant. She immediately recognizes her as her old friend, Bai Shuai. She asks Madongji for her senior sister's name. Madongji reveals it is Luo Qinshui and asks if Sheng Chenghan knows her. Sheng Xinghan explains that she had a friend in elementary school named Bai Shui who looked just like her, but she transferred away suddenly. She wonders if they could be the same person. Mo Dongji dismisses the idea as impossible, still puzzled by Shang Xinghan's score. Montak Dongji tells her that her gene fusion compatibility is beyond anything she has ever seen. She decides to conduct a physical examination to see if there is anything special about her body. As she places a glowing hand on Sheng Chenghan's chest, she becomes visibly surprised, muttering that something is strange. A worried Sheng Chenghan asks if something is wrong with her body. Mo Dongji explains that on the contrary, her body is too normal, which is odd for someone with a 21% compatibility score. To protect her from unwanted attention and potential harm from those with malicious intent, Mo Dongji decides to publicly report Shun Qinghan's score as 16%. Shun Qinghan quietly agrees to the arrangement. With their business concluded, Mo Dongji dismisses Fian Shenghan, telling her it is getting late and she can go home. Shun Shenghan nervously says goodbye to her new master and leaves the office. Once alone, Mo Dongji makes a phone call. The man on the other end. Her father tells her the new disciple is extraordinary and destined for greatness, which will bring them unimaginable rewards. He sternly warns her that her students' incredible talent must be kept a secret from everyone. Mo Dongji agrees, telling her father she understands. Later, as Lin Zicheng gives Shun Qinghan a ride home on his bicycle, he remarks how strange it is that she so suddenly acquired a master. She agrees the situation feels very abrupt. Lin Zicheng decides they should adopt a wait-and-see approach. He tells her if Mo Dongji proves to have no malicious intent, then it is fine to accept her as a master. However, he adds, if she turns out to be a bad person, they will end the relationship once Sheng Qinghan is strong enough. Sheng Chenghan agrees with his plan as she gets off the bike. As they arrive, their mothers, Zhan Wangshun and Su Ming, greet them with great excitement. They announce they are all going to a restaurant to celebrate their children's success. They are overjoyed that Sheng Chenghan is the provincial top scholar and that she and Lin Zicheng can attend the same university together. At the restaurant, Both families raise their glasses in a toast, celebrating Sheng Han and Lin Zicheng for achieving the top 2 scores in the province. After the joyful dinner, the families part ways, wishing each other a safe trip home. That night, under a full moon, there is a knock at Lin Zichen's door. His mother, John Wangxin, opens it to find Shun Han standing there in her pink pajamas. Looking flustered, John Wangxin smiles and teasingly asks if she has come to sleep with Lin Zichen again. Flustered by John Wangxin's teasing, Shun Han quickly denies any romantic intentions, insisting she has something very important to discuss with Lin Zichen. In person, she tells John Wangxin she's going to find him and rushes into his room. Amused, John Wangxin watches her go, wondering to herself if the important matter is a love confession. Shun Han knocks on Lin Zichen's door, telling him she has something important to say. When he opens the door and asks what's wrong, she explains it is about the matter with her new master. From earlier that day, inside his room, she sits on his bed, hugging a pillow for comfort. She tells him that her master, Mo Dongji, performed a full physical examination on her, but found nothing out of the ordinary, concluding that her body was no different from a normal person's. Shun Han reveals the crucial detail. Even with her power, Montak Dongji was unable to detect her strange ability to let water pass through her body. Lin Zichen is internally stunned by this revelation. He reflects on Mo Dongji's immense power, capable of controlling massive waves. Yet she was unable to uncover the secret of Shun Han's body. He concludes that her physical constitution is far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, advising her that they must keep this ability a secret from everyone, for now, as they cannot predict the consequences if it were to be revealed. He suggests they can slowly study it later, when they are stronger and more experienced. Shun Han agrees, telling him she will follow his lead. She then brings up another topic, remembering that her master mentioned she has a senior sister. Shun Han explains that she saw a photo of this senior sister and was shocked by how much she looks like her old friend, Bai Shuai. She then shows the picture on her phone to Lin Zicheng. He takes the phone and examines the photo of Luo Qian. He acknowledges the resemblance, but notes that her aura is completely different from a Bai Shuai. He remembers his attention, however, is drawn to the strange, forested background of the image. He asks Shun Han if she has any idea where the photo was taken. Shun Han tells Lin Zichen she doesn't know where the photo was taken, but she will ask her master. She sends a text to Madongji asking about the location. Madongji gives a one-word reply source site. When Shun Han asks for more details, her master cryptically responds that she will find out when she becomes stronger. Shun Han relays this information to Lin Zicheng, telling him she couldn't get any more details. Lin Zicheng decides they should put the matter aside for now and revisit it in the future. Later, as they lie on his bed, both looking at their phones, Shun Han quietly watches him for a moment. She then asks him if men like women who wear cheongsams. The question catches Lin Zichen off guard, and he internally wonders if she was influenced by her master, Mo Dongji, who wears a similar traditional dress. He blushes as he imagines Shun Han in a cheongsam, thinking to himself that it would look very good on her, and admitting that it depends on the person. Sensing his response, Shun Han leans in closer, pressing him on whether he likes them. A completely flustered Lin Zichen stammers that he supposes he does. She continues her questioning, asking about stockings and whether he prefers black, white, or nude-colored ones. He wonders why she's asking such strange questions. Pinned down on the bed, he finally relents, admitting that if he had to choose, he would pick black or white stockings. Satisfied with his answers, Shenzhen immediately sits up and starts ordering a cheongsam and stockings on her phone, leaving a bewildered Lin Zicheng to wonder what just happened. Their conversation is interrupted by a knock. At the door, it is Zhang Wangxin, who has brought a bag for Shun Han. She explains that Shun Qinghan's mother sent over some toiletries and told her to just sleep over for the night. A completely flustered Sheng Qinghan takes the bag, stammering that she never asked her mother to send anything, and wondering why she would act on her own. As she leaves, Jia Wangxin cheerfully tells them not to worry, as they are both adults now. So, it is perfectly fine for them to sleep over together. Before closing the door, an awkward silence fills the room, as both Sheng Chenghan and Lin Ziqin blush, unsure of what to do next. Resigning herself to the situation, Sheng Chenghan sits on the bed and opens the bag, stating that she will just change her diaper and go to sleep. However, as she looks inside, she pulls out an object with a surprised expression, asking what it is. To her absolute horror, she realizes she is holding a box of those things for safety. Utterly mortified, she wonders what on earth her mother was thinking by packing such an item in her bag. In complete panic, she stammers that she is going to change her diaper and scrambles off the bed, tripping over her own feet and falling face first onto the floor. In her haste to escape, Lin Zixuan is left sitting on the bed, completely bewildered by the chaotic scene and wondering what is going on. Lin Zixuan and Shun Chenghan have been accepted into the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University. Lin Seixin tells Qian Shenghan, who is sitting on the back of his bicycle, to hold on tight because they're about to get going. She obliges, wrapping her arms around his waist. They have both also signed up for the He family's martial arts gym and are on their way to a promotional event today. As they ride through the bustling city streets, Lin Ziqin suddenly notices that a strange group of people is blocking their path. A man in black and gold robes, accompanied by several men in white karate uniforms, stands before them and asks if he is Lixican. Surprised, Lixican stops the bike and asks them who they are. The man introduces himself as Lu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. However, he clarifies that he is not there in his official capacity, but as a representative of an organization called Tianrenhai. Tianrenhai is a conservative organization that opposes gene fusion and mechanical modification, preferring to fight threats with traditional martial arts. Lin Ziqin recalls hearing about them, but internally dismisses them, thinking their ideology is misguided and deludes its followers. Lu Chuanwu formally invites Lin Ziqing to join Tian. Hey, guy. Ignoring him, Lin Ziqing simply asks them to get out of his way. As Lin Ziqing tries to pass, Lu Chuanwu places a hand on his shoulder to stop him, asking for a moment to talk. Attempting to persuade him, Lu Chuanwu offers him a new phone as a gift, but Lin Ziqing is clearly made uncomfortable by the insistence. Later, Lin Ziqin, Sheng Han, and Lu Chuanwu are sitting in a cafe. Lu Chuanwu explains that his organization, Tianrengi, researches how to unlock the potential of pure blue humans without gene fusion or mechanical modifications. He passionately claims that their goal is to help humans break through the ordinary biological barriers and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic beings. To prove his point, he tells Lin Ziqin that they have already achieved some results and shows him a video on his phone. In the video, Lu Chuanwu, who states his own biological level is ordinary tier 9, is seen facing a formidable opponent. He explains that the video shows him defeating a high-level gene fuser. Lin Ziqing is shocked to recognize the winged man in the video as Wu Tianqing, the powerful prodigy who had single-handedly taken down the rat god cult. The fight in the video unfolds, showing Wu Tianqing leaping high into the air and unleashing a deadly shower of sharp feathers down on Lu Chuanwu. The feathers pierce Lu Chuanwu's body, leaving him bloodied, while Wu Tianqing lands gracefully back on the fighting stage. Despite his injuries, Lu Chuanwu charges forward with incredible force and lands a devastating punch on Wu Tianqing, sending the powerful gene fuser flying out of the ring. As the video ends, Lu Chuanwu passionately argues that the human lineage is already invincible and does not need to borrow power from other species, claiming that pure-blooded humans who follow their path of cultivation are the true future. Lin Zichen looks at the phone, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He wonders if the video could be fake, questioning if it was edited or if Wu Tiancheng was paid to lose on purpose. Lu Chuanwu dismisses his doubts, stating firmly that the video is completely unedited. He adds that he will continue to challenge other high-level gene fusers and invites Ling Xichun to come and watch anytime. Ling Xichun then asks why they don't just post the video online to better promote Tianren Gai. Lu Chuanwu explains that they would like to, but those in power do not allow it. With a surge of anger, he elaborates that the authorities believe that, as long as a method doesn't raise a person's biological level, it has no future and is not worth promoting. He slams his fists on the table in frustration, arguing that without wider promotion, they cannot attract more people to their research, which makes achieving a breakthrough incredibly difficult. After all, he says, qualitative change requires quantitative change. He then looks at Lin Xixian with hope, telling him that if a genius like him joined them, he wouldn't get stuck at ordinary Tier 9. For 50 years like he has, Lu Chuanwu is certain that Lin Xixian would be able to evolve into a high-level being. Lin Zicheng is taken aback by this information internally, noting that Lu Chuanwu has been stuck for 50 years, but only looks about 50 years old himself, seemingly reading his thoughts. Lu Chuanwu reveals a startling secret. He tells Lin Zicheng not to be fooled by his appearance, as he is actually almost 100 years old. He explains that he has been able to maintain his youthful appearance thanks to their special cultivation methods. Skeptical Li Zichen searches online for the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. The results confirm Lu Chuanwu's story. An encyclopedia entry lists his birth date as March 1929. Lindsay Chin is surprised. Their cultivation method can grant such longevity, and briefly wonders if his parents could learn it. He continues to scroll and learns that in his youth, Lu Chuanwu was the young master of the Lu family, a top martial arts clan. When the era of gene fusion began, his family's refusal to adapt LED to their decline, with their dojo falling into ruin. The information also reveals a personal tragedy. Lu Chuanwu's insistence on the traditional path resulted in his wife and children leaving him, as they chose to embrace gene fusion. Looking at the article, Lin Zicheng thinks about his relationship with Shun Qing'an, confident she would never leave him. His research is interrupted when he scrolls further and sees something that shocks him. Under the relationships section, it lists his ex-wife as Yuan Dongji, which Lin Zicheng recognizes as another name for Sheng Qinghan's new master, Montak Dongji. He also sees that the profile pictures for his son, Yuan Shushang, and daughter Yuan Xiao Yi are grayed out, making him wonder if they have both died. Lin Zicheng looks up from his phone at Lu Chuanwu, concluding this man should not be underestimated. Noticing the intense stare, Lu Chuanwu smirks. He proudly states that, maintaining his youthful appearance, at nearly 100 years old, is proof of the great potential of pure-blooded humans. And it is for this reason that Tian Renge exists. He passionately declares that Ren means humanity will conquer the heavens. He argues that those who rely on gene fusion will never surpass the beasts they take their power from, and will eventually be destroyed by them. He makes the same argument for mechanical modification, stating that, because many materials come from aberrant beasts, it is also a path that can never truly surpass its origins. He slams his fists on the table, clarifying that Tianren Gay is not completely against these methods, but is against humanity, betting its entire future on them. He believes they should be used as an early-stage solution, while they research a better long-term path. With great passion, Lu Chuanwu extends his hand, sincerely inviting Lin Zicheng to join Tian Renge and work for the future of humanity. However, Lin Zicheng holds up a hand, silently declining. Undeterred, Lu Chuanwu expresses his firm belief that Lin Zicheng has the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to break through the ordinary biological barrier. Lin Zicheng, however, remains practical, and asks what exactly this cultivation method is. Lu Chuanwu proudly explains. Their technique is the blood tempering art, a method from ancient ruins. He describes it as a way to use one's own qi and blood to temper and strengthen the body, increasing combat power. He boasts that ancient records claim at its highest level. This art allows a practitioner to become a saint, in a flesh capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart giant, steel beasts with their bare hands. However, Lu Chuanwu reveals a critical. The art can only be practiced by pure-blooded humans. He explains that gene fusers have impure blood, while mechanically modified individuals have incomplete bodies that prevent the necessary circulation of qi and blood. This, he argues, is why he believes humanity's future lies with pure-blooded individuals. He once again formally asks Lin Zixian to join Tianrenge. Lin Zichun thoughtfully replies that he feels he knows too little about this path and would prefer to just observe for now. Becoming more insistent, Lu Chuanwu leans forward, telling Lin Zicheng he can take his time learning, but it would be a great shame to waste his incredible physical talent. Leaning in close, Lu Chuanwu tells him that from Tianrenge's perspective, the supposed top scholar, with 16% gene fusion compatibility, is nothing compared to him. He goes so far as to say, she can't even compare to a single hair on Lin Zicheng's head, causing a shocked Shun Qinghan to spit out her drink. Surrounded by a fiery aura of conviction, Lu Chuanwu declares they have always believed that Lin Zicheng, with his #1 physical test data, is the true top talent in the province. He tells Lin Zicheng that if he chooses their path, he will undoubtedly be able to crush Shun Chenghan in the future. This leaves Shun Chenghan looking dejected, wondering why she is being dragged into the conversation. Lin Zicheng raises his hand to interrupt Lu Chuanwu's speech. He points directly at the downcast Shun Chenghan, clarifying that she is the top scholar, with the 16% gene fusion compatibility he was just talking about. Shun Chenghan gives an awkward wave as Lu Chuanwu begins to sweat, nervously deciding to end the conversation. Lin Zichen announces it is getting late. He picks up the phone Lu Chuanwu had offered him earlier. Standing up, he takes Shun Chenghan's hand, thanks Lu Chuanwu for the phone and drinks, and informs him they are leaving. In a panic, Lu Chuanwu reaches out desperately, pleading with them to wait, and offering a trial period of half a year. As they walk away hand in hand, he shouts after them, offering to double whatever benefits the Evolution Academy gives him. When that doesn't stop them, he becomes even more desperate and raises his offer to triple the benefits. The word triple makes Lin Zichen stop, his eyes wide with shock. The scene changes abruptly as Lin Zichen is suddenly back at the table, telling Lu Chuanwu he has always agreed with Tianrenge's philosophy, with a fiery look of determination. Lixican clenches his fist and declares he has decided to bring his talent to Tianrenge and contribute to the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu is left stunned and speechless, while a small, chibi version of him cries over the vast amount of money he has just promised. Having made his decision, Lin Zichen tells Lu Chuanwu he has a question. He asks if he knows what the source site is. Lu Chuanwu is visibly surprised, wondering how a young student could know about such a place. His expression turns solemn as he explains that the source site is believed to be the origin of all life. He elaborates that all the aberrant beasts in the world originate from there. Lin Zichen reflects on the information, realizing the source site is the origin of all aberrant beasts. He asks Lu Chuanwu if the beast meat sold in markets also comes from there. Lu Chuanwu confirms this, explaining the meat on Earth isn't enough to feed the general population. Lin Zixian then asks about videos of the place. Lu Chuanwu shakes his head, explaining that no electronic devices function there, so the only way to record anything is through realistic drawings. This triggers a memory for Lin Zixian. He recalls the image of Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qinxue, and realizes what he thought was a photograph was a highly detailed painting. Their conversation is interrupted by Lindsay Chen's phone ringing. Is their friend Hayu asking where they are? As the promotional event at the gym is about to start, Lindsay Chun assures him they are on their way. He puts on his backpack, and tells Lu Chuanwu they have matters to attend to and must leave. Before they go, Lu Chuanwu hands Lin Zicheng a blue book titled Blood Tempering Art, explaining it contains the detailed cultivation methods. However, he offers a caution, stating there's a threshold for practicing it. One must reach ordinary tier 4 and have sufficient qi and blood. He suggests that since Lindsay Chen's physical test data is close to tier 4, he should study the book over the summer and begin practicing once he advances. Lin Zixuan takes the book and casually stuffs it into his bag. To Lu Chuanwu's surprise, Lin Zixuan reveals that he has already reached ordinary, tier 6, so he plans to start practicing as soon as he gets back. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, a young woman with a ponytail is training intensely, delivering a powerful kick to a heavy bag that sends it swinging. She stops when she hears someone whistling. Happily turning, she sees Lu Chuanwu walking in, with a spring in his step. Curious, she asks the dean what has made him so happy. Lu Chuanwu boasts to the young woman. With a proud expression, he claims that thanks to his charisma, he recruited the student, with the top physical test scores in the province, into Tianrengi. The young woman is shocked and asks if it is true. Lu Chuanwu shows her his phone, with Lin Zicheng's contact information, claiming it was all his personality. But she demands the truth. Under pressure, Lu Chuanwu nervously admits he had to offer Lin Zicheng triple the benefits the Evolution Academy was offering. Young woman screams in horror, reminding him their organization is already heavily in debt. Lu Chuanwu tries to calm her by massaging her shoulders, reassuring her he has set up dates with 3 wealthy women to cover the costs. While she looks annoyed, changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asks how long it took her to sense her qi and blood. When she first practiced the blood tempering art, she recalls it was 10 years ago and says it took about a week. He then asks how long it took to master blood control, and she replies 2 months. Lu Chuanwu strokes his chin, praising her talent. As expected of the former Kyoto exam runner-up, he admits that even he, a self-proclaimed genius, took 2 weeks to sense his qi and blood. The young woman looks sad, asking him not to mention her past title. She laments that, since giving up gene fusion to join Tianrenji, she hasn't evolved into a high-level being in years, and feels people mock her for fading into obscurity. Liu Chuanwu places a comforting hand on her shoulder, telling her to let them laugh. He assures her that in a few years when she evolves, she will be the one beating them up. The young woman sighs, noting she has tempered her body twice, but still hasn't opened an acupoint. She asks about Ling Xichen, wondering how long it will take him to sense his qi and blood. Lu Chuanwu estimates that, since Ling Xichen's physical data is exceptional, it should take him about 10 days. Hearing this, the young woman gets a mischievous look, declaring she will have to properly teach this new genius junior. Later that night, the city is quiet. In his room, Lindsay Chen sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating with a blood-tempering art book open. He thinks to himself that sensing qi and blood was simple, noting he did it in just 3 seconds. Reading the book, he decides the next step is to control the qi and blood, to temper his body. Starting with his right arm, he focuses his energy, and his right arm becomes engulfed in a flame-like aura. A system notification confirms he is using qi and blood to temper his skin, increasing his skin strength and proficiency. Half an hour later, Lin Zichen tests the results. He takes a knife and swings it forcefully against his arm. To his satisfaction, the blade bounces off without a scratch. He realizes 1 session of tempering has made his skin impervious to blades. Understanding now how Lu Chuanwu withstood Wu Tiancheng's attacks, wondering how strong he will become. After 5 sessions, he continues his cultivation. 3 hours later, An exhausted Linzikin sits on his bed sweating. He calculates that at this speed, he can finish tempering all the skin on his body within a week, noting that while his arms are done, it consumed a third of his chi and blood. His rest is interrupted by a phone notification. Late at night, he checks it and sees a message from Shun Chenghan. She asks if he is asleep and says she has a surprise, inviting him to her room. Curious, he agrees to go over immediately. As he leaves, he wonders what kind of surprise this could be. In the hallway, he runs into his mother, John Wangshin. She knowingly asks if he's going to see Shung Chenghan, explaining the girl had messaged her about the surprise. With a teasing smile, she tells him to hurry up, so Shung Chenghan doesn't get anxious. Lin Zichen knocks on Shung Xinghan's door and announces his arrival. She invites him in. He opens the door and is stunned to find Shung Xinghan on her bed, completely wrapped in a thick duvet, her face flushed red. When he asks what is going on, she shyly replies that this is the surprise. His imagination runs wild, and he wonders if the surprise is that she intends to offer herself to him. Visualizing a scandalous scene, involved with caution tape, shaking off inappropriate thoughts, he nervously jokes to himself that she surely just wants to show him a glow-in-the-dark watch. However, Shung Chenghan insists he just needs to come over and look. Still blushing, Lin Zichen walks over and sits on the edge of the bed. She softly tells him to lift the cover and see. He looks down and sees her face is a deep red, her eyes looking up at him with a shy, almost seductive expression. Lin Zichen feels his heart racing, his face equally hot, as the atmosphere becomes tense and ambiguous. Unable to wait, he reaches out and lifts the white duvet to reveal the surprise underneath. When he lifts the quilt, Lin Zichen is left completely stunned by the surprise. Waiting for him, Shung Xinghuan is lying on the bed blushing, wearing the tight, white Chong Sam she bought online. Lin Zichen's face turns bright red at the sight of her. Utterly shocked, shyly, Shung Chenghan asks him if the outfit looks good on her. Nervous and unable to look away, he manages to nod and say she looks great. Encouraged by his reaction, she admits that she also bought black stockings and asks if he'd like to see how they look on her. Sweating nervously, he agrees with excitement, telling her to put them on so he can see. As Lin Zichen watches, Shung Chenghan slowly begins putting on the black stockings, which makes him blush even more. Once she's done, she asks again if she looks good. He assures her she looks stunning, and that the outfit suits her perfectly. Playfully, she tells him the stockings feel very nice, and invites him to touch them. He approaches and gently touches her leg, agreeing that they feel very comfortable. Lying down on the bed, Shung Chenghan moves closer to him and asks, which feels better to the touch, her legs or the stockings? Blushing but smiling, Lin Zichen replies that her legs definitely feel better, something she seems to agree with. Suddenly, their intimate moment is interrupted by Zhang Wangshin's voice from the other side of the door. She shouts that Shung Chenghan's mother just brought her some toiletries and hung them on the doorknob for her to pick up later, startling a confused Lin Zichen, startled by her sudden appearance. Linxikin stands up and heads to the door to answer her. With a puzzled expression, Linxikin picks up the bag her mother left at the door. When he looks inside, he blushes. Upon seeing a box of those things for safety that Shun Chingen's mother prepared for him, confirming his suspicions. Embarrassed and a bit annoyed, he puts the box back in the bag, thinking to himself that they haven't even kissed yet, and wondering why the rush. Shin Sing-han tells him it's already late, and that he should stay the night. Then shyly, she asks him to turn around so he doesn't see her, while she puts on her diaper. Blushing Lingxi, Chun turns around, while she changes clothes at the back of the room. Once she's done, she approaches him and says she's ready. They can turn off the light and sleep. Both of them are visibly nervous. Later, the two lie in bed side by side under the same quilt, unable to sleep. Linxikin asks Shang Chenghan if she used any perfume, since he notices a pleasant scent in the bed. With her eyes closed and a playful smile, she replies that it's her natural scent that perfumed the bed, and invites him to smell if he doesn't believe her. Skeptical, he murmurs that that's impossible. Opening her eyes, Han gives him a seductive smile, leaving him speechless. He blushes, intensely captivated by the moment. Slowly, she moves closer to him and kisses him passionately. During the kiss, Han's eyes suddenly open, showing surprise. She immediately pulls away gently, asking him in a breathless voice to wait a moment. Shocked, Han gets out of bed and puts on her slippers, while a confused Elizabethan asks what's wrong, her face burning with shame. She turns around and confesses that she just wet herself again. She stands next to the bed, mortified, while Elizabethan watches from the mattress. Suddenly an idea occurs to Lin Zixian, and he asks her to wait. He asks how she felt right before it happened, and whether she experienced a strong mental fluctuation. Embarrassed, she explains that her heart was racing. She felt a jolt in her chest. Her body grew warm, and as a result, she lost control of her bladder. Hearing this, Lin Zicheng confirms that her mental fluctuations were extremely intense, and that everything fits what he suspected. He explains his theory to her, recalling her innate water ability, and tells her he suspects her unknown superpower is linked to her mental power and is controlled by it. Han listens in amazement, realizing that if her mental strength is high enough, she might be able to fully develop and control her ability. With a new idea to test his theory, Lin Zichen takes her hand and suggests they keep kissing to see if her mental fluctuations trigger the same effect again. Han asks Lin Zichen to wait so she can change her diaper, but he tells her not to worry, arguing that she'll end up wetting herself again in a moment anyway, so they might as well continue their experiment. She agrees, and they resume kissing passionately on the bed. After the kiss, Lin Zichen gently holds her face and asks how she felt this time. Completely red, she confirms that it was exactly like before. An intense surge of mental fluctuation, followed immediately by the loss of bladder control. Having tested it several times, Lin Zicheng tells her he's now convinced that her superpower is activated through her mental power. Han, drenched and embarrassed, says she has sweated a lot and is going to take a shower. As she gets out of the bed from the bathroom, she shouts that she forgot her pajamas and asks him to bring her a set. He agrees without hesitation. Lin Zixian goes to Han's wardrobe and opens it, looking through her neatly folded clothes. While searching, he finds a cute pair of underwear with a pink bow and is surprised, thinking to himself how pretty it is. He quickly puts it back, blushing and reasoning that she probably doesn't wear underwear when she sleeps with a diaper. Finally, he grabs a light blue pajama set and decides it will do later. The two are in bed ready to sleep. Lin Zixian lies awake with a thoughtful expression and turns to look at Han, who is already fast asleep, even drooling a little. He smiles tenderly and gently strokes her cheek. The next morning, Lin Zichen quietly leaves her room, closing the door carefully so as not to wake her. Just as he's about to leave, he runs into her mother, Su Ming, in the kitchen. She tells him that breakfast is almost ready and suggests he stay and eat before going home, and he gladly agrees. Lin Zicheng has breakfast with Sheng Xinghuan's parents, Sheng Jianya and Su Ming. Her father asks if Sheng Xinghuan is awake yet, and Lin Zichen replies that she is not, and that they should let her sleep a little longer. Su Ming comments that she wishes her daughter were as disciplined as Lindsay Chen, but Sheng Jianya defends her, saying that after becoming the top student in the province, she deserves to rest during the holidays. After breakfast, Lindsay Chan says goodbye to Su Ming at the door, telling her there's no need to walk him out. Once he leaves, she closes the door with a sly and satisfied smile. Shumon goes to her husband and tells him that last night she got up to use the bathroom and heard the shower running upstairs, hinting that their daughter and Lin Zixuan were together. Sheng Jinya thoughtful agrees with her conclusion. Excited by this major progress in their relationship, Shumon grabs her phone to immediately share the good news with Jiang Huangshan. Meanwhile, Ling Xichin arrives home and gets ready to wash the clothes. he wore the previous day. Just as he's changing, his mother, John Wangshin, appears. Seeing him, she gives him a knowing smile and a thumbs up, telling him he's very capable, leaving Ling Xichin completely confused by her sudden praise. The scene shifts to a building that appears to be a university. A muscular man with sunglasses and long hair, followed by a group of equally strong men, bursts into a dojo, shouting Lu Chuanwu's name and demanding an explanation regarding Lin Zicheng calmly. Lu Chuan Wu pretends not to know what he's talking about. Furious, the man yells that Lin Zicheng had already enrolled in his Evolution Academy and accuses Lu Chuanwu of using dirty tactics to steal the student for his martial academy. Lu Chuanwu angrily retorts, asking why only the Evolution Academy should have the right to recruit students. The argument intensifies, with both deans shouting at each other about recruitment principles and prior agreements, which Lu Chuanwu brazenly disregards. With an air of superiority, Lu Chuanwu states that his recruitment method was completely reasonable and part of fair competition. He challenges the other dean, telling him that if he's dissatisfied, he's free to try recruiting Lin Zicheng back. Enraged, the Evolution Academy dean shouts at him, questioning how someone as contemptible as him could talk about fair competition, and challenges him to a fight on the spot. As the true measure of justice, Lu Chuanwu scoffs at the idea, asking if he thinks he's an idiot. The argument escalates further. Lu Chuanwu points out the massive difference in their power levels, explaining that the dean is a level 5 advanced while he is only a level 9 ordinary, which would make the fight unfair. The dean counters that he is 48 years old, while Lu Chuanwu is 95, accusing him of taking advantage of his youth. Lu Chuanwu fires back, accusing him of trying to bully an old man, leaving the dean speechless with rage. Defeated in the argument, the dean turns around and leaves with his group, shouting that as long as Lu Chuanwu refuses genetic fusion, he'll remain weak forever and can continue playing with his pure-blood humans, who are no better than insects. Later, the dean is in an office speaking with Mo Dongji. She advises him not to worry, assuring him that in time, Lin Zicheng will see how his classmates surpass him through genetic fusion and mechanical modification, and then he will naturally want to switch majors. He insists the real problem isn't that, but that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules and must be punished for it. Calmly, Madanji suggests that if he feels so wrong, he should repay him in kind by stealing his best student. Nervous but convinced, the dean agrees to follow her advice. Once the dean leaves, Mo Dongji closes the office door. Holding her cup, she reflects that although Ma Jian, he is usually a calm person, he always loses his composure and becomes irrational when dealing with Lu Chuanwu. As she takes a sip, she thinks about Lu Chuanwu, noting that after so many years, he hasn't changed at all, and his mouth is still as sharp as ever. She regrets that he chose the wrong path in his youth, believing his body was as formidable as his tongue, and that if not for his choices, he could have been at least a school principal. By now, the scene shifts to an outdoor scene, where Lin Zicheng and Shun Chenghan are running together along a street beside a canal. After a while, Shun Chenghan stops, completely exhausted and out of breath, saying she can't keep running anymore. Lin Zicheng approaches and hands her a bottle of water to rehydrate. As she drinks, he suggests they finish training for the day and go to a nearby bench to relax their muscles. Soon after, Shun Chenghan is lying face down on a wooden bench, and Lin Zicheng sits beside her to massage her legs and relieve the muscle tension. Grateful, she turns to look at him and thanks him. He smiles and tells her that given how close they are, she doesn't need to thank him. His words make Shun Chenghan blush deeply. She sits up and timidly asks him directly what their relationship is. At that moment, she wonders aloud whether they are simply friends, childhood friends, or if she is his girlfriend. Lin Zicheng smiles at Shun Chenghan and confirms that he considers her family. Blushing, Shun Chenghan asks what kind of family he has in mind, and then asks him what kind of family he would like them to be. Shyly, she suggests that they could be fiancés, to which he agrees, filling her with joy. Happily, she sits closer to him on the bench. Sheng Cheng-han then proposes that they get married, right after they graduate from university. Lin Ziqin happily agrees to her plan, and they both seal their agreement with a pinky promise. Later that night, at Lin Ziqing's house, he is sitting on the living room sofa with his parents, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wangxin. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Lin Yansheng goes to open it, and is surprised to see who it is. It is Dean Ma Jinhe, who greets him and apologizes for the late visit, explaining that he wanted to talk about Lin Ziqin's choice of academy. Lin Yansheng is confused, wondering why the dean would come to talk about that so late when the matter was already decided. Ma Jindri hands him a gift. 2 fish, explaining they were a present from a student. Lin Yin Chung invites him in, telling him they can talk in the living room, where Lin Ziqing is. In the living room, Ma Jindri tries to persuade Lin Ziqing, pointing out that his 15% gene fusion compatibility promises an incredible future, and it would be a waste of his talent to pursue the path of a pure, blooded human. He continues arguing that while Tien Renge's intentions may be good, their theories have shown no real progress and are a trap that will only harm Lin Ziqing in the long run. He urges Lin Ziqing to listen to his advice. Forget the pure blood path. That will only lead to mediocrity, and choose the Evolution Academy instead. Lin Ziqing listens to the dean's plea with a serious and unreadable expression. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, is confused by the conversation and asks for clarification, stating that she thought her son had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy. At this point, Lin Ziqian addresses his parents, admitting he forgot to tell them that he joined Tian Renge a few days prior. He explains that he has already transferred to the Budo Academy to follow the path of a pure-blooded human, leaving his parents utterly shocked by the news. His mother anxiously asks him what is going on. Lin Ziqing explains his reasoning, stating that he agrees with Tian Renge's philosophy. He says that because the dean of the Budo Academy, Lu Chuanwu, showed great sincerity by offering him triple the benefits, he agreed to join for a 6-month trial period. He clarifies that if he doesn't see any progress, after half a year, he will return to the Evolution Academy and the gene fusion path. His parents seem to be processing his logical plan. Ma Jingyi, however, is furious, silently questioning how the poor old Lu Chuanwu could possibly afford such an offer. He turns to Lin Ziqing and says he has some advice for him. As a young man, he argues that triple the benefits is a small, short-term gain that will result in a huge long-term loss. He warns that in those 6 months, Lin Ziqing will miss out on precious knowledge and experience that he can never get back. Pleading with him not to waste his time, Lin Ziqing remains firm, thanking the dean for his advice, but reiterating that he truly believes in Tian Renge's ideals. He explains that if he doesn't at least try this path, he knows he will regret it for the rest of his life. Internally, however, he admits to himself that the triple benefits are just too good to refuse, seeing that Lin Ziqian's decision is final. Ma Jinhe lets out a sigh of resignation. He stands up, stating that since Lin Ziqian is so insistent, there's no point in talking further. He announces he has other matters to attend to and prepares to leave. Lin Yin Xian quickly offers to see him out as he walks toward the door the next morning. Lin Ziqing is at home, sipping a drink while checking the news on his phone. He is shocked by what he sees. A news headline claims that the provincial top scholar, Lin Ziqing, has been brainwashed by Tian Renge and has chosen the pure blood human path, effectively wasting his talent. The article even mentions a female genius from a decade ago who supposedly ruined her future after joining the same group. He scrolls through the comments and finds a wave of negativity, with people mocking his intelligence and calling for Tian Renge to be shut down. Lin Ziqing is deeply concerned. Realizing his personal information has been leaked, he worries that this publicity could attract the dangerous attention of heretics. He wonders if Ma Jinhe or another group hostile to Tien Ren Guy could be behind the leak. Deciding that the immediate priority is damage control, he makes a phone call to report a news outlet for leaking a student's private information. 2 hours later, Lindsay Chin is sitting on his couch, relieved that the article has been taken down. However, his phone starts buzzing with notifications. He sees messages from a group chat, where his classmates are questioning why he joined the misleading Tianrengi. They also mention that his photos have been leaked online, and the internet is buzzing with discussions about him. He looks stressed, realizing that with his face now public, his situation has become even more complicated and dangerous. That night, Sheng Chenghan appears at Lin Zicheng's door in a pink nightgown, cheerfully announcing she will be sleeping there later. As they lie in bed, she sees him reading the negative news about himself and remarks on how awful people are. Lindsay Chun calmly explains that in power struggles, those who follow the rules are at a disadvantage, while those who ignore them gain the upper hand. Sheng Xingyan suggests asking her powerful master, Mo Dongji, for help. Lin Zekin dismisses the idea, pointing out the conflict is between the gene fusion and pure blood factions, so her master would have no reason to help him. Undeterred, Shen Xinghan insists on trying and messages her master. A short while later, she shows her phone to Lin Zicheng. Mo Dongji has replied that the problem is solved. Shen Xinghan is amazed it was handled in just half an hour, and Lin Zicheng is equally shocked. A quick online search confirms all news related to him has been completely erased. Lin Zicheng is left wondering why Mo Dongji would help him, speculating if it's because she's doting on her new disciple, or due to some sentiment for her ex-husband. Regardless, he acknowledges he has benefited. He asks Shun Qinghan to thank her master for him. Playfully, she leans in close and asks how he plans to thank her. When he asks what she wants, she tells him to kiss her. The two lean in for a kiss, both blushing. Later, Lin Zikin sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating as a white, misty energy swirls around him. He takes a deep control breath. A system notification announces his biological level has increased to ordinary tier 7. He opens his eyes, powerful and covered in sweat, exclaiming, he has finally finished tempering his entire skin. After his training, Linzik checks his updated status. It confirms he is 18 and at ordinary tier 7, with a long list of 9 biological attributes. The screen also notes he has completed the first stage of body tempering. For his skin, he feels confident, thinking that having 9 attributes must be equivalent to 10 gene fusions. With a confident smirk, he believes he is now strong enough to overpower the famous Kyoto prodigy. His thoughts are interrupted by a message from Sheng Chenghan, asking him to accompany her and their friend Chu Rue to retrieve their eggs next Monday. He understands that, since she plans to follow the gene fusion path, which often leads to infertility, she is preserving her eggs, so they can have a test tube baby in the future. He quickly agrees to go. The following Monday, they arrive at a large modern hospital. Inside a room, Sheng Jinghan lies on a hospital bed in her underwear, school shirt, and stockings. The nurse gives her an ovulation induction shot and tells her to return the next day for the retrieval procedure. Sheng Jinhan thanks her. Later, as they walk down the hospital corridor, Lin Zicheng comments on how troublesome the process is. Sheng Jinhan admits she still feels a bit nervous. Hearing this, Chu Ryu puts an arm around her shoulder and suggests they go shopping to take her mind off things. Sheng Qinghan hepelu august. The girls ask Lindsay Chin if he wants to join them, but he declines, explaining he has other things to do. Cho Rue is thrilled to have a fun day alone with Shun Qinghan. The two girls wave goodbye and walk off happily. Back in his room, Lindsay Xian decides it's time for the next stage of his training, tempering his muscles. As he meditates, system notifications confirm his muscle strength, and blood tempering art proficiency are increasing. He notes the burning sensation is more intense than when he tempered his skin, but it's a pain he can endure. After an entire afternoon, focused on tempering just his right arm, he lies on his bed exhausted. To recover, he eats a large amount of bread to replenish the qi and blood he consumed. Afterward, he tests his new strength with a hand gripper and is amazed to find tempering just one arm increased his power by 50%. Suddenly, there is a knock on his door. Sheng Han enters and explains that Chu Ru suggested they all hang out with Heiyu before school starts, and she is already accepted. On his behalf, Lin Zicheng takes her hand and assures her that if she is going, he will definitely go too. However, Sheng Han looks worried and explains that Chu Ru wants to go to the beach. She doesn't want to go, but feels bad for wanting to refuse. She reminds him of her past trauma, recalling the terrifying, mysterious voice she heard in the ocean, and admits she is scared. Lin Zicheng comforts her, promising to protect her. He suggests that if she's too afraid, they won't go in the water. Reassured, she agrees. The scene shifts to a dark, fiery cavern with a large, circular platform covered in glowing runes, floating above lava. On this platform, a secret meeting is taking place. The giant green monster is reporting to an enigmatic figure, a man in a fine suit and a sinister plague doctor mask. The monster informs him he has successfully made his stinky rats dig all 108 required tunnels. The monster instructs the man in the plague doctor mask to set a biological coordinate. In that spot, the masked man agrees. He then raises a strange, powerful staff with a single glowing red eye and slams it into the ground, releasing a surge of dark energy. To complete the ritual, the masked man slices his own wrist and lets his blood pour onto the staff, where it is absorbed by the red eye. As tendrils of red and black energy erupt from the ground, the masked man explains the coordinate has been set. He states his next step is to find a corresponding point at the source site and place another coordinate there. He concludes that once the two coordinates resonate, the tunnels will be fully connected to the source site. Completing their plan, the friends are on their way to the beach, driving along a beautiful coastal road. Inside the car, Chu Rui asks Heiyu when he got his driver's license. He explains that his father pulled some strings to get him into a crash course right after summer break started, when he offers to get the others into the same program. They enthusiastically agree, much to Haiyu's delight. Soon they arrive at the beach parking lot. Heiyu is ecstatic, running onto the sand and shouting about his love for the sea breeze, the ocean, and most of all, the women in bikinis frolicking in the water. Annoyed by his perverted comment, Shirui hits him on the back of the head. She then grabs Qinghan's arm and announces they are going to change, ignoring Hefew's protests left behind. Heiyu puts his arm around Lin Zicheng and suggests they should get changed as well, saying he can't wait to go diving. As they walk away, a group of guys on the beach recognize Lin Zicheng, identifying him as the runner-up in the Nanjing province's Gaokao exam. They begin to gossip, mentioning that he is the one who joined Tian Renge. They speculate that he must have been brainwashed or was brain damaged to begin with, concluding that he has completely ruined his future. Heiyu overhears their conversation and becomes furious. He confronts the gossips, angrily demanding to know who they think they are, to judge the provincial runner-up, and yelling at them to keep talking. The group is left speechless and terrified by his sudden outburst. Just as Heiyu is about to escalate the confrontation, Lin Zicheng calmly grabs his arm, telling him to forget it and not waste his breath on them. Heiyu expresses his frustration, saying that Lin Zicheng has a good temper and that he would have punched the guys. Lin Zicheng explains that he simply doesn't care about their opinions, but if they had said something he truly cared about, he would have definitely gotten physical. When Heiyu asks what he cares about, Lin Zicheng just gives him a look and glances to the side, as if the answer is obvious. Just then, Chu Ruoi and Sheng Han return, now changed into their beach attire. Chu Rui cheerfully points out that obviously, the person Lin Zicheng cares most about is Sheng Han, who is holding a tube of sunscreen. Heiyu scratches his head, admitting it was a pointless question, while Chu Rui tells the boys to hurry up and get changed. A short time later, Lin Zicheng and Heiyu reappear in their swim trunks, showing off impressive muscular physiques. Lin Zixin teasingly offers to apply sunscreen for Shun Chenghan from their lounge chairs. Shun Chenghan happily accepts the offer. As Lin Zixian rubs sunscreen onto her back, she confirms that he is doing a good job. He watches with a jealous blush, thinking to himself that Lin Zicheng has some serious moves inspired. He tries the same line on Chu Ruwei, who bluntly tells him to get lost. As Lin Zicheng continues to apply sunscreen, now on Sheng Qinghan's lower back and buttocks, she thinks about how amazing he is. Suddenly, she hears a mysterious, powerful voice in her mind. Her eyes snap open in shock, and she quickly sits up, muttering about a revival and the source of the sea. She turns her head toward the ocean, a look of fear on her face, and exclaims that she hears that voice again. Catching Lindsay Chin's immediate attention, Lindsay Qin holds a frightened Sheng Chenghan, asking what's wrong. She explains with a terrified expression that she heard the creepy voice again, talking about a great god, revival, and the source of a sea. Lindsay Khan listens intently, speculating that the voice might be connected to the origin lands. Source's site, he concludes that they don't know enough to understand what's happening and must learn more. First, he suggests that once they start university, she should try to indirectly ask her master, Mo Dongji, about it, and Sheng Chenghan agrees to the plan. Sometime later, Lin Zikin is back in his room, continuing his training, having finished tempering his muscles. He has now begun the arduous process of bone tempering. Training is incredibly painful, far more so than muscle tampering, as he focuses his energy on strengthening his bones. After a grueling session, he lies on his bed, completely exhausted and covered in a strange residue, but triumphant, having successfully tampered all 206 bones in his body. His hard work is rewarded with a system notification, congratulating him on evolving to ordinary creature, rank 9, leaving him just one step away from becoming an advanced creature. Lying on his bed, he studies the blood-tempering art book, understanding that he now needs to open the apertures in his body to achieve the next evolution. However, he finds the instructions in the book to be vague. With a determined look, he closes the book, resolving to figure out the method on his own. The scene shifts to the impressive campus of Shanghai University, where Lin Zicheng and Shun Qinghan have finally arrived to begin their college life. One of their parents calls out to them, announcing they are here. As they walk through the campus with Lindsay, Shin's parents, Shun Qinghan, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, excitedly points out an old ice cream shop that is still there. As they walk through the bustling university town, Lin Zicheng confirms Sheng Qinghan's nostalgic observation that the ice cream shop is indeed the same one they used to visit when they were children. His mother, Zhang Huangshin, suggests they stop for a treat since it's still early, and Sheng Qinghan happily agrees. Inside, Sheng Qinghan enjoys a large bowl of strawberry, milk-flavored ice cream, delighting in how delicious it is. She then sweetly offers a spoonful to Lingxi Chun, who takes a bite, while his parents watch the tender moment with smiles. Their peaceful outing is interrupted by a commotion from a nearby bar, which catches Lingxi Chen's attention. He looks through the window and overhears a man complaining to a woman named Ji Sheena that her skirt is too long, making it difficult for him to grab her. Inside the bar, Brother Yong has Jiaxin sitting flirtatiously on his lap. She suggests he could just slide his hand underneath her skirt, as she wouldn't mind. Another man at their table urges Brother Yong to stop touching the woman and focus on their game. Outside the ice cream shop, two other men are talking about a girl named Huang Jiaxin. One of them mentions that she acts like a goddess at the Art Academy, but is now letting men from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other man comments that students from the Evolution Academy have bright futures, making them attractive to women. This conversation makes Lin Zicheng think about the university structure. Shanghai University is divided into two distinct, an outer campus for arts and culture students, and a heavily guarded inner campus for those studying evolution, mechanical modification, and martial arts. The inner campus is a high-security zone closed to the public, and even students from the outer campus. Due to the sensitive nature of gene fusion and mechanical modification research, it is constantly patrolled by armed guards and surveillance drones. Back at the table, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Huangxin, advises him and Shen Qinghan that even though university life offers more freedom, they must remain focused on their studies and not get distracted. Her husband, Lin Yanqing, reassures her that their children are responsible. He tells Lin Zicheng and Shen Qinghan it is time for them to head to the inner campus. Since the parents cannot enter the restricted area, Lin Yanqing reminds his son to take good care of Shen Qinghan, and Lin Zicheng promises he will. At the heavily guarded entrance to the inner campus, a guard asks them to present their admission notices. Lin Xian hands his over, but as Shen Qinghan searches for hers, the guard stops her. He recognizes Lin Xian as the top student from the provincial exams, who recently made news for joining Tian Rengai, and allows them to pass without further checks. Inside, the campus is bustling with gene fusers and cyborgs, a common sight in this specialized area. After they both complete their registration paperwork, it is time to go to their separate dormitories. Shen Qing'an waves goodbye to Lin Zicheng, promising to see him that evening, before heading to her dorm in the Evolution Academy. Upon arriving at the Budo Academy, Lin Zichen is immediately swarmed by a group of enthusiastic female upperclassmen. They shower him with compliments about his good looks, offer to carry his bags, and eagerly ask for his contact information. Just then, a confident blonde senior steps forward, telling the others to back off, and volunteering to personally escort Lin Zichen to his dormitory. He gratefully accepts her offer. As they walk, the senior asks if he'd like to see the school's combat power rankings. She leads him to a display with the peak ranking for the top 500 students school-wide, and the new student ranking for the top 100 freshmen. She explains that the top 3 students on the peak ranking are all powerful fourth years from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. In contrast, only 3 students from the Budo Academy are on the list, and their ranks are much lower. The senior then tells him about a former star student from their academy who, like him, was a top scorer on the entrance exams and even made it to 6th place on the peak ranking. However, because she was a pure-blooded human, her progress eventually stalled, and she was surpassed by gene fusers and cyborgs. The senior reveals this person's name is Song Yuan, and she is now an instructor at the academy and a key researcher for Tian Rengai, working as an assistant to Dean Lu Chuanwu. Soon they arrive at his room. The senior leads him inside, revealing a spacious, private apartment instead of a standard dorm room. She remarks with envy that being the top scorer comes with amazing benefits. Fanning herself, she then comments on how hot it was walking outside and suggestively asks if she can use a shower. Lin Zichen, however, seems to miss the hint. He thanks her for her help and offers to buy her a milk tea from a shop across the way. The senior is left completely confused by his response, but agrees, wondering to herself why he didn't take the bait. After the senior student leaves, Lin Zicheng stands alone in his new room, thinking to himself that by treating her to a drink, he has repaid the favor of her showing him the way. He then receives a text message from Shen Qinghan, who asks to see pictures of his dormitory. She has already sent him photos of her own accommodations, which are incredibly luxurious, and even include a private gym. Comparing her lavish apartment to his simple, single-room, Lin Zichen feels a pang of envy. Realizing how much wealthier the Evolution Academy is, he reluctantly takes a few pictures of his own modest room to send her. Upon seeing them, Shen Qinghan is surprised by how small his dorm is, and immediately suggests he move in with her, telling him her bed is even bigger than the one she has at home. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase and phone, declaring that he is on his way over immediately. As he leaves the Budo Academy dorms, he grumbles to himself about the stark difference in funding between the academies, feeling that his room the best his school had to offer, nothing compared to the student housing at the Evolution Academy. As he walks, he lets out a sigh, momentarily wondering if Dean Lu Chuanwu will truly be able to deliver on his promise of triple the benefits. When the elevator doors open at her floor, Sheng Han is there to greet him with a bright smile. She happily welcomes him into her spacious, air-conditioned apartment. Looking around the clean, luxurious space, Lin Ziqing comments that her master, Montak Dongji, must care for her a great deal to provide such a place. Sheng Xinghan agrees, saying her master treats her very well. Sheng Xinghan stretches her arms out wide, joyfully declaring that this is now their little home, a place where they can be free, without their parents around. A blushing Lin Ziqing quickly tells her not to get too carried away with the idea. Announcing that she is sweaty from the move, she says she will shower first, and begins to undress on the spot, leaving her clothes in a pile on the floor. Lin Ziqing can only watch, asking her not to leave a mess. As she showers, a flustered Lin Ziqing picks up her clothes. He decides to use the free time to check out the new university campus app he downloaded. He discovers an app store where students can use school credits to purchase resources for gene, fusion, and mechanical modification. He learns that there are 3 ways to earn these: placing on the school's power rankings, completing official school tasks, or achieving outstanding results in competitions. He realizes that for him, this will be even easier than earning money. His exploration is interrupted when Sheng Xinghan calls out from the bathroom, asking him to bring her clothes in. He walks in the bathroom to give them to her, only to find her relaxing in the large bathtub with a blush. She comments on how comfortable the water is, and invitingly asks if he wants to join her. A blushing Lin Ziqing hesitates, then decides it would be a waste of so much hot water for one person. He agrees to join her and takes off his clothes. In the tub, he offers to wash her back, and she happily accepts, promising him it will be her turn to wash his back afterward. Later, after their bath and a meal, Lin Ziqing meditates on the bed while Sheng Xinghan lies beside him. He begins the second stage of tempering his skin using the blood tempering art. The process is grueling. He finds it much harder than the first time, taking 2 full hours just to temper his right hand. Curious, he asks Sheng Xinghan for a sewing needle to test his skin's new strength. To her amazement, he presses the sharp needle against the back of his hand, but it cannot pierce the skin. A system notification confirms his skin's toughness is increasing. When he applies more pressure, the needle shatters against his hand. Sheng Xinghan is in awe, exclaiming the blood-tempering art is so incredible. It makes her want to pursue the pure blood path too. Lin Ziqing then announces the next heat resistance. He calmly holds his hand over a lit stovetop flame. A system notification confirms his heat resistance is increasing. He reflects that it took over a minute before he felt a slight burning sensation, and concludes that with the blood-tempering art and his system's attributes, he is on his way to achieving a saintly body, just as Lixican is relaxing. His phone buzzes with a new message from Lu Chuanwu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean asks if he has settled in, and invites him to visit the Tianren Gay headquarters to familiarize himself with the environment and meet the other members. Lixican agrees, and the dean instructs him to wait downstairs for someone to pick him up, since he is not at his own dorm. Lin Ziqing replies with Sheng Xinghan's address. After receiving confirmation, he sighs and decides to head downstairs. He informs Sheng Xinghan he has to go out for a while, explaining the dean invited him to the organization's headquarters. She encourages him to go ahead. Outside, he finds a shady spot under some trees. While leaning against a tree, he is noticed by a young man with spiky, orange-brown hair. The young man approaches and recognizes him as Lin Ziqing, the top provincial exam scorer who joined Tianren Gay. Lin Ziqing greets him, thinking to himself that he has become well known. The young man expresses his admiration for Lin Ziqing's decision to forego gene fusion for the pure blood path. He shares that he is also a freshman and grew up near Kyoto, where a similar research institute for pure-blooded humans once existed, but was shut down after 20 years of little progress. He passionately expresses his hope that the research at Shanghai University will succeed. Lin Zicheng finds the guy a bit too talkative. Young man gives him a final thumbs up and an encouraging good luck before walking away. Shortly after, Lin Zicheng hears the roar of an engine. He turns to see a woman in a helmet, pulling up on a sleek red motorcycle. She asks if he is Lin Zicheng, and after he confirms, she dismounts, removing her helmet. She introduces herself as Song Yuyan, an instructor from the Budo Academy, and a researcher for Tian Rungai, explaining she has come to take him to their headquarters. As they shake hands, Lindsay Zhen internally recalls her story as the former top student who chose the pure blood path. He gets on the back of her motorcycle, and she playfully advises him to hold on tighter. As they speed off, she asks if he is happy that a beautiful senior came to pick him up, to which he replies that it is an honor. Curious, she then asks why a student from the Budo Academy was waiting outside the luxurious dorms of the Evolution Academy. Lindsay Chun casually explains that his girlfriend lives there, and he has moved in with her. Hearing this song, Yuan Yin laments her own love life, complaining that she has never even lived with a boy. Soon they arrive at a large modern building. Song Yuan leads Lin Zichuan to a building with a sign that reads, Pure Human Research Institute. She beckons him inside, and he asks if it's an abbreviation for the Pure Blooded Human Research Institute. She shows him a common area for researchers to relax and offers him free drinks from a stocked refrigerator. As they walk through an empty hallway, Lin Zikan asks why no one else is around. Song Yuan explains with a sigh that Tian Run Guy is not well regarded by the university, so their funding is limited, and they can't afford a large staff. She reveals the entire organization consists of only Dean Liu, Huangwu herself, Lin Zicheng, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. This shocks Lindsay Chun, who now understands the large group of men in karate uniforms with the dean, when they first met, were just hired actors. Feeling a bit let down, he thinks that, as long as he gets the promised triple benefits, nothing else matters. Song Yiyun then calls out to the dean, announcing she has brought Lin Zichuan. A disheveled and exhausted-looking Liu Chuanwu appears and invites them into his cluttered office. Lindsay Zicher comments on the dean's haggard state. The dean explains he has been there for almost half a month, struggling to make a breakthrough in his research on the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art. With no progress despite his research struggles, Dean Liu Chuanwu gives Lin Zicheng an encouraging thumbs up, confident that Lin Zicheng's involvement will lead to great progress for the pure blood path. He then playfully boasts that his senior Song Yun was once the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that his own physical test scores from his youth were even higher. Song Yun casually chides him to stop bragging. The dean's tone turns serious as he explains that, with Song Yun's help, he finally broke through a decades-long plateau and completed his third body tempering. This breakthrough gave him the power, as an ordinary Tier 9 human, to defeat a high-level gene fuser. Putting his hands on both their shoulders, he assures Lingxi Chun that with time, he has the potential to surpass even Song Yu Yin. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asks about Lin Zicheng's progress with the blood tempering art. He questions if Lin Zicheng has managed to learn blood control and reach the required ordinary Tier 4 to begin skin tempering. Lin Zicheng calmly confirms he is pleased. The dean assigns Song Yuan as his mentor, explaining that with her guidance, he should be able to complete his first skin tempering by the end of the semester. He notes that she herself accomplished this in just 3 months. Song Yuan confidently accepts. However, Lin Zicheng interrupts, plainly stating a mentor won't be necessary. He reveals that he already completed the first round of skin tempering during his summer vacation. This shocking announcement leaves both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuan completely stunned and speechless, wondering if they heard him correctly. Song Yuan finds it impossible that Lin Zicheng could have mastered the complex art of skin tempering on his own over the summer. Lindsay Chun casually explains that the book had detailed instructions, and he just studied it for a few days, though he internally admits it only took him half an hour. Still skeptical, Dean Lu Chuanwu asks to examine his hand to confirm. Before presenting his arm, Lin Zichuan discreetly activates his natural camouflage ability, deciding to mask his true power. He sets his visible biological level to ordinary tier 5, just high enough to be consistent. With having completed one round of skin tempering, he then allows the dean to inspect his arm. The moment Lu Chuanwu touches him, both he and Song Yuyan are left speechless. The dean confirms in amazement that Lin Zicheng has indeed completed a full skin tempering. Still shocked, Lu Chuanwu asks what his current biological level is, feigning nervousness. Lin Zicheng tells him it is ordinary tier 5. This revelation sends the dean into pure ecstasy. He throws his hands in the air and shouts that Lixican is a peerless genius, and the future of the pure blood path is secure. Overjoyed, he pulls a surprised Lixican into a tight hug, declaring that with such a talent, they will surely break through the limits of ordinary beings. Watching them, Song Yun reflects that there is always someone more talented. She smiles, thinking, it is good to have a more capable person leading their cause. Filled with renewed hope, she excitedly suggests to the dean that they should immediately publicize Lin Zichen's potential to attract more talented individuals and secure more funding. However, Lu Chuanwu immediately rejects the idea. He sternly explains that Lin Zicheng's abilities must be kept a secret for now, as suddenly revealing his progress on the pure blood path could expose him to danger. The dean elaborates that their strategy should be quality, not quantity. Now that they have a prodigy like Lin Ziqian, they must concentrate all their resources on helping him break through the ordinary biological barrier. When Song Yun raises concerns about finances, the dean reassures her. He promises to use all his connections to gather the necessary evolution resources. His plan is to wait until Lin Zicheng's power is undeniable, find him a powerful backer, and only then begin to promote the ideals of Tian. Ringge. Song Yuan praises the dean's thoughtful planning, and he proudly accepts the compliment. Lin Zichen listens quietly, thinking how shocked they would be if they knew his true power, that he is already at ordinary tier 9, has completed tempering his flesh and bones, and is in the middle of his second tempering cycle. The dean then informs Lin Zicheng that he no longer needs to attend basic classes at the Budo Academy. Instead, he will work directly at the Research Institute with Song Yun as his assistant. An annoyed Song Yun clenches her fist, protesting that making her an assistant to a junior is an insult. The dean dismisses her concerns, telling her pride is worthless in their research. Changing the subject, he announces that the following afternoon, the university will hold a freshman trial to determine the strongest first year. He confidently tells Lin Zichen that, with his abilities, the title is practically his. He encourages him to participate, to bring honor to the Budo Academy, offering a reward of 10 qi and blood pills when this fails to elicit a reaction. He adds that the winner will also receive 10 school credits. The mention of credits immediately grabs Lindsay Chin's full attention. Soon the day of the freshman assembly arrives, and a large crowd of students gathers in the university auditorium. As Lin Zixuan and Shun Qinghan sit together, they become the subject of gossip among other students, who recognize Lin Zixuan as the top scorer who joined Tianreng High, and wonder about his relationship with their goddess Shun Qinghan. Their conversation is interrupted by a familiar face. The talkative, spiky-haired freshman from before approaches and asks if Lin Zekin remembers him. Lin Zekin confirms he does, leaning in. The freshman points at both of them and bluntly asks what their relationship is. Holding a blushing Shen Zhenghan's hand, Lindsay Chun plainly tells him they are engaged, childhood sweethearts who plan to marry after graduation. This news seems to disappoint the freshman, who can only manage a forced smile. As the assembly continues, the auditorium fills with other first-year students, In the crowd, a girl with dark hair, purple tips, and cat-like ears sits quietly. She turns and gives Lin Zichen an intense, somber stare. He notices her gaze, feeling a slight sense of unease. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman has returned to his seat and is chatting animatedly with his neighbors. Soon, a man at a podium announces the start of the ceremony and calls for the freshman representative to come to the stage. To everyone's surprise, it is the talkative, spiky-haired freshman who stands up. As he confidently walks toward the stage, other students murmur in disbelief. They question why he, with his dyed hair and chatty personality, was chosen as the representative, a role usually reserved for the strongest student, whom they had assumed would be a gene fuser. The freshman is pleased by their reaction. He thinks this is the perfect opportunity to make a big impression. Taking the microphone, he begins his speech by asking the crowd if they have heard of Li Yin. Lin Zicheng internally scoffs, thinking that everyone knows about the famous genius from Kyoto. Continuing his speech, the freshman reveals that the famous prodigy, Li Yijin, has an equally talented younger brother. He explains this brother was the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, boasting a 16% gene fusion compatibility and the highest national physical test scores, tying with the top scorer from Nanjing province. With a confident smile, he then dramatically reveals that he is that very brother, Li Moyu. He goes on to declare that he and his older brother made a pact to dominate the records at Shanghai and Kyoto universities. To demonstrate his power, Li Moyu unleashes the full force of his biological pressure, announcing that this is the power of an ordinary tear. 5 being the entire auditorium is overwhelmed by the immense aura, and the other students gasp in shock, realizing the vast gap between their own abilities and those of a true genius. Pleased with their reaction, Li Moyu smugly tells everyone to remember his name. Back in the audience, Sheng Cheng Hon vispesh tu Linsengren, mocking Li Moyu's arrogancia, and commenting that he has no idea Lin Shengren could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Sington simply tells her to keep a low profile, and she playfully agrees. After Li Moyu's speech, the announcer invites the next speaker to the stage. Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, a young man with dark blue hair, walks to the podium, where the announcer hands him a script. Addressing the crowd, Zhou Hong introduces himself and states he has 3 important things to share. First, he explains that student discipline is managed by the student council, which holds significant authority. Second, he announces the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshman class next semester, with the sole requirement being strength. He advises them to use the next few months to prove their abilities. Finally, he issues a stark. Shanghai University's inner campus is a ruthless environment where strength is everything. Bullying of lower-classmen by upperclassmen is common. He tells everyone to be mentally prepared. After delivering his main points, Zhou Hong's expression darkens. He declares that before he leaves the stage, he wants to give everyone a taste of the power of an advanced being. He then unleashes an overwhelming wave of biological pressure that crushes the entire auditorium. The freshmen are immediately overwhelmed, gasping for air and crying out in pain under the immense force. Lin Zichen sits beside Tian Shenghan as the oppressive pressure from the student council. President Zhou Hong lifts. Lin Zichen notes that, while the pressure from an advanced being is powerful, from his distance, it's no threat to him, as he has reached ordinary Tier 9. Meanwhile, the other freshmen recover, expressing relief that the display only lasted for 5 seconds, and remarking on how terrifying the strength of an advanced being is. Once Zhou Hong leaves the stage, Mo Dongji addresses the students. She announces a freshman trial will begin. After the assembly, the rules are simple. In the center of the gym is a large stage, and the first student to remain on it alone for over 1 minute will be crowned this year's new king. The reward is 100 school credits, 10 times more than the previous year. In the stands, a couple of upperclassmen arrogantly comment that the top 10 spots are always taken by their genius class, and this year will be no different. This sparks a murmur among the ordinary class students. A special rule is then, if a single student from outside the genius class places in the top 10, all non-genius freshmen will receive 1 school credit. The students get excited as they calculate that 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan, realizing if they work together, they all stand to gain. Seizing the moment, he gets on stage and takes a microphone. He introduces himself and reminds everyone that his classmate, Lin Zikin, is the province's top scorer and the strongest among the ordinary students. He proposes that all ordinary students join forces to attack the genius class, clearing a path to help Elizabethan secure a top 10 spot. All eyes turn to Elizabethan, who remains seated and composed, inspired. The ordinary students rise with determination, shouting their support and vowing to clear a path for him. Meanwhile, a group of faculty, including Lu Chuanwu, Mo Dongji, and Ma Jins, watch from a distance. Lu Chuanwu remarks to Zhou Hong that he was being too petty with his earlier display. Ma Jins interjects, asking Lu Chuanwu if it was necessary to take his anger out on Li, Moyu's younger brother, just because Wu Tiansheng defeated him. He adds sarcastically that when it comes to being petty, no one at the university can compare to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu calmly replies that his pettiness is directed only at the person involved, never their family. Lu Chuanwu taunts Dean Ma Jinha, asking if he heard. His daughter performed exceptionally well on her entrance exams. Ma Jinhe replies. She was the 3rd highest scorer in Kyoto. Standing beside them, Zhuang suggests Ma Jinhe's daughter should join the student council, promising to personally cultivate her as a future leader. Ma Jinhe agrees, asking Zhou Hong to look after his daughter, to which Zhou Hong replies, he takes care of any student with genius potential. Down in the arena, students speculate on who will become the new king, with most considering the 2 top freshmen, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, as the main contenders. One student argues Li Moyu is the clear favorite, as his biological level is already ordinary tier 5. However, another points out that, while Ma Weiwei's scores were slightly lower, she successfully fused with Shadowcat genes during the summer. So, her actual combat strength might not be less than Li. Moyu's a 3rd student dismisses this, believing her fusion was only partial, and her power increase is limited. Their debate is cut short when Lu Chuanwu's voice booms, declaring that neither Li Moyu nor Ma Weiwei will become the new king. As the others look on in shock, Lu Chuanwu continues with a confident grin, proclaiming that the true new king will be a member of his Tianren-ge. Lin Zixian Ma Zhenhe immediately fires back in anger, questioning how that could be possible. He points out that Lin Zixian's physical test data didn't even place him in the top 10. He scoffs at the idea, accusing Lu Chuanwu of making baseless boasts. Lu Chuanwu calmly asks if Ma Zhenhe does not believe him, and challenges him to a bet. Furious Ma Zhenhe immediately accepts, shouting that he's not afraid. They agree to wager 100 school credits with Ma Zhenhe, warning Lu Chuanwu not to go back on his word. Hearing the challenge, Lu Chuanwu invites the other staff to place bets. A powerful-looking gene fuser asks a senior professor, School Director Chun, if he's willing to wager 1,000 credits, and the director agrees. Watching this, Ma Zhenhe grows suspicious. He wonders how the old man can be so confident, speculating if he's trying to get Li Moyu to throw the match. He quickly dismisses the thought, remembering his own daughter is also competing. His face contorts in fury as he tries to understand Lu Chuanwu's strategy. A final, unsettling thought crosses his mind. Could Lingxi Chun actually become the new king? He immediately dismisses the notion as impossible. A figure in a sleek red and black cyborg suit, the dean of the Mechanical Academy, Approche Dean Ma Yinggai. She remarks that the provincial top scorer Lin Zichen was originally his student in the Evolution Academy, and asks if he isn't upset that Dean Lu Chuanwu poached him. Ma Jinhe replies, dismissively, stating his academy has many students like that. The cyborg dean smiles knowingly, She points out that she heard Ma Jinha also poached the only 3 senior students from Tianrenjai, suggesting his claim of not caring is just a front for his planned revenge. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Lu Chuanwu thinks with glee about the bets. He calculates that with 9 people betting 100 credits and 1 betting 1,000, he is about to make a massive profit. As the faculty watches the trial begins, a huge crowd of ordinary students rushes onto the main stage, shouting their intent to defeat the genius class. The floor erupts into a chaotic brawl. Lin Zixian stands apart calmly observing. He internally notes, many genius class students rely on their hygiene, fusion compatibility scores, rather than actual skill. Suddenly Lin Zixian is surprised, as his danger perception attribute activates, allowing him to see the students' power levels. He assesses that the strongest 2, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, are both at ordinary tier 5, while the other top 10 members of the genius class are, at least, ordinary tier 4. After the initial clash, the ordinary students cheer, having defeated several members of the genius class, who now lie on the floor. One student shouts that the genius class wasn't so tough after all. Fueled by their success, the remaining ordinary students charge forward, shouting at the genius class members, still in the stands, to come down and fight. In response, a very large and muscular student with white hair leaps down. He lands powerfully on the stage, arrogantly telling the mob to come at him, so he can make them understand how weak they are. The ordinary students don't hesitate and charge at him as a group, shouting that with their numbers, they can overwhelm him if they each land 1 punch. However, the muscular student meets their charge with a single, powerful sweeping kick. The attack sends a wave of students flying backward, in shock, knocking them all out as they crash onto the floor. The muscular student remarks that ants will always be ants, and no matter how many, they can't harm an elephant. The remaining ordinary students are stunned. They turn to Elizabethan, exclaiming that their opponent is too arrogant for calling them ants, and urging Elizabethan to defeat him. Hearing this, Lin Zicheng calmly walks towards the stage, stating that since things have come to this, he will accept. He steps onto the stage with his hands in his pockets, looking unfazed. His opponent lands powerfully in front of him, cracking the ground, and expresses excitement, stating he has been waiting to fight. The top physical test scorer from Nanjing province. The student introduces himself with great enthusiasm as Lu Chi-Chi, the top scorer from Yintian province. He proudly lists his own impressive, a 56.9 second 100-meter dash, a 45.2-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. He then smugly asks Lin Zixian to announce his own physical test data. Lin Zixian calmly tells his opponent Lu Qi there's no need to report his stats, saying he will feel it himself soon enough before Lu Qiji can react. Lin Zicheng unleashes a single, fast kick that sends the muscular student flying across the stage. Lu Qiji crashes to the ground, defeated instantly. In the background, the ordinary class students erupt in cheers for his victory. On the viewing balcony, the faculty members are stunned. They expected a strategic fight, but instead witnessed a victory of sheer, overwhelming power. They wonder about Ling Xichen's true strength, noting that despite his gentle appearance, he is ruthless. Before the cheers fade, another challenger leaps onto the stage. He introduces himself as Luoyang Jian, the top scorer from Dajiang province, and lists his accomplishments. His speech is cut short when Lin Xing meets him with a powerful knee to the face, ending the match instantly. Standing over his opponent, Lin Xing looks at the remaining genius class students, declaring this victory shows the ordinary class has its own geniuses too. His dominance prompts a voice to shout in alarm, calling for Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei to get on stage before the new king title is taken by an ordinary student. In response, a girl with cat-like ears lands on the stage. The genius class students recognize her and cheer for Miss Wu Wei to defeat him. From a crowd, He Yu and the ordinary class students shout their support for Lin Zicheng. telling him not to hold back just because she's pretty. As he faces his new opponent, Lin Zixian thinks this is a good opportunity to observe a gene fuser. Up close, the fight begins as Ma Wei charges Lin Zixian with blinding speed. She follows up with a powerful high kick, but Lin Zixian effortlessly dodges by leaning back. He wonders if her agility is from her Shadow Cat gene fusion. Mao Weiwei is shocked he dodged her attack so easily, realizing the massive gap in their abilities. She knows continuing the attack is meaningless. She gracefully leaps backward, putting distance between them. She looks at him with determination and requests half a minute, explaining she needs time to fully activate the Shadow Cat genes within her before they can truly compete. Lin Zekin, unfazed, calmly agrees, telling her to take her time. He thinks this is a rare opportunity to witness gene activation firsthand as she prepares. Ma Wei undergoes a dramatic transformation. Crouching on all fours, a long furry tail sprouts from her back, and her fingernails elongate into sharp claws as a powerful aura envelopes her. Watching from the stands, the faculty is impressed. One comments to Ma Jinhee on his daughter's incredible gene integration, praising her immense talent. Ma Zeni proudly agrees, stating her talent surpasses even the top scorers from other provinces. However, his expression shifts to concern. He worries that since her fusion was recent, pushing her body this far could cause a backlash. He sighs, noting she is just as headstrong as ever. With her transformation complete, Ma Wei lunges at Lin Zicheng, shouting he is too arrogant for waiting. She declares he will pay the price and attacks. With newfound ferocity, she throws a powerful kick, which Lin Zicheng narrowly dodges. As he evades, he analyzes her new power, noting it jumped from mid-ordinary tier 5 to nearly ordinary tier 6. Ma Wei is shocked that even with enhanced power, she still can't land a hit. She unleashes a furious barrage of claw strikes and kicks, but Lin Zicheng effortlessly dodges every attack with fluid movements. After observing her, Lin Zicheng's expression turns serious, surrounded by a blue aura. He thinks he has gathered enough data on Shadow Cat gene fusers, deciding not to waste more time. He prepares to counterattack. As she lunges again, Lin Zixian meets her with a single, devastating punch to the face. The force is immense, sending Ma Wei flying backward. She crashes hard into the pile of defeated students. Knocked out cold, the other students gather around her, remarking in disbelief how her beautiful face is now a swollen mess from his punch. Ma Wei sits up crying and holding her face in pain. Her father, Dean Ma Jinhee, rushes from the stands to console her. He turns to Ling Xichen furiously, asking if he's a man for hitting a girl so hard. Ling Xichen calmly replies that on the path of evolution, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. From a crowd, Lin Moyo agrees, stating strength is all that matters. Seeing his chance, he dramatically leaps from the stands onto the stage. He lands with a powerful impact, and the genius class students erupt in cheers, calling him their only hope to avenge Ma Wei. Li Moyu addresses Elena Zichem, acknowledging he is also skilled at hiding his power, pretending to be ordinary, only to reveal himself as a provincial champion. With a sinister grin, he declares Ling Xichen isn't the only one who has been holding back. Lin Moyo unleashes his power, and his body begins to transform, growing larger and more muscular, as a powerful aura surrounds him. The faculty on the balcony are shocked, realizing Li Moriyu is also a gene fuser. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering identifies the genes as those of a demon giant ape, which require immense physical strength for fusion. His biological pressure surges to ordinary tier 6. As the transformation completes, Lu Chuanwu freezes in horror, realizing he is about to lose his bet of 1,900 school credits worth. 19 millions. The scene shifts to a separate location, where Wang Shoujia and Lu Gong are given a mission by another student. He instructs them to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and make Li Moyu consume it. Liu Gang is concerned about. The risk of targeting someone from the powerful Kyoto Li family, however, their superior assures them. Their organization is far more powerful and could easily destroy the Li family. When asked if they will carry out the mission, a resigned Wang Shoujia tells Legong they have no other choice. The battle between the two top freshmen begins. Li Moyu explains his transformation, boasting that the demon eye, giant ape, maximizes strength. In defense, though, it is usually slow. His power level is far superior, creating a massive gap between them. He taunts Lin Zichun, wondering if he can remain as relaxed now that he faces a true genius. Instead of replying, Lin Zichun immediately attacks, charging forward with a punch. As they clash, Li Moyu reacts to the attack, leading Lin Zichun to note that his opponent's reaction speed is decent enough to dodge a blow, controlled at ordinary tier 6 speed. Deciding to push harder, Lin Zichun increases his output to test ordinary tier 7 speed. This increase is too much for Li Moyu, and Lin Zichun lands a heavy direct punch to his face. Li Moyu stumbles back, angrily accusing Lin Zichun of sneak attack. Lin Zichun calmly analyzes that the beast's defense is indeed strong, comparable to a high-level ordinary tier 6. Furiously, Moyu regains his stance, vowing Ling Zichun's fists will not touch him again. Ling Zichun continues his offensive. However, he internally notes that, although his speed is superior, he has not yet managed to inflict any significant damage. The battle intensifies as Li Moyu blocks a barrage of attacks. Lin Zichun analyzes that while Li Moyu is slower, his high defense gives him a large margin for error, whereas Lin Zichun cannot afford a single hit, making it seem the winner is already decided. Testing his limits, Lin Zichun engages in a rapid exchange, dodging Li Moyu's heavy punches. He decides the test of reaction speed is sufficient. Lin Zichun leaps backward to create distance. He prepares himself, deciding it is time to test the final attribute. Strength. Li Moyu smiles menacingly, admitting he underestimated Lindsay in speed, but mocking his strength as too weak to cause harm, declaring that Lindsay is destined to lose. Li Moyu announces it is his turn and winds up a massive, energized punch as the giant fist descends. Onlookers scream for Lin Zichun to dodge, but he stands completely still, ready to receive the blow. On the viewing balcony, the deans place their hands on Liu Xuanju's shoulders in pity. Convinced Lin Zichun is about to be crushed, the dean reminds a weeping Liu Quanju not to forget the 100 school credits he waged. Back in the ring, a massive impact creates a shockwave. As Li Moyu punches Lin Zichun's face directly, the result is shocking. The bones in Li Moyu's hand shatter instantly on impact. He collapses to the ground in agony, clutching his hand and screaming that it has been broken. The audience is left in absolute shock, unable to process that Lin Zichun has apparently won. They mutter in disbelief, finding the outcome too bizarre to be real. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Zichun analyzes the situation. He realizes that while the demon eye, giant ape fusion granted Li Moyu immense strength, his body wasn't durable enough to handle the recoil. Essentially, Li Moyu hit Lin Zichun so hard that the impact shattered his own hand. Because Lin Zichun's defense was superior, Lin Zichun calmly calls out to the medical team, informing them that Li Moyu has likely suffered a comminuted fracture and needs immediate attention. The stunned medics awkwardly agree and rush onto the stage. Suddenly, a figure descends from the balcony. It is Mo Dongji. She lands gracefully and orders Lin Zichun to step aside. She examines Li Moyu's arm and confirms the diagnosis. The entire right hand is shattered. She deduces with shock that this was caused by the rebound force of hitting Elizabethan's face. She takes out a glowing golden pill and feeds it to Li Moyu. As she does, she can't help but wonder just how hard Elizabethan's face must be to cause such damage. Suspecting there is more to him, Mo Dongji unleashes mental power to probe Lin Zichun's strength. Sensing the intrusion, Lin Zichun immediately activates his skill, natural camouflage, hoping to hide his true level. Mo Dongji analyzes him closely. Because of his skill, she perceives him as having a biological level of ordinary tier 6. She notes his skin, bones and muscles possess a density far exceeding that tier, but finds nothing else unusual. She wonders if that physical toughness is his only secret. The other faculty members gather around her, eager for her assessment. Madongji reports her findings. Lin Zichen is simply at ordinary tier 6, with exceptionally high physical durability, and there are no other abnormalities. Hearing this, Lin Zichen maintains a stoic expression, but internally breathes a sigh of relief, glad his camouflage successfully deceived them. Meanwhile, the pill Mo Dongji administered takes effect instantly. Lin Weiyu sits up amazed. He exclaims, "The medicine was miraculous as he has recovered safely." He flexes his hand and smiles, confirming his injury is completely healed. With the battle concluded, Ling Xichen decides Lin Weiyu no longer needs to be on stage. He calmly tells him he can go down now, and delivers a casual kick that sends the newly healed Li Moyu flying out of the ring. Humiliated, Li Moyu shouts from the floor below, vowing that once his gene fusion progresses, he will return to defeat Lin Zichen. In the stands, a heated argument erupts between the ordinary and genius students. The ordinary students mock the elites for having losers act so self-righteous. The genius students retort that Li Moyu lost to Lin Zicheng. Not them, but the ordinary students drown them out, claiming Lin Zicheng's victory as a triumph for their entire class. On stage, the timer completes its countdown. A notification declares that 1 minute has passed. The announcer officially proclaims Lixican, a martial arts class, won as this year's new king. The ordinary students cheer wildly for Brother Chun, celebrating the glory he has brought them. However, Lixican is not finished. Thinking that since he has secured the top spot, he might as well go further, he suddenly leaps from the stage into the spectator stands. To the shock of the crowd, he lands near the genius class seating and scoops Sheng Han up into his arms in a princess carry. The students whisper in confusion, wondering why he is grabbing Sheng Han. Sheng Han blushes intensely as Lin Zicheng leaps back toward the stage with her in his arms. Her heart races, and she wonders if he intends to publicly announce their relationship. Lin Zicheng lands gracefully back on the ring, with Sheng Han standing behind him. Lin Zichen faces the stunned audience and faculty. He boldly declares that for the remaining rankings, from 2nd to 10th place, he wants them all. The enraged genius class students refuse to accept defeat, shouting that Lixican is bullying them. They charge together to crush him and the traitor. Shun Qinghan on the stage erupts into a chaotic brawl. Lixican moves fluidly through the attackers, dominating the fight. Despite being outnumbered, he dismantles their formation with a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking students away with ease. Seeing an opening, Ma Wei lunges from the air, aiming her attack at a shocked Shun Chenghan and shouting at her to die for her betrayal. However, Lin Zicheng reacts instantly, intercepting her midair with a heavy kick to protect Shun Chenghan. The force of the blow sends Ma Wei flying off the stage. From the balcony, her father Ma Jinha screams as he watches his daughter crash violently onto the floor. With the genius class wiped out, Elizabethan stands triumphantly over the defeated students. Immediately, a notification announces that Shun Qinghan has officially secured 2nd place in the trial. She looks pleasantly surprised. Lin Zichen then turns to the ordinary students and outlines his plan. He offers them the remaining spots, from 3rd to 10th place, on the condition that the school credits awarded for those spots belong to him. The students are ecstatic, cheering for Brother Chun, eager for the chance to be in the top 10. Roy calculates that the top 10 spots yield a combined 550 credits. Hui adds the participation rewards, bringing the total to 559 credits. With a grin on the balcony, Majenhai is furious. He yells at Modiji, arguing that Lin Zichen's actions are improper and questioning how the new king is allowed to control the entire top 10. A voice calmly interrupts, asking how it violates the rules. Lucien Wu steps forward to defend his student, challenging Ma Jin. He to point out where the regulations forbid such a strategy. Ma Jin, he is left speechless, forced to admit there is no rule against it, though he angrily insists. Lin Zicheng is exploiting a loophole. Ma Jinhe stands sweating and defeated. Meanwhile, the plans of hidden conspirators shift. Wang Shui urgently grabs Lu Gong, informing him that the plan has changed, and they should no longer target Li Moyu. As they watch the celebrating students toss Lin Zicheng in the air, Wang Shoujie declares their new target is Lin Zicheng. Their goal is now to make him eat the high-level demon seed, so he joins their organization. After the trial, Lu Chuanwu runs excitedly toward Elizabethan with open arms, but is coolly dodged. Elizabethan simply asks if the dean has forgotten his promises. Yu Chuanwu immediately produces a bottle, explaining it contains Tenchi and blood pills, along with the triple benefits for the semester. He adds that he has transferred 300 credits to Lin Zicheng, happily noting the boy just helped him win 1,900 credits from other faculty members. Lu Chuanwu whispers, asking Lin Zicheng his true strength and level. Lin Zicheng whispers back a partial truth, claiming he is at ordinary tier 6, has completed skin tempering, once tempered some facial muscles, and was born with naturally hard facial bones. Lu Chuanwu is shocked, screaming in disbelief that Elizabethan has already learned to temper his muscles. Overcome with emotion, he grabs Elizabethan's hands and cries, declaring that Elizabethan will evolve into an advanced creature with a pure human body before graduating. He urges the student to persist on the pure blood path, and Lixican calmly agrees. Later, in his room, Lixican sits on his bed holding a small red chi and blood pill. Curious, he puts the pill in his mouth to test its effects. Steam rises from his body as he metabolizes the pill, but a system notification shows a meager increase of 108 points. Disappointed, he realizes the pill is less effective than his usual training. Realizing the pills are of little use to him, he decides it would be better to give them to Shun Qinghan. Just then, Shun Qinghan walks in wearing athletic gear, sweaty from a workout. She asks when he got back, and he replies, half an hour ago. Lin Zicheng calls her over and hands her one of the red pills, instructing her to eat it. Shun Qinghan curiously takes the pill and eats it. The effect on her is immediate. Steam erupts from her body as she blushes, exclaiming how hot she feels as her chi and blood surge. Seeing how effective it is, Lin Zicheng hands her the bottle. He explains the pills don't do much for him, so she should take the remaining 8, advising her to take only 1 per day. Shun Qinghan happily agrees. The next morning at the Tianrengay Research Institute, Lin Zicheng greets Song Yuan. She is in the middle of a workout and playfully calls him the new king. While stretching, Yu Yuan asks him to confirm what she heard from the dean. She asks if his biological level is truly ordinary, tier 6, and if he has mastered muscle tempering. Ling Xian confirms the story he fabricated for the dean is true. Hearing his confirmation, Yu Yun is overcome with excitement and rushes toward him. She exclaims that he is an absolute genius, declares that with his membership, Tianrengay will shock the world. As she rushes him, Lin Zichen agrees they will work hard together. Lin Zichen is busy studying in the Research Institute. He realizes Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yuan have failed to decipher the aperture, opening chapter of the blood tempering art. So he decides he must find the answers in the original text himself, thanks to his celestial route of wisdom. He finds researching such complex matters is easy for him. His study session is interrupted by Yu Yun, who informs him that people from his student council are waiting at the door. She deduces they want to recruit him after his outstanding performance. Lin Zicheng immediately dismisses the idea, stating he is not interested. However, Yu Yun adds that student council members receive monthly credit subsidies. Hearing about money, Lin Zichen's demeanor instantly changes, and he is suddenly very interested. Lin Zichen goes outside to meet the visitor. It is Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, who extends his hand in greeting. They shake hands, and Zhou Hong explains that he has come to invite Lin Zichen to join, offering to groom him as a candidate to become the future president. Zhou Hong elaborates on the benefits, painting a picture of wealth and luxury. He explains that, besides special meals and the power to participate in school decisions, members enjoy monthly credit subsidies. Motivated by the rewards, Lin Zichen smiles and agrees. Immediately, however, Zhou Hong stops him, stating there is one condition. That Lin Zichen must give up the path of the pure-blooded human and choose gene fusion instead. Lin Zichen looks confused and asks why. That the student council only accepts future geniuses. He declares the pure blood path has no future, calling Dean Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yuan failures. He warns that without gene fusion, even Lin Zichen's talent will fade into mediocrity. Lin Zichen asks Wang, the president of the student council, if joining their organization requires gene fusion. After Zhou Hong confirms it does, Lin Zichen calmly says he will not be joining and turns his back, surprising them. Internally, he weighs the student council's benefits against what he gets from Tian Renge. Behind him, student council members mock his decision, questioning if the new king is wrong in the head for insisting on the pure blood path and predicting he will regret it. One tells Zhou Hong it was a waste of time as Tian Renge's brainwashing is effective. Wang dismisses les habitants as a genius with no future, which he considers trash, and tells his group they will recruit other talented people. Later, at the Chenringe Research Institute, an enraged Yu Yin slams her fists on a desk, complaining to Lin Zichen about the student council's hopeless mindset. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Dean Lu Chuanwu, who looks utterly exhausted. Yuan sarcastically praises him for his sacrifice for the pure blood cause, including working day and night, and selling his body for investments. Annoyed Lu Chuanwu asks if she must always include that last part. He then warns Lingxican that women are a roadblock on the path of evolution, and he should avoid them. Sitting in his office, Lu Chuanwu informs Lingxican that the university provides housing for the families of geniuses. He offers to arrange jobs for Lindsay Chin's parents and asks if he wants to bring them to the city. Lindsay Chin says he will discuss it with his parents over the weekend. Finally, Lu Chuanwu tells Lindsay Chin he has granted him early access to school missions, explaining that with his current strength, there's no need to wait until next semester. Yu Yin explains to Lin Zichen that she takes off-campus missions weekly for school credits. She suggests he could join her in the future to gain experience and offers to take him on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zichen politely thanks her, deciding to explore his options. Lin Zichen checks the school's app for missions. He finds the school-published tasks are minor chores for only 1 or 2 credits each. He then browses student-published missions and finds a peculiar request for a female gene fuser training partner with beast ears and long legs for 5 credits a month. Amused, he checks the off-campus missions instead. He finds the off-campus missions are numerous and offer higher rewards. One is to capture robbers for 30 credits, and another is to hunt a powerful, aberrant beast for 200 credits, though both are far away. As he scrolls, a particular mission catches his eye. It is to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary tier 6, who has been killing men in the city's red light district. Reward is 50 credits, and he promptly accepts it. Yuan Yang leans in close, startling Lin Zichen. She asks if he accepted the cat girl mission and offers to join him. Surprised, he asks how she knew. Yuan Yang explains. The mission details page shows who has accepted the task. Checking his phone, Lin Zichen is surprised to see 28 people have already accepted it. including 26 seniors and one other freshman Ma Weiwei. He finds it odd. She would take this mission at only ordinary tier 5 and assumes she has a helper. Telling you, Yin, it's getting late. Lin Zichen announces he is heading home for lunch and waves goodbye. As Lin Zichen walks through campus, he feels he is being followed. His danger perception activates, and he senses a hostile presence at ordinary tier 7. Suddenly, a muscular guy in a blue track suit emerges and calls out his name. The guy confronts Lin Zicheng, angrily accusing him of targeting Ma Weiwei. He furiously lists Lin Zicheng's offenses, from slapping her during the trial, to now competing with her for a mission, and questions if Dean Lu Chuanwu put him up to it. Guy continues his tirade, challenging Lingxiken to a fight, and calling him a bully. Lingxiken looks on annoyed. He asks if Ma Weiwei or her father sent him, but the guy insists he came on his own. When the guy repeats his challenge, Lingxiken simply asks, "So what?" Knowing he's dealing with a foolish simp, Lin Zichen turns to walk away, but the guy grabs his sleeve, yelling at him to stay put. Fed up, Lin Zichen turns and swiftly punches him in the face. The muscular guy is knocked unconscious. Standing over him, Lin Zichen thinks to himself if he is satisfied now. Lin Zichen arrives back at the apartment. From the kitchen, Sheng Qinghan welcomes him home and says dinner is ready. She mentions that the 10 pounds of life and death toad meat he ordered were delivered. He takes the bag from the fridge, thinking he initially wanted to buy more to unlock the codex, but decided against it to avoid attention. He places his hands over the package, and a surge of blue energy flows from it, as a system notification confirms. He has devoured a large amount of the toad's life essence, bringing his codex progress to 10%. Later, a confused Shenzhen finds Lin Zichen putting the now spoiled-looking meat in a garbage bag. He explains it has gone bad. She finds this strange as it looked fresh on delivery. He clarifies that he has already absorbed all its essence, which causes it to spoil rapidly. Sheng Tsunghan is surprised and asks if this is his superpower. He confirms it is, explaining he can absorb the essence from aberrant beasts to gain some of their abilities. She is shocked, exclaiming she finally understands why. He chose the pure blood path. With such a power, he doesn't need gene fusion. While eating dinner, Lin Zicheng brings up the dean's offer of housing and jobs for their parents. Sheng Qinghan is thrilled, and they agree to visit their families. Over the weekend, during the meal, she mentions an interesting duel between peak-ranking students at the gym that afternoon. She suggests they go watch it, and Lin Zichen agrees. At the university gym, a large crowd has gathered. Lin Zichen notes that in addition to students and faculty, representatives from the Mechanical God Group are also there. Shun Qinghan excitedly points to a woman in a large, white cyborg suit in the VIP section. Famous mechanical genius girl they've seen online. In the center of the arena, 2 fighters face each. A muscular bull like Gene Fuser and a sleek cyborg. Shun Shenghan asks Lin Zicheng who he thinks is more powerful between the Kyoto genius and the mechanical genius girl. He replies they should get a good idea from this duel. He clarifies that if the 8th ranked Evolution Academy student wins, the Kyoto genius is stronger. But if the 9th ranked cyborg wins, the mechanical genius girl is more powerful. With an announcement, the duel begins. The cyborg immediately takes to the air with mechanical wings. From above, the cyborg unleashes a massive barrage of missiles.